Okay, we are good. We are set. We can actually do this thing now. If I could stop burping. That'd be one thing. Okay, we're ready. We're actually able to get on with things, get a good stream, do this thing right. How's everybody doing? Welcome on into the stream. I am the Bunk Man, you are the Bunk People, and we are here to be Bunk Peoples. I'm not a Bunk People. I'm the Bunk. Not above you guys, but I'm with you guys just as the Bunk. Let's keep it at that. So sorry about all the notifications about that, but we're here, we're good. We are going to be doing another video. Your stream seems a bit lonely, lol. As in for with people? I just started the stream. I did like 3 of them. Anywho, we are going to, just as a rundown, I have done a great many of streams of having a bot read to me my books for school while playing Minecraft. Hopefully it works this time. It should. I needed to fix some things, but hey, I'm fixing things so you guys get actually good quality for all this stuff. So I'm needing this here bot to read me a book, and I've been doing my own thing in Minecraft, you know, kind of just mining, doing whatever, blah blah blah. But here we are now. So you're trying to start 2 other. I know, and I'm gonna delete those. I'm fixing them. It's everything's okay. But now I'm wanting to be on the challenge of getting to beat Minecraft with Java. I've beat Minecraft on Xbox 360, Xbox One, PS3, Pocket Edition, Windows 10 Edition. I beat Minecraft on so many different editions. I've never done it on Java because I've barely played Java specifically. So it should be almost the exact same as Windows 10. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of different changes with that. But I'm excited to see how this goes, and we're going to have this bot read to me. So we're going to see if the bot can beat me in reading the book faster to me, or if I can beat Minecraft before that. Both are long tests, so we're just going to put kind of two and two together, and we'll see what kind of happens. And if I run low on time, I might just play on the actual server for a little bit, and then we'll see how things go from there. So we're going to click this, we'll give it a head start. Mage light. And then I'm going to turn down the audio when this is created.
There was the taste of dust in his
well,
mouth.
actually, I don't really need to, I guess.
His lips were covered with dust.
We're going to
Without
see.
lifting his head from the floor, he watched the shadow play. There were the big shadows that moved and stooped, swelled, and shrank.
So he just went into this guy's dream thing right now.
That ran around the walls and ceiling swiftly, mocking them. There was a shadow in the corner and a shadow on the floor, and neither of these moved. The back of his head began to hurt. At the same time, what he saw came clear too.
Come on.
His mind, in one flash, frozen in an instant, hair slumped in a corner with his head on his knees, Sparrowhawk sprawled on his back, a man kneeling over Sparrowhawk, another tossing gold pieces into a bag, a third standing watching.
Sorry, I hope I'm not being annoying. I'm just bored. This sounds interesting though. Yeah, don't worry. You're not being rude. I was a little bit frustrated for my own sake, but not with you. Don't worry. I completely get it. We will see how this goes. So hope you're ready for a fun speed run video with a bot being around
crawled
as well.
Forward very slowly a couple of feet, darted out his left hand and
need to get all this
grabbed
wood.
the bag of loot, leapt to his feet, and made for the stairs with a horse.
Hopefully we can find maybe a village nearby. If not, then we'll take to the ground.
Blind dark without missing a step, without
food.
Even feeling them under his feet, as if he were flying. He broke out onto the street and ran full speed into the dark.
Dude.
The houses were black hulks against the stars. Starlight gleamed faintly on the river to his right, and though he could not see where the streets led, he could make out street crossings and so turn and double on his track. They had followed him. He could hear them.
I'm not the fastest speedrunner. I'm just kind of going for my own sake, so it's not like an insane fast speedrun. It's just gonna be like a speedrun. So we'll see.
He would have laughed if he had had time. He knew at last what it was like to be the hunted instead of the hunter, the quarry instead of the leader of the chase. It was to be alone and to be free. He swerved to the right and dodged, stooping across a high parapeted bridge, slipped into a side street, around a corner, back to the riverside and along it for a way, across another bridge. His shoes were loud on the cobblestones, the only sound in all the city. He paused at the bridge abutment to unlace them, but the strings were knotted, and the hunt had not lost him. The lantern glittered a second across the river. The soft, heavy, running feet came on. He could not get away from them. He could only outrun them, keep going, keep ahead, and get them away from the dusty room, far away. They had stripped his coat off him, along with his dagger,
Perfect.
and he was in shirt sleeves, light and hot, his head swimming, and the pain in the back of his skull. Pointing and pointing with each stride, and he ran and he ran. The bag hindered him. He flung it down suddenly, a loose gold piece flying out and striking the stones with a clear ring.
There we go.
Here's your money,
Piggies.
he yelled, his voice hoarse and gasping.
Whoa.
He ran on. And all
Stupid
at once the
freaking
street ended.
thing is messing up a
No
little
cross streets, no stars. Before him, a dead end. Without pausing, he turned back and ran at his pursuers. The lantern swung wild in his eyes, and he yelled defiance as he came at them.
So freaking
There
weird
was a lantern
times.
swinging back and forth before him, a faint spot of light in a great, moving grayness. He watched it for a long time. It grew fainter, and at last, a shadow passed before it, and when the shadow went on, the light was gone. He
I just want to have enough food to not need to
perhaps he
worry
was
about it
grieving for
later.
himself,
Especially
because
when
he
I'm in
knew
the
he
nether.
must wake up now. The lantern, dead, still swung against the mast to which it was fixed. All around, the sea brightened with the coming sun. A drum beat. Oars creaked heavily. Regularly.
Also, we'll
the
need
wood of the
sheep in
ship
order to
cried
make
and
beds
creaked in
too,
100
if I
little
don't find a
voices.
village.
Hey. Man up in the prow called something to the sailors behind him. The men chained Witherin in the afterhold were all silent.
Look at this.
Each wore an
What is
iron
up,
band
Green?
around
Welcome
his
on in.
waist and monocles on his wrists, and both
We
these
are going to
bonds were
be
linked by a short,
speed running and
heavy
also
chain to
book
the bonds of
listening.
the next
You
man.
stupid bitch.
The belt of iron was also chained to a bolt in the deck, so that the man could sit or crouch, but could not stand. They were too close together to lie down, jammed together in the small cargo hold. Urin was in the forward port corner. If he lifted his head high, his eyes were on.
We're going to take out that
level
tree
with the
and then
deck
we're going to go
between hold and
mine.
rail, a couple of feet wide.
Move.
He did not remember much of last night past the chase and the dead-end street. He had fought and been knocked down and trussed up and carried somewhere. A man with a strange, whispering voice had spoken. There had been a place like a smithy, a forge fire leaping red. He could not recall it. He knew, though, that
There we go.
this was a slave ship, and that he had been taken to be sold.
Uh-oh.
It did not mean much to him.
The frick?
He
What is
was
happening
too
now?
thirsty. His body ached and his head hurt. When the sun rose, the light sent
Is
lances
this a
of pain
dream
into
that
his
he's in
eyes.
currently right now?
Along in mid-morning, they were given a quarter loaf of bread each in a long drink from a
little
leather
mod
flask,
person
held
that I
to their
don't
lips
know.
by a man
Oh
with a
yeah, it's
sharp,
fun. Yeah, I
hard
forgot that
face.
you're from
His
Jarden stuff.
neck was clasped
So
by a
yes,
gold-studded
I
leather
do
band
hope that
like a
you will
dog's
enjoy
collar,
this.
and when Urin heard him speak, he
I hope that
recognized
maybe
the weak,
Jarden would be
strange,
interested in watching,
whistling
but
voice.
he might be asleep.
Drink and food eased
I
his
don't know.
bodily wretchedness for a while and cleared his head.
Depends. I don't think he
looked
would
for the
be
first
asleep.
time at the faces of his fellow slaves, 3 in his row and
Give me this.
4 close behind. Some sat with T-bear heads on their raised knees. One was slumped over, sick or drugged. The one next to Urin was a fellow of 20 or so with a broad, flat face. Where are they taking us?
There we go.
Urin said to him. The fellow looked at him. Their faces were not a foot apart, and grinned,
It's a good question.
shrugging, and Urin thought he meant he did not know, but then he jerked his manacled arms as if to gesture and opened his still grinning mouth wide to show where the tongue should be, only a black root.
Ew.
It'll be Shoal, said one behind Urin, and another, or the market at Amrun. And then the man with the collar, who seemed to be everywhere on the ship, was
Stone Age.
bending above the
Whoa.
hole, hissing, "Be still if you don't want to be shark bait," and all of them were still. Urin tried to imagine these places. Shoal, the market of Amrun.
This is not
They
quite the
sold
cave I was expecting, but
slaves there. They stood them out in front of the buyers, no doubt, like oxen or
no.
rams for sale in Birla marketplace. He would stand there wearing chains. Somebody would buy him and lead him home, and they would give him an order,
That
and
sucks.
he would refuse to obey, or obey and try to
Yes,
escape.
but welcome on in. I hope
And he
that
would
you
be
all
killed.
can get along
one way or
and
the other. It was
get
not
to
that
know
his
each
soul
other
rebelled at the
better.
thought of slavery.
Sorry, I will be focusing on this book quite a bit. I will be looking at chat in order to read what's going on, but do excuse me if I am lost in thought.
Sawin accepted this as a fact. It frightened him, so that he stopped trying to think ahead. He stared down at the foul, black planking of the hold between his feet and felt the heat of the sun on his naked shoulders and felt the thirst drying.
How's there
out
already
his mouth and
lapis?
narrowing his
What?
throat again. The sun sank. Night came on clear
I
and
barely
cold.
even went down anything.
The sharp stars came out. The drum beat like a slow heart, keeping the oar stroke, for there was no breath of wind. Now the cold became the greatest misery. Urin's back gained a little warmth from the cramped legs of the man behind him and his left side from the mute beside him, who sat hunched up, humming a grunting rhythm all on one note. The rowers changed shift.
Doesn't
the drum
sound
beat again.
very pleasant.
Urin had longed for the darkness, but he could not sleep. His bones ached, and he could not change position. He sat aching, shivering, parched, staring up at the stars, which jerked across the sky with every stroke the oarsmen took.
Hoping I could find some
slid to their
coal
places,
for a little
and
bit.
were
No, I don't
still,
think
jerked
he'd
again,
be
slid,
asleep.
paused.
I'm in the same time
The man
zones
with the
and
collar and another man stood
maybe
between the
we could've
after hold
gone
and
to
the
bed early though.
mast.
That's true.
The little swinging lantern
He
on the
seemed a
mast
bit
sent
down
rays
during
between
his
the men.
stream. I don't
Silhouetted
want
their
to
heads and
assume
shoulders.
anything, but maybe it was just
"You
like
big splatter," said the weak,
the content he was
hateful
watching,
voice of the man with the
but
collar.
he
"What's
did
a
seem a
fuck doing
little
in the
bit
south?"
down during the stream.
Straits this time
I didn't
of year.
watch the entire thing. I
Cursed the
definitely did
lug.
watch quite a bit of it, but
The drum
towards
beat.
the end I didn't.
The stars jerked, slid, paused.
I got busy. I had other stuff
Beside her
going
and the
on.
tongueless man shuddered all at once and, raising his head, let out a nightmare scream, a terrible,
Ooh,
formless
that's not
noise.
the greatest.
quiet thing, roared the second man by the mast. The mute shuddered
Am I
again and was
able to
silent,
make the little
munching
pockets?
with his jaws. Stealthily the stars slid forward into nothingness. The mast wavered and vanished. A cold, gray blanket seemed to drop over.
I don't want to use
Urin's
too much
back.
wood though, is the thing.
The drum faltered and then resumed its beat, but slower. Thick as curdled milk, said the hoarse voice somewhere above Urin. Keep up the stroke there.
Nope.
There's no shoals for
Not
20
that way.
miles. A horny, scarred foot appeared out of the fog, paused an instant close to Urin's face, then with one
This sucks.
step vanished. In the fog there was no sense of forward motion, only of swaying and the tug of the oars. The throb of the stroke drum was muffled. It was clammy cold. The mist condensing in Urin's hair ran down into his eyes. He tried to catch the drops with his tongue and breathed the damp air with open mouth, trying to assuage his thirst. But his teeth chattered. The cold metal of a chain swung against his thigh and
There we
burned
go.
like fire where it touched.
Ow.
The drum beat, and ceased. It was silent. Keep the beat. What's amiss? Roared the hoarse, whistling voice from the prow. No answer came. The ship rolled a little on the quiet sea. Beyond the dim rails was nothing, blank. Something grated against the ship's side.
Should
The
I
noise
keep on
was
going
loud in
through
that
this
dead,
mine?
weird
It's not the worst.
silence and
I
darkness.
hate these bots, bro. I
We're
don't
aground,
fucking get
one
it.
of the prisoners whispered, but the
What are they getting out of
silence
doing
closed
this?
in on his voice.
They're not links. They're not
The fog
anything.
grew
They're
bright,
just
as if a light were moving in
garbage.
it.
Gibberish.
Urin saw the heads of the
The collaboration
Men
video I
chained
did
by
with
him
Jordan
clearly,
is the
the
best
tiny moisture drops shining in their hair.
channel. First thing I
Again,
recommended my
the ship swayed,
voice in.
and he
I'm
strained
so
as far
glad
up
that
as
I
his chains
suggested
would let him,
we did
stretching
that build battle. It was
his
so
neck
fun.
to
Yeah.
sit forward in the ship.
I remember
fog
I just
glowed over the deck like a
joined
moon.
in on a random build
Behind
battle
thin
that
clouds,
he
cold and
did
radiant.
with Dasha.
The
That's how I
oarsmen sat
met
like
both of
carved
them. They're
statues.
both amazing people. I
Crewmen
was
stood in the
so
waist of the ship, their eyes
grateful to
shining
meet
a
them.
little. Alone on the port side stood a man, and it was from him that the light came, from the face and hands and staff that burned like molten silver. At the feet of the radiant man a dark shape was crouched. Urin tried to speak and could not. Clothed in that
Get.
majesty of light, the archmage came to him
Yep.
and knelt down on the deck.
Good.
Urin felt the touch of his hand and heard his voice.
What do you say?
He felt the bonds on his wrists and body give way, all. Through the hold there was a rattling of chains. But no man moved, only. Urin tried to stand, but he could not, being cramped with long immobility. The archmage's strong grip was on his arm, and with that help he crawled up out of the cargo hold and huddled on the deck.
They need to get to
The
a
archmage strode
lava
away
type
from him,
area
and the
here
misty
soon.
splendor glowed on the
That's what I'm hoping
unmoving
for.
faces of the oarsmen. He halted by the man who had crouched down. by the port rail.
Copper, yay.
I do not punish, said the hard, clear voice, cold as the cold mage light in the fog.
Weird.
But in the cause of justice, Igra, I take this much upon myself, I bid your voice be dumb until the day you find a word worth speaking. He came back to Aaron and helped him to get to his feet.
So
Come on
confused
now,
as to what
lad,
exactly is going on.
he said.
Sorry,
and
I'm
with
not
his
in
helper, he
chat
managed
much.
to
I'm
hobble
currently
forward
painting our
and
Do
half
not
scramble.
worry. If you just want to listen
fall
in
down
the
into the
background,
rock
I
there below the ship's
completely
side.
understand
With
that. I
fog.
like doing that too.
Sail like a moth swing in the fog.
Yeah.
In the same silence and dead calm, the light died away, and the
Stupid
boat turned
copper everywhere.
slipped from the ship's side. Almost at once the galley, the dim mast lantern, the immobile
Give me that,
oarsmen,
but it won't
the
give me
hulking black
frickin'
side,
coal.
were gone. Aaron thought he heard voices break out in cries, but the sound was thin and soon lost. A little longer,
Where
and
am
the
I
fog
at?
began to thin and tatter, blowing by in the dark.
I'm at 13.
They came out under the stars, and silent as a moth Lukvar fled through the clear night over the sea. Sparrowhawk had covered Aaron with blankets and given him water. He sat with
Nice.
his hand on the boy's shoulder when Aaron fell suddenly to weeping. Sparrowhawk said nothing, but there was a gentleness, a steadiness, in the touch
I could finally see for
of his
once.
hand. Comfort came slowly into
Holy
Aaron,
crap,
warmth,
dude.
the soft
That
motion
was
of
worth
the
it.
boat, heart's ease. He looked up at his companion. No unearthly radiance clung to the dark face. He could barely see him against the stars.
This
The
is
boat
freaking
fled
perfect.
on, charm-guided. Waves whispered as if in surprise along her sides. Who is the man with the
Perfect.
collar?
Now we're getting into some good
Lie
shit.
still.
Charcoal me.
I
See
was
Robert,
thinking about that
he-
too, but I want to go
wears that
fast.
collar
I
to
don't
hide a
want
scar
to
where
take
his
the
throat
time in order to get
Was slit once.
wasting all
It seems his
the
trade
wood
has
I
sung
could be
from
using
piracy
on
to
mine.
slaving.
But I have this
But he
now,
took
So it won't matter.
Bear's cub this time.
Since cool,
There was a
painting
slight
could be
ring
fun.
of
I agree.
satisfaction
I
in the
freaking
dry,
love
quiet
painting figurines. I
voice.
do it for my
How
customs
did you
for
find me?
Mega Constructs.
Wizardry,
It's a lot of fun.
bribery. I wasted time.
Oh, we are set,
I did
boys.
not like to let it be known that the Archmage and Warden of Roke was ferreting about the slums of Hort Town.
Okay, we're just gonna
I
need to make our way down.
Wish still I could have kept up my disguise. But I had to track down this man and that man, and when at last I found that the slaver had sailed before daybreak, I lost my temper. I took Lukvar and spoke the wind into her sail in the dead calm of the day and glued the oars of every ship in that bay fast into the oarlocks, for a while. How they'll explain that, if wizardry's all lies in air, is their problem. But in my haste and anger I missed and overpassed Igra's ship, which had gone east of south to miss the shoals. Ill done was all I did this day. There is no luck in Hort Town. Well, I made a spell of finding at last, and so came on the ship in the darkness. Should you not sleep now? I'm all
Alright,
right.
I'll use this as
I
the
feel
rest of
much
the way
better.
down.
A light fever had replaced Aaron's chill, and he did indeed feel well, his body languid but his mind racing lightly from one thing to another. How soon did you wake up? What happened to hair? I woke
We'll
with
remember
daylight,
these coordinates.
and
We'll
lucky
look
I
at
have a
those
hard
later.
head.
Could
There's a
someone
lump
write
in a
down
cup.
those coordinates in chat? I'd
Like
really
a split
appreciate that.
cucumber behind my ear. I
Make
left
sure that
hair
you
in the
write down
drug sleep.
block, not chunk.
I failed my guard dash. But not by falling asleep. No. Aaron hesitated. I was dash. You were ahead of me. I saw you, Sparrowhawk said strangely. And so they crept in and tapped us on the head like lambs at the shambles, took
There we go.
gold, good clothes, and the saleable slave, and left. It was you they were after, lad.
Weird.
You'd fetch the price of a farm in Amrun Market. They didn't tap me hard enough. I woke up. I did give them a run. I spilled their loot all over the street, too, before they cornered me.
Nice. It's
Aaron's
good.
eyes glittered. You
Finding
looked
some
while they were
torches,
there,
bro.
And ran.
Hell yeah.
Why? To get them away from you. The surprise in Sparrowhawk's voice suddenly struck Aaron's pride, and he added fiercely, I thought it was you they were after.
There we go.
I thought they might kill you. I grabbed their bags so they'd follow me, and shouted out and ran. And they did follow me. They would. That was all Sparrowhawk said, no word of praise, though. He sat and thought a while. Then he said, did it not occur to you I might be dead already? No. Murder first and rob after, is the safer course. I
Huh.
didn't think of that. I only thought of getting them away from you. Why? Because you might be able to defend us, to get us both out of it, if you had time to wake up. Or get yourself out of it, anyway. I was on guard, and I failed my guard. I tried to make up for it. You are the one I was guarding. You are the one that matters. I'm along to guard, or whatever you need, it's you who'll lead us. You can get to wherever it is we must go.
That was something else, bro.
Is it?
What is up, Larry the
Said the
Turtle?
mage.
How you doing? Oh
I
my
thought so
fucking.
myself, until last
Dude,
night.
we're good.
I thought I had a
Oh my fucking god,
follower,
bro. Oh, I
but
shouldn't have even
followed you,
eaten during
my
then.
lad. His voice was cool and perhaps a little.
You said block, right?
Yes, block, not chunk. Thank you.
Aaron did not know what to
Oh
say.
my god, dude.
He was indeed completely confused. He
Hell
had thought that his
fucking
fault
yeah, I
of falling
almost
into sleep or
died.
trance on guard could scarcely
Thank you very much,
be atoned by
Fun
his
Cat, for
feat
doing
of
that. I
drawing off the
appreciate it.
robbers from Sparrowhawk. It now appeared that the latter had been a silly act, whereas going into trance at the wrong moment had been wonderfully clever. I am sorry, my lord, he said at last, his lips rather stiff and the need to cry not easily controlled again, that I failed you. And you
Okay.
have saved my
I'll
life,
open
Dash.
it, but not go out
And you might,
yet.
maybe, said the mage harshly. Who knows? They might have slit my throat when they were done. No more of that, Aaron. I am glad you are with me. He went to their store's box then and lit their little charcoal stove and busied himself with something.
I'll melt
Aaron
some of
lay and
my
watched the
wood
stars
so I can actually
and
get
his
charcoal
emotions
because
cooled and
I
his
have
mind
all
ceased
the wood I
racing.
could need now with being
And
in the
he saw
shaft.
then that what he had done and what he had not
shit.
done were not going to receive judgment from Sparrowhawk. He had done it. Sparrowhawk
I
accepted
do
it
need
as done.
this. I know that I need
do
an
not
iron
punish,
pick too,
he had
but
said,
that's gonna be important. I need the
Cold-voiced
fucking bucket.
to Igra. Neither did he reward. But he had come for Aaron in all haste across the sea,
I am gonna also need
unleashing the
gold
power of his
too, dude.
wizardry for his sake, and he would do so again.
Furnace, where's furnace?
He was to be depended on. He was worth all the love Aaron had for him, and all the trust. For the fact was that he trusted Aaron.
Okay.
What Aaron
That
did
was close.
right.
No problem.
Thank you, thank you.
He
I
came
still
back
do
now,
very much appreciate
handing
it.
Aaron a cup of steaming hot wine. Maybe that'll put you to sleep. Take care, it'll scald your tongue. Where did the wine come from? I never saw a wineskin aboard Dash. There's more in Lukefar than meets the eye, Sparrowhawk said, sitting down again beside him, and Aaron heard him laugh, briefly and almost silently, in the dark. Aaron sat up to drink the wine. It was very good, refreshing body and spirit. He said, "Where are we going now?" "Westward." "Where did you go with Hare?"
These
Into the
stories are very
darkness.
calming in a
I
way
never
too.
lost him,
They're
but he
very,
was
they're
lost.
very. The second one
wandered
was
on the
weird.
outer
The second one really threw
borders,
me off.
in the endless barrens of delirium and nightmare. His soul piped like a bird in those dreary places, like a seagull crying far from the sea. He is no guide. He has always been lost. For all his craft in sorcery, he has never seen the way before him, seeing only himself. Aaron did not understand all of this, nor did he want to understand it, now. He had been
Okay,
drawn a
let's
little way
chill
into
a
that
little bit
darkness
right
of which
here,
wizards
right
spoke,
now.
and he did not want to remember it. It was nothing to do with him.
Or
Indeed,
why
he
not
did
just
not
eat this right now?
want to sleep, lest he see it again in dream and see that dark figure, a shadow, holding out a pearl, whispering, "Come." "My lord," he said, his mind veering away rapidly to another subject. "Why Dash?" "Sleep," said Sparrowhawk with mild exasperation. "I can't sleep, my lord. I wondered why you didn't free the other slaves." "I did. I left none bound on that ship. But Igra's men had weapons. If you had bound them, Dash." If I had bound them. There were but 6. The oarsmen were chained. Slaves, like you.
Oh, what's your
And his men
opinion on
may be
Dip
dead
Slate?
by now,
It's an
or
interesting
chained by the
block. It's
others.
new. I mean,
To be sold as slaves.
I don't think it's
but I left them
like
free to fight
the
for bargain.
greatest thing, but I mean,
am no
it's
slave taker.
it's pretty cool.
But you knew them to be evil men.
I like how they
Dash.
just added more to
Was I
like
to
the
join them
caves.
therefore?
Like I like Deep
To let
Slate
their
how
acts
it
rule
looks
my
with the
own.
big cave systems,
will
but I
not
mean,
make
other than that, it's just like
Their
it's just
choices
kind of
for
there.
them, nor will I let them
It's still
make
pretty
mine
cool
for
though.
me.
I don't hate
Aaron
it.
was silent, pondering this. Presently the mage said, speaking softly, "Do you see, Aaron, how an act is not, as young men think, like a rock that one picks up and throws, and it hits or misses, and that's the end of it. When that rock is lifted, the earth is lighter, the hand that bears it heavier.
I love
is
the
thrown,
frickin' the
Circuits of the stars respond,
way
and where
of
it strikes or
how
falls the universe is changed.
he has changed
On
like,
every
as a
act
character.
the balance of the whole depends. The winds and seas, the powers of water and earth and light, all that these do, and all that the beasts and green things do, is well done, and rightly done. All these act within the equilibrium.
Equilibrium,
From the
there it is
hurricane and the
again.
great whales sounding to the fall of a dry leaf and
Our
the gnat's flight, all they do is done within the balance of
concepts
the whole.
within our book.
But we, insofar as we have power over the world and over one another, we must learn to do what the leaf and the whale and the wind do of their own nature. We must learn to keep balance.
Go
Having
get,
intelligence,
tell him.
We must not act in ignorance.
Go get
Having
him.
choice, we must not act without responsibility. Who am I though I have the power to do it, to punish and reward, playing with men's destinies? But then, the boy said, frowning at the stars, is the balance to be kept by doing nothing?
No.
Surely a man must act, even not knowing all the consequences of his act, if anything is to be done at all? Never fear. It is much easier for men to act than to refrain from acting.
Well,
He
duh.
will
Even doing
continue to
nothing
do
is
good and to do
technically an
evil.
act.
But if there were a king
It's
over us
impossible
all
to do
again,
nothing.
and he sought counsel
Even
of a
if you
mage,
were to
as
like
in the
do
days of
things
old,
just like, oh,
and I
we do
were that
nothing, and then
mage,
you also
I
don't breathe. Technically,
would
not
say to
breathing
him,
is also an
"My lord,
act.
do nothing because it is righteous or praiseworthy or noble to do so. Do nothing because it seems good to do so. Do only that which you must do and which you cannot do in any other way." There was that in his voice which made Urin turn to watch him as he spoke. He thought that the radiance of light
Yeah.
was shining again from his face, seeing the hawk nose and the scarred cheek,
No.
the dark,
Nah, who
fierce
cares?
eyes. And
We'll
Urin
let
looked
that
at
be.
him
Alright.
with love,
That was so
but also
fucking
with
close.
fear,
Why?
thinking, he is too far above me.
I mean, the deep slate
as he
varies
gazed,
as well. I personally
He became
love the
aware at
deep
last
slate
that it
as
was
a
no
couple
mage
of
light,
deep slate.
no cold glory of wizardry, that
and the deep
lay
slate ones
shadowless
just
on
like
every
I
line
just
and
think they
flame
do.
of
They
the
do
man's
look cool.
face,
I just
but
don't
like
think I have like a
itself.
big opinion on them.
Morning,
They're
the
there,
common
but I
light of
mean,
day.
they're not really like anything
There was a
I'm
power
like
greater than the
crazy
mages.
over.
And the years had been no kinder to Sparrowhawk than to any man. Those were lines of age, and he looked tired, as the light grew ever stronger. He
Alright.
yawned. So gazing
Need
and
to get
wondering
my
and
ass a
pondering,
moving
Urin
now.
fell asleep at last. But Sparrowhawk sat by him watching the dawn come and the sun rise, even as one might study a treasure for something gone amiss in it, a jewel flawed, a child.
I might just
Sick.
honestly divert
Sea
from this,
dreams.
but I do need
Late in
wood.
the morning, Sparrowhawk took the mage wind from the
I
sail
should
and
take the
let
time
his
to make an axe.
boat go
Just
by
like
the
a
world's
wooden
wind,
one.
which blew softly to the south and west. Far off to
Yeah, I could make
the
a
right,
stone axe.
the hills
That's
of
fine.
southern Wadort slipped away and fell behind, growing blue and small, like misty waves above the waves. Urin woke. The sea basked in the hot, gold noon, endless water under endless light. In the stern of the boat, Sparrowhawk sat naked except for a loincloth and a kind of turban made from sailcloth. He was singing softly, striking his palms on the thwart as if it were a drum, in a light, monotonous rhythm. The song he sang was no spell of wizardry, no chant, or deed of heroes or
chest.
kings, but a lilting drone of nonsense words, such as a boy might sing as he herded goats through the long, long afternoons of summer, in the high hills of Gaunt,
Weird.
alone. From the sea's surface a fish leapt up and glided through the air for many yards. On
Those
stiff,
are
shimmering
oh
veins like the
shit.
wings of dragonflies. We're in the south reach.
There's
Sparrowhawk
definitely a
said when his
spawner
song
over
was
there
done.
somewhere.
A
Red.
strange part of the world, where
More
the fish
coal,
fly
hell
and the
yeah.
dolphins sing, they say. But the water's mild for swimming, and I have an understanding with the sharks. Wash the touch of the slave taker from you. Urin was sore in every muscle and loath to move at first. Also he was an unpracticed swimmer, for the seas of inlet are bitter. so
Bruh,
that one
dumbass
must
doesn't know how
fight
to
with
swim.
them rather than swim
Do I
in
need
them and
iron?
be
I
soon
need
exhausted.
iron ore to get that, don't I?
This
Yeah.
bluer sea was cold at first plunge, then delightful. Aches dropped away from him.
That's just how swimming
He
is.
thrashed by. Lukfar's sighed like a young sea serpent. Spray flew up in fountains. Sparrowhawk joined him, swimming with a firmer stroke. Docile and protective.
Yeah, he almost
Luke
drowned a
forwarded
few
for them,
times.
white-winged on the
Friggin',
shining water.
I'd assume that Aaron knows how
A
to.
fish
that
leapt from
Get
it.
knows how to drown.
Sea to air, Urin pursued it, it dived, leapt up again, swimming in air, flying in the sea, pursuing him. Golden and supple, the boy played and basked in the water and the light until the sun touched the sea. And dark and spare, with the economy of gesture and the terse strength of age, the man swam, and kept the boat on course, and rigged up an awning of sailcloth, and watched the swimming boy and the flying
Ooh,
fish
here we
with
go. This is more of the stuff I
an
need.
impartial tenderness.
Which also means
Where are
that
we
above, there's
Urin
more.
asked in the late dusk, after eating largely of Salt meat and hard bread, and already sleepy again. Lorbanery, Sparrowhawk replied, and the soft syllables formed the last word. Urin heard that night, so that his dreams of the early night wove themselves about it. He dreamed he was walking in drifts of soft, pale-colored stuff, shreds, and threads of pink and gold and azure, and felt a foolish pleasure, someone told.
Took advantage of every
These are
tiny
the
little
silk
bit
fields
of
of Lorbanery,
something I could
where it
get
never gets
to
dark.
not need to
But later,
use
in
my
the fat
better
end of
resources.
night, when the stars of
Hello.
autumn shone in the sky of spring, he
There we
dreamt
go.
that he was in a
I don't know
ruined
how you
house.
didn't blow up that torch.
It was dry there. Everything was dusty, and festooned
Whoa.
with ragged, dusty webs. Urin's legs were tangled in the webs, and they
Okay.
drifted across his
Weird.
mouth and nostrils, stopping his breath. And the worst horror of it was that he knew the high, ruined room was that hall where he had breakfasted with the masters, in the great house on Rogue. He woke all in dismay, his heart pounding, his legs cramped against a thwart. He sat up, trying to get away from
So
the evil
weird.
dream. In the east there was not
It's
yet
just a
light.
deep sleep. Also kind of
but a
looks like an
delusion of
observable
darkness.
life, which is also
The
which is
mastery,
strange.
the
Gold
sail,
is the only
still
ore
tucked to
that
the
you
northeast.
can't mine with the same materials. Yeah.
glimmered high and faint
That
above
does
him.
suck. That
In the stern
literally
his companions
that goes
slept.
against what
Sound
science
and
actually
silent.
says for with it. It says
Urin lay
that
down again
a
and dozed
stone can
till
actually
clear
be
day woke
scratched
him.
by
This day the
a
sea was bluer and quieter than he had
block
ever
of
imagined
itself
it could be.
or higher. I don't know
Water so
exactly what
mild
it's called,
and clear
but
that swimming in it was half
again,
like gliding or floating.
to have it be
Upon
inaccurate
air,
like that,
strange
it
was
gets
and
annoying.
dreamlike. In the noontime he asked, "Do wizards make much account of dreams?" Sparrowhawk was fishing. He watched his line attentively. After a long time he said, "Why? I wondered if there's ever truth in them. Surely. Do they foretell truly?" But the mage had a bite, and
Did I
10 minutes
leave
later,
my
when
fucking-
he had
my
landed their
God.
lunch,
I leave my
splendid silver blue sea base, the question was clean forgotten. In the afternoon as they lazed under the awning rigged to give shelter from the imperious
I'm
sun,
dumb.
Urin asked, "What do we seek in Lorbanery?" "That which we seek," said
fucking hate
Sparrowhawk.
this thing, dude.
"In Inland," said
Why?
Urin after a
Stop
while, "we
this
have a
thing.
story about the boy whose
Come on.
schoolmaster was a stone." "Aye. What did he learn?" "Not to ask questions." Sparrowhawk snorted, as if suppressing a laugh, and sat up. "Very well,"
Oh my god.
he
That was the only
said.
addition to.
"Though I prefer
sucks.
to save talking
The
till I
only
know
good
what I'm
thing
talking about."
golden tools is efficiency,
Why is
with lack of durability.
there no
just
more
isn't worth
magic
it.
No,
Hordes
I
and
get
in
gold. I
garbage
wanted to
and
get
baby.
gold for
Throughout all the reaches?
what's it called?
That's what we seek to learn, is it not?
Getting
Yes. Do you know the old saying,
Keglin
rules change
trading,
in the
but
reaches?
I don't know how worth it that's
Seamen
gonna be.
use it,
We'll see.
But
I do need
it is a
another
wizard's
fortress,
saying,
and I
it
just
means
need
that
more
wizardry
iron in
itself
general.
depends
is
on
all
place.
for right now.
A true
I just need to be down
spell
in
on
caves
rope may
for a
be mere
little
words
bit
on
more.
Iffish. The language of the making is not everywhere remembered, here one word, there another. And the weaving of spells is itself interwoven with the earth and the water, the winds, and the fall of light of the place where it is cast. I once sailed far into the east, so far that neither wind nor water heeded my command, being ignorant of their true names.
There we go.
Or more likely it was I who was ignorant. The world is very large, the open sea going on past all knowledge, and there are worlds beyond the world. Over these abysses of space and in the long extent
Come on. There.
of time, I doubt whether any word that can be spoken would bear, everywhere and forever, its weight of meaning and its power, unless it were that
I was
first
going to say,
word,
did I use my stone
which
axe? Where
Seagoe
the fuck
spoke,
did it go?
making all, or the final word, which has not been nor will be spoken until all things are unmade. So, even within this world of art,
The fuck?
Earth
Give me
Sea,
this back.
the little
Oh
islands
my
that
god.
we know, there are differences and mysteries and
Bruh.
changes. And the place least known and fullest of mysteries is the South Reach. Few wizards of the inner lands have come among these people. They do not welcome wizards, having, so it is believed, their own kinds of magic. But the
There's so
rumors
many
of these are
skeleton
vague, and
sounds,
it may
bro.
be that the art magic was never well known there, nor fully understood. If so, it would be easily undone by one who set himself to the undoing of it, and sooner weakened than our wizardry of the inner lands. And then we might hear tales of the failure of magic in the south. For discipline is the channel in which our acts run strong and deep,
Oh my
where
fucking.
there is no direction, the deeds of men run shallow and wander and are wasted. So that fat
There's
woman of the
that.
mirrors has lost her art and thinks she never had it. And so Hare takes his Hazia and thinks he has gone farther than the greatest mages go, when he has barely entered the fields of dream and is already
So
lost.
many skeletons over there,
But
bro.
where is it that he thinks he goes? What is it he looks for? What is it that has swallowed up his wizardry? We have had enough of Fort Town, I think, so we go farther south, to Lorbanery, to see what the wizards do there, to find out what it is that we must find out. Does that answer you? Yes, but dash. Then let the stone be still a while, said the mage. And he sat by the mast in the
Buckaroo, get ahead out.
yellowish,
See you later.
glowing shade of the
Rough
awning and
Force
looked out
might
to
be
sea,
better if
to the
you need
west,
Ender
as the
Pearls.
Yeah, Warforce. Yes,
boat
I will
sailed
also look
softly
there.
southward through the afternoon.
I'll look more also
He
in the
sat erect
overworld
and
when
still.
I am up there. Obviously, taking any
Hours
opportunity
passed.
I can, but
Urin swam a couple of times, slipping quietly into the water from the stern of the boat, for he did
we
not
will
like to
see.
cross the line of that dark gaze which, looking west over the sea, seemed to see far beyond the bright horizon line. Beyond the blue of air, beyond the boundaries of light. Sparrowhawk came back from his silence at last and spoke, though not more than a word at a time. Urin's upbringing had made him quick to sense mood. Disguised by courtesy or by reserve, he knew his companion's heart was heavy. He asked no more questions, and in the evening he said, "If I sing, will it disturb your thoughts?" Sparrowhawk replied with an effort at joking, "That depends upon the singing." Urin sat with his back against the mast and sang. His voice was no longer high and sweet as when the music master of the Hall of Birla had trained it years ago, striking the harmonies
yeah,
on
he's
his
a
tall
man
harp.
now.
Nowadays
Can't
the higher
sing.
tones of it were
Sucks.
husky, and the deep tones had the resonance of a viol, dark and clear. He sang the lament for the white enchanter, that song which Elfaran made when she knew of Mord's death and waited for her own. Not often is that song sung, nor lightly. Sparrowhawk listened to the young voice, strong, sure, and sat between the red sky and the sea,
There
and
we
the
go.
tears came into his eyes, blinding.
Don't need
Urin was
redstone.
silent for a while after that song, then he began
Don't
to
care
sing lesser,
for it.
lighter
Gamer girl,
tunes, softly,
where you
beguiling the great
been,
monotony of windless air and heaving
What?
sea and
Yo,
failing
welcome
light,
on
as night
into
came
the
on.
stream. What the
When
fuck?
he ceased to sing, everything was still, the wind down, the waves small, wooden rope barely creaking. The sea lay
Bitch.
hushed, and over it the stars came out one by one. Piercing
Looking
bright
rather
to the south, a
familiar.
yellow light
Looking a
appeared
little
in Sete.
sussy.
Shower and splintering of gold across the water. Look. A beacon. Then after a minute, can it be a star? Sparrowhawk gazed at it a while and
I need a
finally said,
pool of
"I think
lava.
it must be the star.
In order to go to the nether.
Go
Ooh,
Barden.
hello.
It can be seen only in the south reach."
I do
Go
need
Barden
this
means
iron
crown.
in order to get iron armor before
Karember
I
Merok
fucking
taught us
kill
that
myself.
sailing still
by
farther
accident.
south would
Another
bring
update
one
is
by
still definitely my favorite.
Yeah, oh, it
8 more
added the
stars
most,
clear of the
100%.
horizon under Go
Like,
Barden, making
I
a
love
great
caves. They could have done a
constellation.
little bit more,
Some
but
say
they
of a
did
running
they did an
man,
excellent
others
job.
say of the
Nether
Rune
was still the greatest thing. And
Rune
anybody who thinks that the Nether is
They
too
watched it
hard
clear the
is a
restless sea
baby.
horizon and shine forth
Just
steadily.
you gotta be okay with dying
You sang
sometimes. I
Alfaran's
died
song,
in the
Sparrowhawk
freaking
said,
deeper
as if he knew her
caves.
grief,
So
and
it happens. Shit
You
happens.
made me know it too. Of
Games
all
are
the
supposed to be
histories of
hard.
Earthsea
Deal with it.
That one has
It's kind of the
always
point.
held me most.
Ah.
The great courage of Lord against despair, and Sarat, who was born beyond despair, the gentle king,
Oh.
and her, Elfaran. When I did the
There we go.
greatest evil I have ever done, it was to her beauty that I thought I turned, and I saw her for a moment. I saw Elfaran. A cold thrill went up Urin's back. He swallowed and sat silent, looking at the splendid, baleful, topaz yellow star. Which of the heroes is yours? The mage asked, and Urin answered with a little hesitancy, Thokby. Because he was the greatest? Because he might have ruled all Earthsea, but chose not to, and went on alone.
Good on
And died
him,
alone,
dude.
fighting the dragon ORM on the shore of Solidor. They sat a while, each following his own thoughts, and then Urin
I
asked,
need to go
still
and find this.
watching Yellow Go Barden,
crap.
is it true, then, that the dead can be brought back into life and made to speak to living souls, by magery? By the spells of summoning. It is in our power. But it is seldom done, and I doubt that it is ever wisely done. In this the Master Summoner agrees with me. He does not use or teach the lore of Peln, in which such spells are contained. The greatest of them were made by one called the Grey Mage of Peln, 1,000 years ago. He summoned up the spirits of the heroes and mages, even
Yeah. Here we go.
Thokby, to give counsel to the lords of Peln in their
Now
wars
what
and
do you
government.
do?
But the counsel of the dead is not profitable to the living. Peln came on evil
I need water.
times, and the Grey Mage was driven forth. He died nameless. Is it a wicked thing, then, I should call it a misunderstanding, rather. A misunderstanding of life. Death and life are the same thing, like the two sides of my hand, the palm and the back. And still the palm and the back are not the same. They can be neither separated, nor mixed. Then no one uses those spells now? I have known only one man who used them freely, not reckoning their risk. 4. They are risky, dangerous, beyond any other majory. Death and life are like the two sides of my hand, I said, but the truth is we do not know what life is or what death is. To claim power over what you do not understand is not wise, nor is the end of it likely to be good.
This is legit. I just went in a fucking circle, dude. I just went in a complete fucking circle.
He had not found Sparrowhawk so willing to answer questions before, in this quiet, thoughtful mood. Both of them were consoled by their talk, dark though the subject of it was.
I mean, just need a
He
freaking
lived in
bit.
Havner.
I know most
They accounted
people
him a mere sorcerer,
around
but
the
in
world
native
probably
power.
can't relate,
He
but
was a
last
great
year
mage.
was the best year of my life.
He made money
I
from his
actually
art,
also
showing
agree.
any
You will
who paid him
find that a
whatever
friend of
spirit they
mine,
asked to see, dead wife or
AKMotions or
husband or
Landon,
child, filling his
he's
house
also finding that
with unquiet
these
shadows
times
of old
are
centuries,
some of the best.
fair women of the
Obviously,
days of the kings.
aside from all the stuff that's
Saw
going
him somewhat
on
from the dry land, my own old
for
master
people
who was
individually,
archmage
is that
in my youth,
the stuff
Nemeril,
to us
for a mere trick to
specifically is
entertain
just
the
like
idle.
it's
And
it's
that
been
great
going
soul
good, honestly.
came at his call,
Can't
like a dog to
really
heel. I was angry and challenged him. I was
make
not.
pity
Archmage
in saying,
then,
oh,
saying,
it
"You
was
compel the
bad
dead to come
when
into
it
your
wasn't.
house.
Like,
Will
we're
you
not fishing for
come with me to theirs?" And I
sad
made him go with me
thoughts
into
or
the dry
anything like
land,
that.
though. He fought me with all his will and changed his shape and wept aloud when nothing else would do. "So you killed him?" Urin whispered, enthralled. "No. I made him follow me into the land of the dead, and return with me from it. He was afraid.
Whoa, what the
He
fuck?
who summoned the dead to him so easily was more afraid of death of his own death, than any man I ever knew. At the wall of stones. But I tell you more than a novice ought to know. And you're not even a novice." Through the dusk the keen eyes returned Urin's gaze for a moment, a boss hing. Him. "No matter,"
I need
said the
fucking
archmage.
water, dude.
"There is a wall of stones, then, at a certain place on the bourne. Across it the spirit goes at death, and across it a living man may go and return again,
Water.
if he is of
Water,
age.
dude.
By the wall of stones this
Cool. Still
man
need
crouched
water.
down, on the side of the living, and tried to withstand my will. And could not. He clung to the stones with his hands and cursed
Water.
and screamed. I have never seen a fear like that. It sickened me with its own sickness.
Okay.
I should have known by that
Here
that
we
I did
go.
wrong.
Now we're making progress.
I was possessed by anger and by vanity. For he was very strong, and I was eager to prove that I was stronger.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do afterward when you came back? Groveled, and swore never to use the Polnish lore again, kissed my hand and would have killed me if he dared. He went from Havner into the west, to Peln. Perhaps, I heard years later that he had died. He was white-haired when I knew him, though long-armed and quick like a wrestler. What made me fall to talking of him? I cannot even bring to mind his name. His true name.
What's his
No.
true name? Wait,
That I can remember. Then he paused,
Is he
and
talking
for
about
the
the-
space of 3
talk about the
heartbeats was
dragon.
utterly still. They called him Cobb and Havner, he said in a
Cobb and
changed,
Havner.
careful voice. It had grown too dark for expression to be seen. Urin saw him turn and look at the yellow star, now higher above the waves and casting across them a broken trail of gold as slender as a spider's thread. After a long silence he said, "It's not only in dreams, you see, that we find ourselves facing what is yet to be and what was long forgotten, and speaking what seems nonsense because we will not see its meaning. Lorbanery. Seen across 10
Here we
miles
go.
of sunlit water, Lorbanery was green, green as the bright
Oh wait, it was right here.
moss by a fountain's rim.
This is what I set
Nearby,
up. There we go.
it broke up into leaves, and tree trunks, and shadows,
Perfect.
and roads, and houses, and the faces
Okay.
and clothing of people,
Let's set up
and
base.
and all that goes to make up an island inhabited by men. Yet still, overall, it was green, for every acre of it that was not built or walked upon was given up to the low, round-topped
There we
ruba
go.
trees,
Now we're getting
on the
shit.
leaves of which feed
And I
the
hope
little
New
worms
Zealand
that
opens borders as
spin
soon
the
as
silk
like
that is made
better.
into thread
It's
and woven
hard
by the men and
through
women
a
and
relation with someone
children of
overseas.
Lorbanery.
When I spend time with them being
At dusk the
overseas,
air there is full
fallen
of small
overseas
gray bats who feed
before in
On the
Love
little
1
worms.
by law
They eat
isn't
many,
allowed in your
but are
country.
suffered
Yeah.
to do so and are not killed.
Tough stuff like that does
By the
definitely
silk
stop.
weavers,
Does
who indeed
definitely
account
suck.
it a deed
So
of very
I
evil omen
definitely
to kill
do
them. Grey-winged
have
bats.
concern for those who
For if human
are more
beings
like
live
that
off the worms,
in those kind of
they
positions.
say, surely small. Bats have the right to do so. The houses were curious, with little windows set randomly,
So it's
and
gonna be a
thatches
long
of
process, but I mean, hey, it will
twigs,
be
all
good.
green with moss and lichens. It had been a wealthy isle, as isles of the reach go, and this was still to be seen in the well-painted and well-furnished houses, in the great spinning wheels and
I don't
looms in
have
the
flint and
cottages
steel
and
yet, but we can easily probably
work
find
sheds,
gravel
and
somewhere.
in the stone piers of the little harbor of Sosura, where several trading galleys might have docked. But there were no galleys in the harbor. The paint on the houses was faded, there was no new furniture, and most of the wheels and looms were still, with dust on them, and spider webs between pedal
Boom.
and pedal, between warp and frame. Sorcerers? Said the mayor of Sosura village, a short man with a face as hard and brown as the solace of his bare feet. There's no sorcerers in Lorbanery. Nor ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd have thought it? Said Sparrowhawk admiringly. He was sitting with 8 or 9 of the villagers, drinking herbaberry wine, a thin and bitter vintage. He had of necessity told them that he was in the South Reach hunting Emelstone, but he had in no way disguised himself or his companion, except
So you just
Veteran
need to
had
put it
left
there.
his sword hidden in the boat, as usual, and if Sparrowhawk had his staff about him it was not to be seen. The villagers had been sullen and hostile at first and were disposed to turn sullen and hostile again at any moment. Only Sparrowhawk's adroitness and authority had forced a grudging acceptance
I just need to put
from them.
2
Wonderful men with
right
trees
here.
you must have here,
So we should
he
go
said
like
now.
this.
What do they do about a late frost on the orchards? Nothing, said a skinny man at the end of the row of villagers. They all sat in a line with their backs against the inn wall, under the eaves of the thatch. Just past.
Okay.
Their bare
I had
feet the
a
large,
mini heart
soft
attack right
rain
there.
of April
It
pattered on
slipped
the
a
earth.
little.
Rain's the peril, not frost, the mayor said. Rots the worm cases. No man's
Just 2 more.
going to stop rain falling. Nor ever did. He was belligerent about sorcerers and sorcery. Some of the others seemed more wistful on the subject. Never did used to rain this time of year, one of them said, when the
get
old
in
fellow
there.
was alive.
You can light portals using lava
Old
and
mild-
wood.
Yes, you're right. You
Well,
are completely
he's
right.
not alive.
Actually, I might try that.
He's dead.
I do
said
know what
the
you
mayor.
mean by using
Used to call
the
him the orcharder. the
wood,
skinny
which
man
could be
said.
burned, and then a
I
flame could be
called him
put
the
on the spot. Yes.
Orcharder,
It's
said
not
another one.
the most likely,
Silence
but again,
descended,
I
like
don't
the
think
rain.
it's the most necessary.
Inside
I
the
think
window
it-
of the one-roomed inn
Oh
sat.
fuck! No,
He had found
I
an old
forgot.
lute
Damn it!
hung on the
No,
wall, a
I
long
forgot.
necked,
I forgot.
three-stringed
Oh,
lute such as they
fuck.
play in the aisle
Ah
of silk,
shit!
and he was playing with it now,
Oh,
learning to draw its
fuck.
music from it, not
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
much louder
Oh,
than the
I'm
patter
gonna
of the
find
rain on the
fucking
thatch.
water now. I forgot
in the
about
markets
that.
in Hort Town, said Sparrowhawk. I saw stuff sold as silk of Lorbanery. Some of it was silk, but none of it was silk
in the
of
meantime, could
Lorbanery.
you write down
The seasons have
the
been
block
poor,
that's
said
right
the skinny
here?
man.
That
4
would be
years,
much appreciated.
5 years.
So you can-
Now.
What the fuck?
5 years it is since Fallow's Eve, said an old man in a munching, self-satisfied
God
voice.
damn it.
Since old Mildy died, I die he did, and not near the age I am. Died on Fallow's Eve he did. Scarcity puts up the prices, said the
Oh,
mayor.
dude.
For 1 bolt
That
of semi-fine
sucks.
blue deed we get now what we used to get for 3 bolts. If we get it. Where's the ships? And the blue's false, said the skinny man, thus bringing on a half-hour argument concerning the quality of the dyes they used in the great work sheds. Who makes the dyes? Sparrowhawk asked, and a new hassle broke out. The
It's probably gonna be a dead
upshot
end,
of
but
it was
I
that
don't
the whole
care. I'll
process
try
of
it.
dyeing had been overseen by
Could
a family
find some fucking water.
who, in fact, called themselves
Come on,
wizards.
please.
But if they ever had been wizards they
Please have
had
water.
lost their art, and
There's a
nobody else had
light.
found it, as the skinny man remarked. Sourly. For they all agreed, except the mayor, that the famous blue dyes of Lorbanery and the unmatchable crimson, the dragon's fire, worn by queens in Havner long ago, were not what they had been. Something had gone out of them. The unseasonable rains were at fault, or the dye earths, or the refiners. Or
Could find some
the eyes,
flint right
said the
here.
skinny man, of men who couldn't tell the true azure from blue mud, and he glared at the mayor. The mayor did not take up the challenge. They
There's
fell
some-
silent again.
Okay,
The thin
there's
wine
some
seemed
water,
only to
dude.
acidify their tempers, and their faces looked glum.
Water, water.
There was no
water,
sound
water,
now but the
water,
rustle
water.
of rain
Please
on
don't
the
be lava.
uncountable leaves of the
I think that's lava.
orchards of
I
the
think
valley,
that-
and the whisper of the sea down at the end of the stream, and the
This
murmur of the
sucks.
lute
I
in the darkness within
fucked it
doors.
up.
Can he sing, that girlish lad of yours? Asked the mayor. Aye, he can sing. Arin. Sing a measure for us, lad. I cannot get this lute to play out of the minor, said Arin at the window. Smiling. It wants to weep. What would you hear, my hosts? Something new, growled the mayor. The lute thrilled a little, he had the touch of it already. This might be new here, he said. Then he sang. By the white straits of Solia, and the bowed red branches that bent their blossoms over her bowed head, heavy with sorrow for the lost lover. By the red branch and the white branch, and the sorrow unceasing. Do
Blue.
I swear, Sariat, son of my mother and of Mord,
Oh,
to remember the wrong done.
I found the fucking
Forever,
original
forever.
water source, damn it.
They were still, the bitter faces and the shrewd, the hard-whipped hands and bodies.
I found my spawn.
They sat still in the warm rainy southern dusk, and heard that song like the cry of the grey swan of the cold seas of Yea, yearning, bereft. For a while after the song was over they kept still. That's a queer music, said one, uncertainly.
Wow.
Another, reassured as to the absolute centrality of the Isle of Lord
No, wait,
Avery
this
in all
isn't it. This is something else.
time and space, said,
Doesn't matter, I'll take
foreign
the water.
music's always queer and gloomy.
Just
Give us
me
some
it.
of yours, said Sparrowhawk. I'd like to hear a cheery stave. Myself. The lad will always sing of old dead heroes. I'll do that, said the last speaker, and hemmed a bit, and started out to sing. About a lusty, trusty barrel of wine, and a hey, ho, and about we go. But nobody joined him in the chorus, and he went flat on the hey, ho. There's no more proper singing, he said angrily. It's the young people's fault. Always chopping and changing the way things are done, and not learning the old songs.
Yeah, fucking
It's not
old
that,
dude being
said the
like,
skinny
oh,
man.
it's not
There's
like
no more
my
proper
generation.
anything. Nothing
The cliches.
goes right anymore. I, we's the oldest one, the luck's run out. That's what. The luck's run out. After that there was
Will I
not much
find
to
my
say.
way back? Who the
The
fuck
villagers
knows?
departed
We'll
by
see.
twos and threes. Until
We'll try.
Sparrowhawk was left alone outside the window and Arin inside it. And then Sparrowhawk laughed, at last.
Did you put
But
down
it
the
was
chords?
not a merry laugh.
Negative. Okay, good. Thank you.
The innkeeper's shy wife came and spread out beds for them on the floor and
Negative, so you need to go to
went
the
away,
left.
and they lay down to sleep.
And 46.
But the high rafters of the room weren't.
So a little bit more that
A
way.
boat of bats.
Okay.
In and
So
out
maybe
the
go this
unglazed
way.
window the bats flew all night long, chittering very high. Only at dawn did they all return and settle, each composing itself in a little, neat, grey package hanging from a rafter upside down. Perhaps it was the restlessness of the bats that made Arin's sleep uneasy. It was many nights now since he had slept ashore. His body was not used to the immobility of earth and insisted to him as he fell asleep that he was rocking, and then the world would fall out from underneath him and he would wake with a great start.
That's fine.
When
I
at
can
last
just
he got
break
to
this
sleep,
pickaxe and
he
then
dreamed
just
he was
go into
chained
the
in
iron.
the hold of the slaver's ship. There were others chained with him, but they were
It's all good.
all dead.
Oh.
He woke from this dream more than once, struggling to get free of it, but falling to sleep at
Not a
once
good
re-entered
dream.
it.
I would definitely say.
At last it seemed to
You
him
should
that he was all
consider getting a shield
alone
up
on
your
the ship, but
Yeah,
still chained so that
I've
he
just
could
never
not
been a
move.
shield person. I mean,
Then a curious,
I should use it a bit more,
slow voice
but I mean,
spoke in his ear. Loose
I
your
don't know,
bonds.
I've just never
it
really
said.
done that. I think I've just always
Loose
been a
your
map
bonds.
person, but
He
even though since I don't have a map, I
tried
guess
to
it
move
should
then,
be good
and
just
move.
to get a
He
shield.
stood up. He was on some vast, dim moor, under a heavy sky. There was horror in the earth and in the thick air,
and
an
the other
enormity.
chord was
Negative 47,
horror.
so I just need to go down
This
more.
place was fear itself, and he was in it, and there were no paths. He must find the way, but there were no paths, and he was tiny, like a child, like an ant, and the place was huge, endless. He tried to walk, stumbled, woke. The fear was inside him, now that he was awake, and he was not inside it, yet it was no less huge and endless. He felt choked by the black darkness of the room, and looked for stars in the dim square that was the window, but though the rain had ceased there were no stars. He lay awake and was afraid, and the bats flew in and out on noiseless leather wings. Sometimes he heard their thin voices at the very limit of his hearing. The morning came bright, and they were early up. Sparrowhawk inquired, earnestly for Emelstone. Though
Bro,
none of the townsfolk
I barely
knew
even
what
fucking saw
Emelstone
that.
was, they all had theories about it and quarreled over them, and he listened. Though he listened for news of something other than Emelstone. At last he and Urin took away that the mayor suggested to them, toward the quarries where the blue dye earth was dug. But on the way Sparrowhawk turned aside.
Close.
This will be the house, he said. They said that that family of dyers and discredited magicians' lives on this road.
What is
Is it
up?
any use to talk to
Dude,
them?
a lot of people are showing. A lot of new
Considering,
people are just showing up
remembering
on
all
here.
too well.
Welcome on in. Welcome
There
on
is a
into
center
the
to this bad
stream.
luck, said the mage,
At least I'm
harshly.
not telling you to
There is a
fetch a
place
totem.
Yeah, I know.
where the luck
Hey,
runs out.
while you're doing your speed
I
run,
need a
could
guide
you
to that
go,
place.
you know, just take on a
And he went
whole
on,
entire
and
one of those just stupid
Urin
fucking
must
things,
follow.
you know, just
The
won't be that
house stood
hard.
apart among its own
Where are we
orchards,
going?
a fine building of
Yeah,
stone,
this way.
but it
Won't be that
and all
hard.
its
Just,
acreage
just,
had
just
gone
grab
long
one really
uncared
quick
for.
while you're at it.
Cocoons
Yeah,
of
wouldn't be
UNG
that
silk
hard.
worms
It'll be easy.
hung
It's
distorted among
fine.
the ragged branches, and
Here
the ground
we
beneath was
are.
thick,
We are back.
with a papery litter of dead grubs and
Okay.
moths. All about the house under the
Okay,
set trees
here
there
we
hung an odor of
go.
decay, and as they came to
On
it,
my mama, we
suddenly
lit,
remembered the
dude.
horror that
Okay,
had been on him
so
in the night.
what I'm wanting to do
before
is
they
I do
reached the
want
door, it was flung
one
open.
piece of each
Out charged a gray-haired
article
woman,
of
glaring
this.
with reddened eyes and shouting, "Out! Curse you, thieves!
And
Slanderers,
then
blackwits, liars,
inventory,
and misbegotten
get
fools!
this. There we go.
Get out, out, go!" The oath.
Do I
Chance
want
be on you
that?
forever.
I'll just take the sword. Who cares?
Sparrowhawk
It's fine.
stopped,
Go like that.
looking somewhat
Went from
amazed,
stone
and
to
quickly raised
diamond
his
for
hand.
sword.
In a curious
And
gesture.
then, we don't
He
have
said
it. I
one
could have
word,
gone for the
a
pick
bird.
and then made the sword, but
But then the woman
it's,
stopped
it's
yelling.
fine.
She stared
We
at him.
can get
Why did
some
you
other
do that?
stuff. But
To
we
turn your
need
curse aside.
more.
She stared a while longer and said at
We
last,
do need this.
hoarsely, "Foreigners from the
There
north."
we go.
She came forward.
That's a good progress.
At
Let's
first
throw
Urin
away
had
the
been
stuff that we
inclined to
are
laugh at
sure
her,
we
an
do
old
not need.
woman
Let's actually
screeching
put
on
the
her
chest
doorstep,
down.
but close to her he felt only shame. She was
Diamond,
foul
this,
and ill-clothed,
this.
and her breath stank, and her eyes
I
had a
thought
terrible
they were
stare
just
of
saying breasts. I'm like, what?
pain.
I'm sorry, huh?
"I have no power to curse," she said. "No power."
Feathers.
She imitated Sparrowhawk's
arrows.
gesture. "They still do that, where you come from." He nodded. He
That's
watched her
fine.
steadily, and she returned his gaze. Presently her face began to work and change, and she said, "Where's the stick?"
We don't really.
I do not show it here,
I
sister.
guess.
I guess I'm gonna leave
No,
this.
you should
Bye bye.
not.
Well, welcome
It
on
will
in
keep you
and
from
See you
life.
later, I guess.
Like
Thank you
my
for tuning
power
in while you're here.
kept me from life. So I lost it. I lost all the
Okay,
things
let's
I knew,
hope that
all
we
the
can
words
maybe
and
have a good
names.
spawn though. We'll
They came.
hope on that.
By little strings like spider webs out of my eyes and mouth. There is a hole in the world.
We're gonna go
and the
on
light is
in.
running
We're
out
gonna
of it,
see.
And the words go
We're
with
gonna
the
hope
light.
for a good ass
you.
spawn.
Know that? My son sits staring all day at the dark, looking for the hole in
Oh
the
my fudge, bro!
He says he would see better if he were blind.
Holy crap!
He has lost his hand as a
See,
dyer.
that's not the full. That's not.
We were the dyers of Lorbanery. Look.
Dude, not
She shook before them
ideal
her
for spawn. I mean, we do get some
muscular,
piglin
thin
action.
arms, stained to the shoulder
early.
with a faint, streaky mixture of
Dude.
ineradicable dyes.
Glad thing,
never comes
good
off the
thing we
skin,
have our
she
blocks.
said, but the mind washes.
Damn, dude,
Clean.
this is not good.
It won't hold the
This
colors.
is not the best.
Who are you? Sparrowhawk said nothing. Again his eyes held the woman's, and Erin, standing aside, watched uneasily. All at once she trembled and said in a whisper, "I know thee dash. I like knows like, sister." It was strange to see how she pulled away from the mage in terror, wanting to flee him, and yearned toward him as if to kneel at his feet. He took her hand and held her. "Would you have your power back, the skills, the names? I can give you that. You are the great man," she whispered. "You are the king of the shadows."
Well, I guess
the
piglins it isn't.
Lord
Well,
of the
yeah,
dark place
but I
dash.
mean, I could
I am
find a
not.
warped as well. Oh my
I am no
gosh.
king. I am a man, a mortal, your brother and your like. But you will not die. I will. But you will come back and live forever. Not I. Nor any man. Then you are not the great one in the darkness, she said, frowning, and
Oh, he is.
looking at him a little askance, with less fear. But you are a great one. Are there too? What is your name? Sparrowhawk's stern face softened a moment. I cannot tell you that, he said. Gently. I'll tell you a secret, she said. She stood straighter now,
her real
facing
name.
him, and there was the echo of an old dignity in her voice and bearing. I do not want to live. And live and live forever. I would rather have back the names of things. But they are all gone.
No.
Names don't matter now. There are no more secrets. Do you want to know my name? Her eyes filled with light, her fists clenched, she leaned forward and whispered, My name is AKMotions.
Well,
Then she screamed aloud. AKMotions. AKMotions.
she's
My name is AKMotions.
nuts.
Now they all know my secret name, my true name, and there are no secrets, and there is no truth, and there is no death. She screamed the word sobbing, and spittle flew from her lips.
Dude, she's
Be
nuts.
still, AKMotions. She was still. Tears ran down her face, which was dirty, and streaked with locks of her uncombed, gray hair. Sparrowhawk took that wrinkled, tear-blubbered face between his hands and, very lightly, very tenderly, kissed her on the eyes.
Weird.
She stood motionless, her
This book is getting weird.
Then with his lips close to her ear he spoke a little in the old speech, once more kissed
Dude,
her,
weird.
and let her go.
Well, it's
She
been a
opened
while
clear
since
eyes
I
and looked
watched
at him a
Java
while with a
Player.
brooding,
Man, I've been
wondering.
terrified of bridging that.
Yes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah,
So a
I
newborn
was.
child looks at its
I'm not
mother,
fond
so
of
a mother
bridging
looks
this
at
way.
her child. She
I'm not a Java player.
turned
I'm a
slowly
Bedrock
and went to
player.
her door,
This is
entered
my
it,
first
and
time
closed it behind her,
trying to
all
beat
in
Minecraft on Java.
silence, with the still look of wonder on her face.
Okay.
In silence the mage turned and started back toward the road.
This is not
Aaron
good
followed
whatsoever. I'm hoping.
him. He dared ask no question. Presently the mage stopped, there in the rear
There we go.
orchard, and said, I took her name from her and gave her a new one.
Whoa.
And thus, in some sense a rebirth. There was no other help or hope for her.
She's going nuts,
His
dude.
voice was strained and stifled. She was a woman of power, he went on. No mere witch or potion maker, but a woman of art and skill, using her craft for the making of the beautiful, a proud woman in the purple.
Memorize that. I don't
And it
think
is
I'll need
always
that. I think I'll kind of
He
get the
turned
gist of what the
Abruptly away, walked off into the orchard aisles, and there stood beside a tree trunk, his back turned. Urin waited for him in the hot, leaf-speckled sunlight. He knew that Sparrowhawk was ashamed to burden Urin with his emotion, and indeed there was nothing the
That
boy
did
could
not
do or
help
say.
whatsoever.
But his heart went out utterly to his companion, not now with that first romantic ardor and adoration, but painfully, as if a link were drawn forth from the very inmost of it and forged into an unbreaking bond. For in this love he now felt there was compassion, without
Oh, okay, it's fine.
which love is untempered, and is not whole, and does not last. Presently Sparrowhawk returned to him through the green shade of the orchard. Neither said anything, and they went on side by side. It was hot already, last
Ugh.
night's rain had dried, and dust rose under their feet on the road. Earlier the day had seemed dreary and insipid to Urin, as if infected by his dreams. Now he took pleasure in the bite of the sunlight and the relief of shade, and enjoyed walking without brooding about their destination. This was just as well, for they accomplished nothing. The
Yes,
afternoon
this is
was
my
spent
best
in
case.
talking with the men who
Yeah,
mined the divers,
I know.
and
This
bargaining
is
for some bits
this is
of
not great. So,
what
but I
was
don't
said
want to
to be
waste my
Emilstone.
iron.
As they
I don't
trudged
want to be
back
like
to Sosara with the lake.
fucked.
Sun pounding
later
on their
on.
heads and necks, Sparrowhawk remarked, it's blue.
So we're just gonna do the
Malachite,
best
but
we
I
can
doubt they'll know the
do.
difference in Sosara either. They're strange here, Urin said. It's that way with everything,
can't do
they
that.
don't know the difference. Like what one of them
Oh, we
said
do
to
have
the
an
headman
axe. Never
last
mind.
night,
Hang on.
you
Forgot about that.
wouldn't know the true azure from blue mud, they complain about bad times. But they don't know when the bad times began. They say the work's shoddy, but
Shoddy.
They don't improve.
Shoddy's
They
like a
don't even know the
melody
difference
in
between
my.
and spell worker, between handicraft and the art magic.
That was stupid.
It's as if they had no
That was stupid.
lines and distinctions and
That
colors
was the
clear in their
stupidest thing I've
heads.
said.
Everything's the same to
Shoddy's like a
them.
melody.
Everything's gray. I said the mage.
Oh, I'm
thoughtfully.
sorry.
He stalled
Why
too
don't
long
you
for a while.
yeah, I know.
His head
I just started really.
Yeah, I
hunched
know, I
between
know.
his
I
shoulders,
was being
hawk-like.
stupid and I
Though a
completely
short
forgot
man,
I had
he
next.
walked with a long stride.
There we go.
What is it they're missing? Urin said without hesitation, joy in life. I said Sparrowhawk again, accepting Urin's statement and pondering it. For some time. I'm
So
glad,
what we'll
he said
do
at last,
is we can
that
make
you
wooden
can think for
blocks
me,
to
lad.
build with and use
I feel
this, and
tired
also
and stupid.
we can use it
I've
to
been
make a
sick at
few
heart
wooden
since this morning,
pickaxes,
since
just
we
in case
talked
we
to
need
her.
more netherrack and we
Who
just
was AKaren?
actually run out.
I do not like waste and destruction.
However, I think that just
I
using
do
the
not
wooden
want an
blocks will be
enemy.
fine.
If I must have an enemy,
Though we
I do not
cannot.
want to seek him, and find him, and meet him. If one must hunt, the prize should be a treasure, not a
Although
detestable
I don't
thing.
think that this wood actually burns. I
enemy,
think that's the
my
whole
lord.
thing about this type of
Said
freaking
Urin.
tree.
Sparrowhawk nodded. When she talked about the great man, the king of shadows dash. Sparrowhawk nodded again. I think so, he said. I think we must come not only to a place, but to a person. This is evil, evil, what passes on this island, this loss of craft and pride, this joylessness, this waste.
Okay,
This is the work of an evil
let's see what we got.
will. But a will not even bent here, not even noticing a Karen or Lorbanery.
Karen.
Track we
They don't
hunt
have
is
a
track of
Karen in the
wreckage,
world,
as if
huh?
we followed a runaway cart down a
Okay, I'll see
mountainside
myself
and
out.
watched it set off an avalanche.
This is so dumb,
Could
bro.
she, a Karen, tell you more about this enemy, who he is and where he is? Or what he is? Not now, lad, the mage said in a soft but rather bleak voice.
Alrighty.
No doubt she
Here we
could
go.
have.
What is up,
In her
Marcel? How are
madness
you
there was still
doing?
wizardry. Indeed, her madness was her wizardry. But I could not hold her to answer me. She was in too much pain. And he walked on with his head somewhat hunched between his shoulders, as if himself enduring, and longing to avoid, some pain. Urin turned, hearing a scuffle of feet behind them on the road.
Are you guys
A man
friends
was
with the fucking
running after them, a
Piglin
good way off
beast
but
down
catching
there,
up
or what?
fast. The dust of the road end.
I don't know what the fuck you guys
His
are
long,
up to.
wiry hair made aureoles of
Maybe
red
I should
about him
check
in the
over
westering
there
light,
more. I
and
think
his
that would probably be my best bet.
long shadow hopped fantastically along the trunks and aisles of the orchards by.
Stop building on that
road.
block.
Listen. He shouted. Stop. I found it.
There
I
we
found it.
go.
He caught up with them in a rush. Urin's hand went first to the air where his sword hilt might have been, then to the air where his lost knife had been, and then made itself into a fist, all in half a second. He scowled and moved forward.
This is not
The
good.
man was a full head
Please
taller than
follow all
Sparrowhawk,
I
and
recommend not
broad-shouldered,
doing that.
a
Right either.
panting, raving, wild-eyed madman. I found it. He kept
Are you
saying,
fun?
while Urin, trying to dominate him by a stern, threatening voice and attitude, said, "What do you want?" The man tried to get around him. To Sparrowhawk, Urin stepped in front of him again. "You are the dyer of Lorbanery," Sparrowhawk said. Then Urin felt he had been a fool, trying to protect his companion, and he stepped aside, out of the way. For at 6 words from the mage, the madman
Oh shit.
stopped his panting and the clutching gesture of his big, stained hands. His eyes grew quieter. He nodded his head. "I was the dyer," he said, "but now I can't die." Then he looked askance at Sparrowhawk and grinned. He shook his head with its reddish, dusty bush of hair.
Fucking dumbass.
"You took away my mother's name," he said.
Oh my
"Now I
god.
don't know her, and
The request
doesn't know me.
Denied.
she loves me well enough still, but she's left me."
I'm not gonna use my axe for
Jeez.
this because it's not gonna be worth
Dead.
it if I actually want
Urin's
to get
heart
more
contracted, but he saw that Sparrowhawk merely
actual
shook his head.
logs. I'm just gonna grab a few of them
Little.
back.
"No, no," he said, "she's not dead. But she will be. She'll die. That's a consequence of being alive," the mage said.
I think that's
The
just a
dyer
consequence
seemed
in
to
just life in general.
Puzzled
Yeah,
this
being
over for a minute,
alive.
and then came
You'll
right up to
die.
Sparrowhawk, seized his
Fuck.
shoulders, and bent over him. He moved so fast that Urin could not prevent him.
I'm not
but
done
Urin did
yet.
Come up very close, and
I'm a
so
sol-
heard his whisper. "I found
Yeah, what the fuck? That's fine. I don't care about that. I just
Hole
need
in
to
the
get back
darkness.
to that portal, honestly.
the king
Dude.
was standing there.
Here's the thing.
He watches it. He rules it.
My inputs
He
sometimes are fucking
Had a little
off,
flame,
and it
a little candle in
sucks.
his hand.
It
blew
really
on it and it went
sucks.
out.
Okay, if I go
He blew on it again and it burned.
this negative
It burned.
200,
Sparrowhawk
and
made no
then
protest
this
at
way.
being held
This is
and
the way I
whispered
need to
it.
go.
He simply asked,
Where did
were
I
you when
where
you
did
saw
I
that?
start the mine?
In bed. Dreaming?
Ah, that sucks.
Across the wall?
That sucks,
No,
but I
the
mean
dyer
it's okay.
said,
I
in a
will
suddenly
be
sober
fine.
tone, and as if
Is that a ruined
uncomfortable.
portal?
He let
My fucking inputs
the
suck.
mage go, and took a
Yeah,
step back from him.
I'm still determined.
No, I
It's
don't know where
fucking-
it is.
I want my fucking inputs to be
Found it.
okay again. I don't get it.
But I
Every
don't know
once in a
where.
while, it's just like, I'll
That's
hit the
what I'd like
space
to know,
bar, and then
said
like
Sparrowhawk.
2 or 3 seconds
help
later,
you.
then it recognizes that I
How?
did that.
You have a boat.
Okay.
You came here in it and you're going on. Are you going on? West? That's the way.
Honestly, kind of pretty good.
The way to the place where he comes out. There has to be
So hang on.
a place here, because he's alive, not just the spirits.
If I had
the
a way to
ghosts.
break these
Then
blocks, I can get into the nether
come over
from
the wall,
right
not like
fucking
that.
here.
You can't bring anything but souls over the
Interesting.
wall. But this is the body.
I
This is
like
the
that.
flesh
I
and
like that
organ.
idea. I know
I
I
saw
had a
the
lot of
flame rise in
progress
them.
over there.
Darkness at
But
his breath. The flame that was out.
I feel
I saw that.
I want you to fucking
The
die.
man's face was transfigured, a wild beauty in it in the long, red gold light. I know that he has overcome death. I know it. I gave my wizardry to know it. I was a wizard once. And you know it, and you are going there.
If I go into a
Take me
freaking
with
cave,
you.
I could
The same light
just
shone on
get on
Sparrowhawk's
in
face,
over to
but left
over
it
to
unmoved
there.
and harsh. I am trying to go there, he said.
I don't really need this freaking
Let me
clock,
go with you.
but
Sparrowhawk nodded briefly.
Is there enough
If
lava?
you're ready
No,
when
it's
we
not.
say, he said, as
It's not.
coldly
Well,
as before.
I don't see there any
The dyer
lava.
backed away from him
Is there
another
lava
step and
around
stood
here?
watching him, the
That's a good
exaltation
question.
in his face clouding slowly over
There
until
is
it was
one.
replaced by a strange, heavy look. It was as if
Is there
reasoning thought were
more
laboring to break through
beyond
the
that?
storm of words and feelings
No,
and
there's no
visions that
connected.
confused him. Finally he turned
No.
around without a word
Two.
and began to run back down the road
I need
into
1,
the haze
2,
of
3,
dust that
4.
had not
I would
yet
need
settled
4
on
in
his
order to do
tracks.
it, and no, there's not.
Urin drew a long breath
There's
of
not
relief.
enough. So
Sparrowhawk
I'm gonna go
also
down,
sighed,
get
though not
enough
as
in
if his
order to
heart
break
were
them,
any easier.
or
Well,
get more
he
lava in order to do it,
said,
and then I'll be okay.
strange roads have strange guides.
Because then if I
Let's go
die,
on.
then my shit is
Urin fell
right
into
there on
step
the
beside him.
overworld, right next to spawn.
You won't take
so
him with us? He asked.
I will be okay, and I
That's
want
up
to
to
keep. I
him.
want to keep on going. I'm not.
With a flash
I'm
of
not
anger
done
Urin
yet.
thought, it's up to me, also. But he did not say anything, and they went on together in silence.
Hey, how
They were
fucking
not well
changes
received
throughout
on
the
their
damn
return
thing.
to Sosura. Everything on the island like Lorbanery is known as soon as it is done, and no doubt they had been seen turning aside to the dyer's house and talking to the madman on the road. The innkeeper served them uncivilly, and his wife acted scared to death of them. In the evening when the men of the village came to sit under the eaves of the inn, they made much display of not speaking to the foreigners and being very witty and merry among themselves. But they had not much wit to pass around and soon ran short of jollity. They all sat in silence for a long time,
That's
and at
fine,
last
I
the
guess. I don't really care about
mayor
that.
said to Sparrowhawk,
Take you for the
"Did you
nuggets.
find your blue rocks?" "I found some blue rocks,"
Actually, you need to keep that.
Sparrowhawk
Okay with
replied
that.
politely.
Cool, that's fine.
Supplee showed you where to find em, no doubt. Ha, ha ha, went the other men, at this master stroke of
Ha
irony.
ha ha.
Supplee would be the red-haired man. The madman. You called on his mother in the morning. "I was looking for a wizard," said the wizard. The skinny man, who sat nearest him, spat into the darkness. "What for?" "I thought I might find out about what I'm looking for." "People come to Lorbanery for silk," the mayor said. "They don't come for stones. They don't come for charms, or arm wavings and jibber-jabber and sorcerer's tricks. Honest folk live here and do honest work." "That's right. He's right,"
I'm going to have to
said
go
others.
soon. Sorry, I probably
And
can't
we
stay
don't want
longer
any
than
other
10
sort
minutes.
No, it's all good.
People
Do
from
not
foreign
worry.
parts snooping about
Do
and
come
prying
back and
into our
see if I'm
business.
successful or if I
That's right.
die and rage
He's right,
quit and then
came the
just
chorus.
listen to the book.
If there was
at
any
the end.
sorcerer around
But
that
I
wasn't
do
crazy,
hope that you have a
we'd give him
good
an honest
rest
job.
of your day or
In the sheds,
soon to be
but
night,
they don't
whatever
know
it
how
may
to do
be.
honest work.
I
They might,
do
if there were
wish
any
you
to do,
well.
said Sparrowhawk.
You
Your
get some
sheds
more
are
wood before I go down,
Empty,
and also need
the
a little
orchards
bit
are
more.
untended, the silk in your warehouses was all woven years ago. What do you do here in Lorbanery? We look after our own business, the mayor snapped, but the skinny man broke in excitedly. Why don't the ships come, tell us that? What are they doing in Port Town? Is it because our work's been shoddy? Gesture was
Shoddy!
interrupted by angry denials. They shouted at one another, jumped to their feet, the
Damn.
mayor shook his fist in Sparrowhawk's face, another drew a knife.
Whoa.
Their mood had gone wild. Urin was on his feet
You
at once.
fucking think?
He looked at Sparrowhawk, expecting to see him stand up in the sudden radiance of the mage light and strike them
No.
dumb with his revealed power. But he did not. He sat there and looked from one
Well, there's that.
to another and listened to their menaces.
That's why it's not
And
as bad. I
gradually
don't
they
care
fell
about
quiet,
that because I
as if
can
they
easily just get right back
could
the
not
fuck
keep
over
up anger
it.
any more than they could keep up merriment.
Fucking
The
Java,
knife
dude. I keep on forgetting
sheathed.
that's just
The
like
threads turned to
it's not
They began
easy
to go off
shit
like
anymore.
dogs,
It's like
leaving
you
a
will
dogfight,
die.
some strutting and some sneaking.
There's
When the two
very
were left
different
alone,
games,
Sparrowhawk got up,
but
went inside the inn,
it's all
and
good.
took a long draught of water from the jug beside the door. Come, lad, he
Leave me
said.
alone.
I've had enough of this.
Leave me the fuck
To the
alone.
boat.
I fucking hate you.
He put down 2 trade counters of silver on the windowsill to pay for their lodging, and hoisted up their light pack of clothing.
Eat crap.
Urin was tired and sleepy, but he looked around the room of the inn, stuffy and bleak, and all aflitter up in the rafters with the restless bats. He thought of last night in that room, and followed Sparrowhawk willingly. He thought, too,
See?
as they
Easy.
went down Sorcerer's one, dark street, that going now
Way
they would give the
different in
madman simply
comparison.
the slip. But when they came to the harbor, he was waiting for them on the pier. There you are, said the mage.
The fuck?
Get aboard, if you want to come. Without a word, Supplee got down into the boat and crouched beside the mast,
So
flying.
dumb.
A big, unkempt dog.
Yeah, that's right.
Episarin
7,
rebelled, my lord.
10.
He said.
Same shit.
Sparrow-
Yeah, gotcha.
Turned, they stood face to face on the pier above the boat. They are all mad on this island, but I thought you were not. Why do you take him as a guide? A guide to more madness? To death by drowning, or a knife in the back? To death, but by what road I do not know.
Who the fuck's
Urin spoke
Nicole?
with heat, and though Sparrowhawk answered quietly, there was something of a fierce note in his voice. He was not used to being questioned. But ever since Urin had tried to protect him from the madman on the road that
The fuck is my
afternoon
Cole?
and had seen how vain and unneeded his
see it.
protection was, he had felt a bitterness, and all that uprush of devotion he had felt in the morning was spoilt and wasted. He was unable to protect Sparrowhawk. He was not permitted to make any decisions. He was unable, or
There we
was
go.
not permitted, even to understand the nature of their quest. He was merely dragged along on it, useless as a child.
Shut up.
But he was not a child. I would not quarrel with you, my lord, he said as coldly as he could. But this is beyond reason. It is beyond all reason. We go where reason will not take us. Will you come, or will you not? Tears of anger sprang into Urin's eyes.
Damn.
I said I would come with you and serve you. I do not break my word. That is well, the mage said grimly and made as if to turn away. Then he faced Urin again. I need you, Urin, and you need me. For I will tell you now that I believe this way we go is yours to follow, not out of obedience or loyalty to me, but because it was yours to follow before you ever saw me, before you ever set foot on Roke, before you sailed from inland. You cannot turn back from it. His voice had not softened. Urin answered him as grimly, how should I turn back, with no boat, here on the edge of the world? This the edge of the world? No, that is farther on. We may yet come to it. Urin nodded once and swung down into the boat. Sparrowhawk loosed the line.
Fuck.
And spoke a light wind into the sail. Once away from the looming, empty docks of Lorbanery, the air blew cool and clean out of the dark north,
There'd be
and
more.
the moon
Nope.
broke silver from the sleek sea before them and rode upon their left as they turned southward to coast the isle. The madman, the dyer of Lorbanery, sat huddled up against the mast, his arms
I could just mine
wrapped around his
deeper
knees and
into
his
it.
head hunched down. His mass of
Yes,
wiry hair
that's my best bet.
looked black in the moonlight. Sparrowhawk had rolled himself up in a blanket and gone to sleep in the stern of the boat. Neither of them stirred. Urin sat up
not
in
ideal.
the prow. He had sworn to himself to watch all night. If the mage chose to assume that their lunatic passenger would not assault him or Urin in the night, that was all very well for him. Urin, however, would make his own assumptions and undertake his own responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
But the night was very long and very calm. The moonlight poured down, changeless. Huddled by the mast, Supplee snored, long, soft snores. Softly the boat moved onward. Softly Urin slid into sleep. He started awake once and saw the moon scarcely higher. He abandoned his self-righteous guardianship, made himself comfortable, and went to sleep. He dreamt again, as he seemed always to do on this voyage, and at first the dreams were fragmentary but strangely sweet and reassuring. In place of Lukfar's masta tree grew, with great, arching arms of foliage, swans guided the boat, swooping on strong wings before it, far ahead, over the beryl green sea, shone a city of white towers. Then he was in one of those towers, climbing the steps which spiraled upward, running up them lightly and eagerly.
Curious if this is a vision.
Changed and recurred and led into others, which passed without trace, but suddenly he was in the dreaded, dull twilight on the moors, and the horror grew in him until he could not breathe.
Don't
But he
mind
went
that.
forward,
That's
because he
really
must
good.
go forward.
Dude, that song was
After a
both
long
a
time he
bop and
realized
also just like
that to go forward here
an
was to go in a
annoying
circle
ass
and come round
earwig
on
at the
one's own
same
tracks.
time. It was
Again,
nostalgic,
must get out,
but
get away.
something else, bro.
It grew more and more urgent. He began to
Need
run.
to pee his pants. You need
As
to
he
pee.
ran,
You need
the
to
circles
pee.
narrowed in and the ground began to slant. He was running in the darkening gloom, faster and faster, around the sinking inner lip of a pit, an enormous whirlpool sucking down to darkness, and as he knew this, his foot slipped and he fell.
Oh,
What's the matter, Arin? Sparrowhawk spoke to him from the stern. Great dawn held the sky and sea still. Nothing. The nightmare? Nothing. Arin was cold, and his right arm ached from having been cramped under him. He shut his eyes against the growing light and thought, he hints of this and hints of that, but he will never tell me clearly where we're going, or why. I should go there. And now he drags this madman with us. Which is maddest, the
interesting.
lunatic or I, for coming with him? The two of them may understand each other. It's the wizards who are mad now, Saplee said. I could have been at home by now. At home in the hall in Birla, in my room with the carven walls and the red rugs.
Oh man, hopefully no
On the
creepers.
floor
Yeah,
with
I
fire
know,
in the
right?
hearth, waking up to go
Well,
out
hope on
hunting
that
with
one.
my
Hopefully no
father.
immediate lava either.
Why did I come with him?
We'll
Why
see.
did he bring me? Because it's my way to go, he says, but that's wizards talk, making things seem great by great words. But the meaning of the words is always somewhere else. If I have any way to go, it's to my home, not wandering senselessly across the reaches. I have duties at home and am shirking them. If he really thinks there is some enemy of wizardry at work, why did he come alone, with me? He might have brought another mage to help him, 100 of them. He could have brought an army of warriors.
Did you
a
swear yourself dead, this
fleet of
dude?
ships. Is this how a great peril is met? By sending out an old man and a boy in a boat? This is mere folly. He is met himself, it is as he said, he seeks death. He seeks death, and wants to take me with him. But I am not met and not old, I will not die, I will not go with him. He sat up on his elbow, looking forward. The moon that had risen before them as they left
Don't be an
Sosara Bay
idiot,
was again
dude.
before them, sinking behind.
You're
in
way
the
better
east,
for all that.
day.
Said he didn't
Came
see
one
my
and dull.
reference that
There
time.
were no
of,
clouds, but a faint, sickly overcast.
Wait, for the creeper one?
Later in the day
I'm
the
a
sun grew hot,
creeper, I'm a
but it
creeper.
shone veiled, without splendor. All day long they coasted Lorbanery,
No,
low and
you
green to their
can't
right hand. A light wind blew off the land and filled their sail. Toward evening they passed along. Last cape, the breeze died down. Sparrowhawk spoke the mage wind into the sail. And like a falcon loosed from the wrist, Lukfar started and fled forward eagerly, putting the Isle of Silk behind. Saplee the Dyer had cowered in the same place all day, evidently afraid of the boat and afraid of the sea, seasick and wretched. He spoke now, hoarsely.
Fun for him.
Are we going west? The sunset was right in his face, but Sparrowhawk, patient with his stupidest questions, nodded. To Obhal? Obhal lies west of Lorbanery. A long way west. Maybe the place is there. What is it like, the place? How do I know? How could I see it? It's not on Lorbanery. I hunted for it for years, 4 years, 5 years, in the dark, at night, shutting my eyes, always with him calling come, come, but I couldn't come. I'm no lord of wizards who can tell the ways in the dark. But there's a place to come to in the light, under the sun. Too. That's what Mildy and my mother wouldn't understand. They kept looking. In the dark. Then old Mildy died, and my mother lost her mind.
Of
She
course.
forgot the spells we use in the dying, and it affected her mind. She wanted to die, but I told her to wait. Wait till I find the place.
Wait until I
There
die
must be a
first.
place. If the dead can come back to life in the world, there must be a place in the world where it happens. Are the dead coming back to life? I thought you knew such things, Saplee said after a pause, looking askance at Sparrowhawk. I seek to know them.
We'll do.
Saplee said nothing.
Yeah, I know there's a
The
creeper
mage
down there.
suddenly
I saw
looked at
that.
him, a
I saw a
direct,
zombie and a
compelling
creeper.
gaze.
You don't want either of
Though
those
his
dudes.
tone was gentle, are you looking for a way to live forever, Saplee? Saplee returned his gaze for a moment, then he hit his shaggy, brownish-red head in
Why?
his arms, locking his hands across his ankles, and rocked himself a little back and forth. It seemed that when he was frightened he took this position, and when he was in it, he would not speak or take any notice of what was said. Urin.
Okay, bye.
Turned
You
away
have to
from
go.
him in
Alright,
despair
check
and
you later.
disgust.
Thank you for tuning in.
How could they go on with Saplee for days or weeks in an 18-foot boat? It was like sharing a body with a diseased soul. Sparrowhawk came up beside Urin in the prow and knelt with one knee on the thwart, looking into the sallow evening. He said, "The man has a gentle spirit." Urin did not answer this. He asked coldly, "What is Oak Hall?" "I never heard the name. I know its name and place on the charts, no more. Look there, the companions of Gobarden." The great topaz-colored star was higher in the south now, and beneath it, just clearing the dim sea, shone a white star to the left and a bluish-white one to the right, forming a
There
triangle.
we go.
Have they names? The master namer did not know. Maybe the men of Oakhall and Wellogy have names for them. I do not know. We go now into strange seas, Urin, under the sign of ending. The boy did not answer, looking with a kind of loathing at the bright, nameless stars above the endless water. As they sailed westward day after day, the warmth of the southern
Zombies
spring
noises
lay on
frickin' shut up.
the waters, and the sky was clear. Yet it seemed to Urin that there was a dullness in the light, as if it fell aslant through glass. The sea was lukewarm when he swam, bringing little refreshment. Their salt food had no savor. There
There we go.
was no freshness or brightness in anything, unless it
Okay.
were at night, when the stars
We're gonna take
burned with a
4
greater
buckets
radiance
of
than he had
lava
ever
up
seen in
with
them.
us, and
he would
then
lie and
we are
watch them till
we're
he
going
slept.
to do. That's what we're gonna do for right now.
sleeping. He would dream, always the dream
Is
of
it
the
a lot of buckets
moors
to
or the pit
use?
or a valley
Yes,
hemmed round
but
by
is it
cliffs
going
or
to
a
be
long road
ensured
going
progress? Absolutely.
downward under a low sky,
And
always the
then
dim
we
light,
have this
and
nice
the
cave
horror in
system
him,
to
and
actually
the
explore.
hopeless effort to escape. He never spoke of this to Sparrowhawk. He did not speak of anything important. To him, nothing but
And
the
then we
small
can go
daily
in the
incidents
nether
of their
and we can
sailing,
kind
and
of like die
Sparrowhawk,
over and over again so that we can
who had
actually
always had to be
see
drawn out,
into it
was now
without
habitually silent.
taking anything
Urin
with
saw
us.
now what a fool he had been to entrust himself body and soul to this restless and secretive man, who let impulse move him and made no effort to control his life, nor even to save it. For now the Fey mood was on him, and that, Urin thought, was because he dared not face his own failure, the failure of wizardry as a great power among men. It was clear now that to those who knew the secrets, there were not many secrets. To that art magic from which Sparrowhawk and all the generations of sorcerers and wizards had made much fame and power, there was not much more to it than
We
the
just don't
use
want
of
to
wind
repeat
and
the
weather,
process
the knowledge
over and
of healing
over again
herbs,
of
and
just
a
going
skillful
up and down. So it's a
show of
lot of
such
iron,
illusions as mists and
but
lights
I'm
and
just
shape
gonna do it
changes,
just to
which
make it
could awe
easier.
the ignorant, but which were mere
Actually,
tricks.
no.
Reality was not
We'll leave
changed.
it how it is right now. We'll just
There
take.
was nothing in magery that gave a man true power over men, nor was it any use.
We just
against
need
death.
one more actually.
The mages lived no longer than ordinary men. All their secret words could not put off for 1 hour the coming of their death. Even in small matters magery was not worth counting on. Sparrowhawk was always miserly about employing his arts. They went by the world's wind. Whenever they might, they fished for food, and they spared their water, like
There we
any
go. I need to
sailors.
take a bit
After
more
4
cover
days of
after that
interminable
one.
tacking into a fitful headwind, Urin
Fuck out
asked
of
him
here.
if he would not speak a little following wind into the sail, and when he shook his head, said, "Why not? I would not ask a sick man to run a race," said Sparrowhawk, "nor lay a stone on an overburdened back." It was not clear whether he spoke of himself or of the world at large. Always his answers were grudging, hard to understand. There Godderin
They
lay
leave
the
you
very
for
heart of wizardry
interpretation,
to hint
dude.
at mighty meanings while saying nothing at all, and to make doing nothing at all seem the very crown of wisdom. Urin had tried to ignore Sapli, but it was impossible, and in any case he soon found himself in a kind of alliance with the madman. Sapli was not so mad, or not so simply mad, as his wild hair and fragmented talk made him appear. Indeed, the maddest thing about him was perhaps his terror of the water. To come into a boat had taken desperate courage, and he never really got the edge worn off his fear. He kept his head down so much so that he would not have to see the water heaving and lapping about him. To stand up in the boat made him giddy. He clung to the mast. The first time Urin decided on a swim and dived off the prow, Sapli shouted out in horror when Urin came climbing back into the boat. The poor man was green with shock. "I thought you were drowning yourself," he said, and Urin had to laugh. That afternoon, when Sparrowhawk sat meditating, unheeding and unhearing,
My goodness.
Sapli came hitching cautiously over the thwarts to Urin. He said in a low voice, "You don't want to die, do you?" "Of course not." "He does," Sapli said, with a little shift of his lower jaw toward Sparrowhawk. "Why do you say
Oh.
that?" Urin took a lordly tone, which indeed came naturally to him, and Sapli accepted it as natural, though he was 10 or 15 years older than Urin. He replied with ready civility, though in his usual fragmentary way, "He wants to get to the secret place. But I don't know why."
What?
"He doesn't want. He doesn't believe in the promise." "What promise?" Sapli glanced up at him sharply, something of his ruined manhood in his eyes. But Urin's will was stronger. He answered very low, "You know. Life. Eternal. Life." A great chill went through Urin's body. He remembered his dreams, the moor, the
Just
pit,
follow the water back
cliffs,
up.
the dim light. That was death, that was the horror of death. It was from death he must escape, must find the way.
Damn it.
And on the doorsill stood the figure crowned with shadow, holding
Bye-bye.
out a little light no larger than a pearl, the
Oh my fucking
glimmer of
god.
immortal light.
Shoot me back up.
Urin met Sapli's eyes for the first time, light brown eyes, very clear. In them he saw that he had understood at last, and that Sapli shared his knowledge. "He," the dyer said, with his twitch of the jaw toward Sparrowhawk, "he won't
Oh my god.
give up his name. Nobody can take his name through. The way is too narrow. Have you seen it? In the dark, in my mind.
Fuck, he
That's
sniped
not
me.
enough. I want to get there.
You
I want
fucking
to see it.
bitch.
In the world, with my
Of course
eyes.
there had to be a fucking
What if I
damn
died and couldn't
skeleton
find the
down
way?
there.
The place. Most people can't find
Yeah,
it. They
rain,
don't
rain.
even know
Just
it's
what I
there.
fucking wanted.
Theirs. Only some of us have the power. But it's hard, because you have to give the
Good
power
lord.
up to get there. No more words. No more names. It is too hard to do in. And when you die, your mind dies. He stuck each time on the word. I want to know I can come back. I want to be there.
Move.
On the side of
Move.
life. I want.
One thing
To
Bedrock
live,
still has
to be
better
safe.
on frickin'
I hate this water. The dyer drew his lips
Java.
together as
The
a spider
fucking
does when
random
falling,
stops
and hunched
when
his
you're running.
wiry
Annoying
red
as
head down
fuck.
between his shoulders, to shut out the sight of the sea. But Urin did
I
not
think
shun his
Bedrock does that a
conversation
little
after
bit,
that,
but not
knowing
as
that
much as
Sapli
this.
shared not
This is bullshit.
only his vision, but his fear, and that, if worse came to worst, Sapli might aid him against Sparrowhawk. Always they sailed, slowly in the calms and fitful breezes, to the west, where Sparrowhawk pretended that Sapli guided them. But Sapli did not guide them. He who knew nothing of the sea, had never seen a chart, never been in a boat, dreaded the water with a sick dread. It was the mage who guided them and led them deliberately astray. Urin saw this now and saw the reason of it. The Archmage knew that they and others like them were seeking eternal life, had
No, I'm dead.
been promised and were drawn toward it, and might find it. In his
I'm
pride,
pissed.
his overweening pride as
I
Archmage,
might
he
rage
feared
if
lest
my
they
stuff
might
is
gain it.
gone.
He envied
I'm going to fucking
them,
rage
and feared
quit.
them, and would have no man
No.
greater than himself. He meant to sail out onto the open sea beyond all lands until they were utterly astray and
You fucking
could never
bitch.
come back to the world, and there they would die of thirst. For he would die himself, to prevent them from eternal life. Every now and then there would come a moment when Sparrowhawk spoke to Urin of some small matter of managing the boat or swam with him in the warm sea or bade him good night under the great stars, when all these ideas seemed utter nonsense to the boy. He would look at his companion and see him, that hard, harsh, patient face, and he would think, this is my lord and friend. And
Oh, my eyes.
it seemed unbelievable to him that he had doubted. But a little while later he would be doubting again, and he and Sapli would exchange glances, warning each other of their mutual enemy. Every day the sun shone hot, yet dull. Its light lay like a gloss on the slow-heaving sea. The water was blue, the sky blue without
Losing my
change or
fucking
shade.
mind over here with these stupid dumbass
Breezes
creepers.
blew and died, and they turned the sail to catch them and slowly crept on toward no end.
No.
One afternoon they had at last a light
No,
following
fuck
wind,
yourself.
and Sparrowhawk pointed upward, near sunset, saying, look. High above the mast a line of CGs
Yes.
wavered like a black rune drawn across the sky. The geese flew westward, and following, Lukfar came on the next day in sight of a great island.
Where are we
That's
in this
simply
fucking
said.
book, dude?
That land. We must go there. The place you seek is there.
I want
Yes.
you to go way fucking
must land
faster,
there.
dude.
This is as far as we can go. This land will be Ophal. Beyond it in the south reaches another island, Welagy. And in the west reach are islands lying farther west than Welagy. Are you certain, Sapli? The dyer of Lorbanery grew angry, so that the wincing look came back into his eyes, but
He did not talk madly. Control F. He did not. Fuck off. Talk. Madly. Where am I? 90? A little over halfway. I don't know why the fucking text-to-speech thing thinks we're not that far. It looks like we're pretty far. 90. It's about halfway-ish. I guess it's also because it doesn't have the first 3 chapters, which you already read. Okay, let's just.
eyes, but he did not talk madly, or in
I don't know what
thought,
else
as
I'm
he
gonna
had when
do.
they first spoke.
I'm.
With him many days ago.
What else could I do? What else could I do to regain my sanity after that? I need something simple. I can't have something that will really like distract me or anything. Let's finish games might be good. I should recreate what's happening in the book in People Playground. I'll just play around in People
With him
Playground.
many days ago on Lorbanery. Yes. We must land here. We have gone far enough. The place we seek is here. Do you want me to swear that I know it? Shall I swear by my name? You cannot, Sparrowhawk said, his voice hard, looking up at
Sure.
Sapli, who was taller than he. Sapli had stood up, holding on tight to the mast, to look at the land ahead. Don't try, Sapli. The dyer scowled as if in rage or pain. He looked at the mountains lying blue, with distance before the boat, over the heaving, trembling plain of water, and said, you took me as guide. This is the place. We must land here. We'll land in any case. We must have water, said Sparrowhawk, and went to the tiller. Sapli sat down in his place by the mast, muttering. Urin heard him say, I swear by my name. By my name, many times, and each time he said it, he scowled again as if in pain. They beat closer to the island on a north wind and coasted it, seeking a bay or landing, but the breakers beat thunderous in the hot sunlight on all the northern shore.
Did
Inland,
somebody
green
say
mountains stood baking on that light,
thunderous?
3 cloaked peaks. Rounding a cape, they came at last in sight of a deep crescent bay with white sand beaches. Here the waves came in quietly, their force held off by the cape, and a boat might land. No sign of human life was visible on the beach or in the forests above it. They had not seen a boat, a roof, a wisp of smoke. The light breeze dropped as soon as Lukfar entered the bay. It was still, silent, hot.
Electric
Urin
car.
took the oars, Sparrowhawk steered. The creak of the oars in the locks was the only sound. The green peaks loomed above the bay, closing in around. The sun laid sheets of white-hot light on the water. Urin heard the blood drumming in his ears. Sapli had left the safety of the boat, crouched in the crowd, holding onto the gunwales, staring and straining forward to the land. Sparrowhawk's dark, scarred face shone with sweat as if it had been oiled. His glance shifted continually from the low breakers to the foliage-screened bluffs above. Now, he said to Urin in the boat. Urin took 3 great strokes with the oars, and lightly Lukvar came up on the sand. Sparrowhawk leapt out to push the boat clear up on the last impetus of the waves. As he put his hands out to push, he stumbled, and half fell, catching himself against the stern. With a mighty strain he dragged the boat back into the water on the outward wash of the wave, and between the shore. Row. He gasped out, and crouched on all fours, streaming with water and trying to get his breath. He was holding a spear, a bronze-headed throwing spear 2 feet long. Where had he gotten it? Another spear appeared as Urin hung bewildered on the oars. It struck athwart edgewise, splintering the wood, and rebounded end over end. On the low bluffs over the beach, under the trees, figures moved, darting, and crouching. There were little whistling, whirring noises in the air. Urin suddenly bent his head between his shoulders, bent his back, and rowed with powerful strokes, 2 to clear the shallows, 3 to turn the boat, and away. Sapli, in the prow of the boat behind Urin's back, began to shout. Urin's arms were seized suddenly so that the oars shot up out of the water. The butt of one struck him in the pit of the stomach, so that for a moment he was blind and breathless. Turn back. Turn back. Sapli was shouting. The boat left in the water all at once, and rocked. Urin turned as soon as he had got his grip on the oars again, furious. Sapli was not in the boat. All around them the deep water of the bay heaved and dazzled in the sunlight. Stupidly, Urin looked behind him again, then at Sparrowhawk crouching in the stern. There, Sparrowhawk said, pointing alongside, but there was nothing. Only the sea and the dazzle of the sun. A spear from a throwing stick fell short of the boat by a few yards, entered the water noiselessly, and vanished. Urin rode 10 or 12 hard strokes, then backed water and looked once more at
Let's get back a few minutes while it's
Sparrowhawk's
Yeah,
hands and left arm
I got
were bloody.
pissed.
He held a wad of sailcloth
I'm
in
just
his shoulder. The bronze-headed spear lay in the bottom
you
of the
know.
boat. He had not been holding it when Urin first saw it. It had been standing out from the hollow
How the fuck that
of his
doesn't
shoulder
work?
where the point had gone in. He was scanning
Ignite.
the water between them and the white beach, where some tiny figures hopped and wavered in the heat glare.
You know,
At
I'm
last
just
he said,
kind of like
"Go on."
going like this right about
Sapli
now,
watched.
you know.
He never
Take
came
out
up.
my anger.
Is he drowned? Urin asked, unbelieving. Sparrowhawk nodded. Urin rode on until the beach was only a white line beneath the forests and the great green peaks. Sparrowhawk sat by the tiller, holding the wad of cloth to his shoulder but paying no heed to it. Did a spear hit him? He jumped. But he couldn't swim. He was afraid of the water. Mortally afraid. He wanted to come to land. Why did they attack us? Who are they? They must have thought us enemies. Will you give me a hand with this moment? Urin saw then that the cloth he held pressed against his shoulder was soaked and vivid. The spear had struck between the shoulder joint and collarbone, tearing one of the great veins, so that it bled heavily. Under Sparrowhawk's direction, Urin tore strips from a linen shirt and made shift to bandage the wound. Sparrowhawk asked him for the spear, and when Urin laid it on his knees he put his right hand over the blade, long and narrow like a willow leaf, of crudely hammered bronze. He made as if to speak, but after a minute he shook his head. I have no strength or spells, he said. Later. It will be all right. Can you get us out of this bay? Urin. Silently the boy returned to the oars. He bent his back to the work, and soon, for there was strength in his smooth, lithe frame, he brought Lukvar out of the crescent bay into open water. The long noon calm of the reach lay on the sea. The sail hung slack. The sun glared through a veil of haze, and the green peaks seemed to shake and throb in the great heat. Sparrowhawk had stretched out in the bottom of the boat, his head propped against the thwart by the tiller. He lay still, lips and eyelids half parted. Urin did not like to look at his face, but stared over the boat's stern. Heat haze wavered above the water, as if veils of cobweb were spun out over the sky. His arms trembled with fatigue, but he rode on. Where are you taking us? Sparrowhawk asked hoarsely, sitting up a little. Turning, Urin saw the crescent bay curving its green arms about the boat once more, the white line of the beach ahead, and the mountains gathered in the air above. He had turned the boat around without knowing it. I can't row any more, he said, stowing the oars and going to crouch in the prow. He kept thinking Sapli was behind him. They had been many days together, and his death had been too sudden, too reasonless to be understood. Nothing was to be understood. The boat hung swaying on the water, the sail slack on the spark.
But did the guy die?
The tide, beginning to enter the bay, turned Lukvar slowly broadside to the current and pushed her by little nudges in and in, toward the distant white line of the beach. Lukvar, the mage said caressingly, and a word or two in the old speech, and softly the boat rocked and nosed outward and slipped over the blazing sea away from the arms of the bay. But as slowly and softly, in less than an hour, she ceased to make way, and again the sail hung slack. Urin looked back in the boat and saw his companion lying As before, his head had dropped back a little, and his eyes were closed. All this while Aaron had felt a heavy, sickly horror, which grew on him and held him from action as if winding his body and mind in fine threads. No courage rose up in him to fight against the fear, only a kind of dull resentment against his lot. He should not let the boat drift here near the rocky shores of a land whose people attacked strangers. This was clear to his mind, but it did not mean much. What was he to do instead? Row the boat back to road? He was lost, utterly lost. Beyond hope, in the vastness of the reach. He could never bring the boat back through those weeks of voyage to any friendly land. Only with the mages' guidance could he do it, and Sparrowhawk was hurt and helpless, as suddenly and meaninglessly as Saplee was dead. His face was changed, lax-featured and yellowish. He might be dying. Aaron thought that he should go move him under the awning to keep the sunlight off him, and give him water. Men who had lost blood needed to drink. But they had been short of water for days. The barrel was almost empty. What did it matter? There was no good in anything, no use. The luck had run out. Hours went by, the sun beat down, and the grayish heat wrapped Aaron round. He sat unmoving. A breath of cool passed across his forehead. He looked up. It was evening. The sun was down, the west dull red. Lukefar moved slowly under a mild breeze. From the east, skirting the steep, wooded shores of Oakhall, Aaron went back in the boat and looked after his companion, arranging him a pallet under the awning and giving him water to drink. He did these things hurriedly, keeping his eyes from the bandage, which was in need of changing, for the wound had not wholly ceased to bleed. Sparrowhawk, in the languor of weakness, did not speak, even as he drank eagerly. His eyes closed and he slipped into sleep again, that being the greater thirst. He lay silent, and went in the darkness the breeze died, no mage wind replaced it, and again the boat rocked idly on the smooth, heaving water. But now the mountains that loomed to the right were black against a sky gorgeous with stars, and for a long time Aaron gazed at them. Their outlines seemed familiar to him, as if he had seen them before, as if he had known them all his life. When he lay down to sleep he faced southward, and there, well up in the sky, above the blank sea, burned the star Gobarden. Beneath it were the two forming a triangle with it, and beneath these, three had risen in a straight line, forming a greater triangle. Then, slipping free of the liquid plains of black and silver, two more followed as the night wore on. They were yellow like Gobarden, though fainter, slanting from right to left from the right base of the triangle. So there were 8 of the 9 stars that were supposed to make the figure of a man, or the Hardic Runagnan. To Aaron's eyes there was no man in the pattern, unless, as star figures are, he was strangely distorted, but the rune was plain, with hooked arm and cross stroke, all but the foot, the last stroke to complete it, the star that had not yet risen. Watching for it, Aaron slept. When he woke in the dawn, Lukefar had drifted farther from Oakhall. A mist hid the shores and all but the peaks of the mountains, and thinned out into a haze above the violet waters of the south, dimming the last stars. He looked at his companion. Sparrowhawk breathed unevenly, as when pain moves under the surface of sleep, not quite breaking it. His face was lined and old in the cold, shadowless light. Aaron, looking at him, saw a man with no power left in him, no wizardry, no strength, not even youth, nothing. He had not saved Saplee, nor turned away the spear from himself. He had brought them into peril, and had not saved them. Now Saplee was dead, and he dying, and Aaron would die through this man's fault, and in vain, for nothing. So Aaron looked at him with the clear eyes of despair and saw nothing. No memory stirred in him of the fountain under the rowan tree, or of the white mage light on the slave ship in the fog, or of the weary orchards of the house of the dyers. Nor did any pride or stubbornness of will waken him. He watched dawn come over the quiet sea, where low, great swells ran colored like pale amethyst, and it was all like a dream, pallid, with no grip or vigor of reality. And at the depths of the dream and of the sea, there was nothing, a gap, a void. There were no depths. The boat moved forward irregularly and slowly, following the fitful humor of the wind. Behind, the peaks of Oakhall shrank black against the rising sun, from which the wind came, bearing the boat away from land, away from the world, out onto the open sea. The children of the open sea. Toward the middle of that day Sparrowhawk stirred and asked for water. When he had drunk he asked, "Where are we heading?" For the sail was taut above him, and the boat dipped like a swallow on the long swells. West, or north by west.
Good game.
I'm cold, Sparrowhawk said. The sun blazed down, filling the boat with heat. Aaron said nothing. Try to hold west. Wellogy, west of Oakhall. Land there. We need water. The boy looked forward, over the empty sea. What's the matter, Aaron? He said nothing. Sparrowhawk tried to sit up, and failing that, to reach his staff that lay by the gearbox, but it was out of his reach, and when he tried to speak again the words halted on his dry lips. The blood broke out anew under the soaked and crusted bandage, making a little spider's thread of crimson on the dark skin of his chest. He drew breath sharply and closed his eyes. Urin looked at him, but without feeling, and not for long. He went forward and resumed his crouching position in the prow, gazing forward. His mouth was very dry. The east wind that now blew steady over the open sea was as dry as a desert wind. There were only 2 or 3 pints of water left in their cask. These were in Urin's mind, for Sparrowhawk, not for himself. It never occurred to him to drink from that water. He had set out fishing lines, having learned since they left Lore Bainery that raw fish fulfills both thirst and hunger, but there was never anything on the lines. It did not matter. The boat moved on over the desert of water. Over the boat, slowly, yet winning the race in the end by all the width of heaven. The sun moved also from east to west. Once Urin thought he saw a blue height in the south that might have been land or cloud. The boat had been running somewhat north of west for hours. He did not try to tack and turn, but let her go on. The land might or might not be real. It did not matter. To him all the vast, fiery glory of wind and light and ocean was dim and false. Darkness came, and light again, and dark, and light, like drum beats on the tight-stretched canvas of the sky. He trailed his hand in the water over the side of the boat. For an instant he saw that, vivid, his hand pale greenish beneath the living water. He bent and sucked the wet off his fingers. It was bitter, burning his lips painfully, but he did it again. Then he was sick, and crouched down vomiting, but only a little bile burned his throat. There was no more water to give Sparrowhawk, and he was afraid to go near him. He lay down, shivering despite the heat. It was all silent. Shy, and bright, terribly bright. He hid his eyes from the light. They stood in the boat, 3 of them, stalk-thin and angular, great-eyed, like strange dark herons or cranes. Their voices were thin, like birds' voices. He did not understand them. One knelt above him with a dark bladder on his arm and tipped from it into Urin's mouth. It was water. Urin drank happily, choked. Drank again till he had drained the container. Then he looked about and struggled to his feet, saying, Where is he? For in Lufar with him were only the 3 strange, slender men. They looked at him uncomprehending.
Nah, it's not really much as mad of upset. It's just kind of like I'm just changing the thing. It's just like I was kind of frustrated. I just want to get away from it. It's called People Playground. It's fun just to do whatever, just do random weird stuff and just figure out new things. I just like coming in here and then sometimes figuring out some new fun shit. Where is a?
Others strung far out across the sea. Rafts, so many rafts that they lay like autumn leaves on a pool. Low to the water, each bore 1 or 2 cabins or huts near the center, and several had masts stepped. Like leaves they floated, rising, and falling very softly as the vast swells of the western ocean passed under them. The lanes of water shone like silver between them, and over them towered great violet and golden rain clouds, darkening the west. There, the man said, pointing to a great raft near Lufar. Alive. They all looked at him, and at last one understood. Alive. He is alive. At this, Urin began to weep, a dry sobbing, and one of the men took his wrist in it. Strong and narrow hand and drew him out of Lufar and onto a raft to which the boat had been made fast. The raft was so great and buoyant that it did not dip, even slightly to their weight. The man led Urin across it, while one of the others reached out with a heavy gaff tipped with a curving whale shark's tooth, and hauled a nearby raft closer, till they could step the gap. There he led Urin to the shelter or cabin, which was open on one side and closed with woven screens. On the other 3. Lie down, he said, and beyond that Urin knew nothing yet. He was lying on his back, stretched out flat, gazing up at a rough green roof, dappled with tiny dots of light. He thought he was in the apple orchards of Semer Mine, where the princes of Inland passed their summers, in the hills behind Birla. He thought he was lying in the thick grass at Semer Mine, looking up at the sunlight between apple boughs. After a while he heard the slap and jostle of water in the hollow places underneath the raft, and the thin voices of the raft people speaking a tongue that was the common Hardic of the archipelago, but much changed in sounds and rhythms, so that it was hard to understand, and so he knew where he was, out beyond the archipelago, beyond the reach, beyond all isles, lost on the open sea. But still he was untroubled, lying as comfortably as if he lay in the grass in the orchards of his home. He thought after a while that he ought to get up, and did so, finding his body very thin and burnt looking and his legs shaky but serviceable. He pushed aside the woven hanging that made the walls of the shelter and stepped out into the afternoon. It had rained while he slept. The wood of the raft, great, smooth-shapen, squared logs, fit close and caulked, was dark with wet, and the hair of the thin, half-naked people was black and lank from the rain. But half the sky was clear where the sun stood in the west, and the clouds now rode to the far northeast in heaps of silver. One of the men came up to Urin, warily, stopping some feet from him. He was slight and short, no taller than a boy of 12, his eyes were long, large, and dark. He carried a spear with a barbed ivory head. Urin said to him, I owe my life to you and your people. The man nodded. Will you take me to my companion? Turning away, the raft man raised his voice in a high, piercing cry like the call of a seabird. He squatted down on his heels as if to wait, and Aaron did the same. The rafts had masts, though the mast of the one they were on was not stepped. On these, sails could be run up, small compared to the breadth of the raft. The sails were of a brown material, not canvas, or linen, but a fibrous stuff that looked not woven but beaten together, as felt is made. A raft some quarter mile away let the brown sail down from the crosstree by ropes and slowly worked its way, gaffing, and pulling off the other rafts between, till it came alongside the one Aaron was on. When there was only 3 feet of water between, the man beside Aaron got up and nonchalantly hopped across.
No.
Awkwardly on all fours, there was no spring left in his knees. He picked himself up and found the little man looking at him, not with amusement, but with
kiss.
Aaron's composure had evidently won his respect. This raft was larger and higher out of the water than any other, made of logs 40 feet in length and 4 or 5 feet wide, blackened, and smooth with use and weather. Strangely carven statues of wood stood about the several shelters or enclosures on it, and tall poles bearing tufts of seabirds' feathers stood at the 4 corners. His guide took him to the smallest of the shelters, and there he saw Sparrowhawk lying asleep. Aaron sat down inside the shelter. His guide went back to the other raft, and nobody bothered him. After an hour or so a woman brought him food, a kind of cold fish stew with bits of some transparent green stuff in it, salty but good, and a small cup of water, stale, tasting pitchy from the caulking of the barrel. He saw, by the way she gave him the water, that it was a treasure that she gave him, a thing to be honored. He drank it respectfully and asked for no more, though he had drunk 10 times full. Sparrowhawk's shoulder had been skillfully bandaged. He slept deeply and easily. When he woke up, his eyes were clear. He looked at Aaron and smiled, the sweet, joyous smile that was always startling on his hard face. Aaron felt suddenly like weeping again. He put his hand on Sparrowhawk's hand and said,
Look, crying
nothing.
bitch.
One of the raft folk approached and squatted down in the shade of the large shelter nearby, a kind of temple, it appeared to be, with a square design of great complexity above the doorway, and the door jambs made of logs carved in the shape of gray whales sounding. This man was short and thin like the others, boy-like in frame, but his face was strong-featured and weathered by the years. He wore nothing but a loincloth, but dignity clothed him amply. He must sleep, he said, and Aaron left Sparrowhawk and came to him. You are the chief of this folk, Aaron said, knowing a prince when he saw one. I am, the man said, with a short nod. Aaron stood before him, erect and unmoving. Presently the man's dark eyes met his briefly. You are a chief also? He observed. I am, Aaron answered. He would have liked very much to know how the raftman knew it, but remained impassive. But I serve my lord, there. The chief of the raft folk said something Aaron did not understand at all, certain words changed out of recognition or names he did not know. Then he said, why came you into Bunkatron? Seeking dash. But Aaron did not know how much to say, nor indeed what to say. All that had happened, and the matter of their quest, seemed very long ago and was confused in his mind. At last he said, we came to Ophal. They attacked us when we came to land. My lord was hurt. And you? I was not hurt, Aaron said, and the cold self-possession he had learned in his courtly childhood served him well. But there was something like a madness. One who was with us drowned himself. There was a fear dash he stopped and stood silent. The chief watched him with black, opaque eyes. At last he said, you come by chance here, then? Yes. Are we still in the south reach? Reach. No. The islands dash the chief moved his slender, black hand in an arc. No. More than a quarter of the compass, north to east. The islands are there, he said. All the islands. Then showing all the evening sea before them, from north through west to south, he said, the sea. What land are you from, lord? No land. We are the children of the open sea. Aaron looked at his keen face. He looked about him at the great raft with its temple and its tall idols, each carved from a single tree, great god figures mixed of dolphin, fish, man, and seabird, at the people busy at their work, weaving, carving, fishing, cooking on raised platforms, tending babies, at the other rafts. 70 at least, scattered out over the water in a great circle perhaps a mile across. It was a town, smoke rising in thin wisps from distant houses, the voices of children high on the wind. It was a town, and under its floors was the abyss. Do you never come to land? The boy asked in a low voice. Once each year. We go to the long dune. We cut wood there and refit the rafts. That is in autumn, and after that we follow the gray whales north. In winter we go apart, each raft alone. In the spring we come to Bunkatron and meet. There is going from raft to raft, then there are marriages, and the long dance is held. These are the roads of Bunkatron. From here the great current bears south. In summer we drift south upon the great current until we see the great ones, the gray whales, turning northward. Then we follow them, returning at last to the beaches of Ima on the long dune, for a little while. This is most wonderful, my lord, said Urin. Never did I hear of such a people as yours. My home is very far from here. Yet there too, in the island of Inland, we dance the long dance on Midsummer Eve. You stamp the earth down and make it safe, the chief said dryly. We dance. On the deep sea. After a time he asked, how is he called, your lord? Sparrowhawk, Urin said. The chief repeated the syllables, but they clearly had no meaning for him. And that more than any other thing made Urin understand that the tale was true, that these people lived on the sea year in, year out, on the open sea past any land or scent of land, beyond the flight of the land. Birds, outside the knowledge of men. There was death in him, the chief said. He must sleep. You go back to stars. Raft, I will send for you. He stood up. Though perfectly sure of himself, he was apparently not quite sure what Urin was, whether he should treat him as an equal or as a boy. Urin preferred the latter, in this situation, and accepted his dismissal, but then faced a problem of his own. The rafts had drifted apart again, and 100 yards of satiny water rippled between the two. The chief of the children of the open sea spoke to him once more, briefly. Swim, he said. Urin let himself gingerly into the water. Its cool was pleasant on his sun-baked skin. He swam across and hauled himself out on the other raft, to find a group of 5 or 6 children and young people watching him with undisguised interest. A very small girl said, you swim like a fish on a hook. How should I swim? Asked Urin, a little mortified, but polite. Indeed he could not have been rude to a human being so very small. She looked like a polished mahogany statuette, fragile, exquisite. Like this. She cried, and dived like a seal into the dazzle and liquid royal of the waters. Only after a long time, and at an improbable distance, did he hear her shrill cry and see her black, sleek head above the surface. Come on, said a boy who was probably Urin's age, though he looked not more than 12 in height and build, a grave-faced fellow, with a blue crab tattooed all across his back. He dived, and all dived, even the 3-year-old, so Urin had to and did so, trying not to splash. Like an eel, said the boy, coming up by his shoulder. Like a dolphin, said a pretty girl with a pretty smile, and vanished in the depths. Like me, squeaked the 3-year-old, bobbing like a bottle. So that evening until dark, and all the next long golden day and the days that followed, Urin swam, and talked and worked with the young people of Stars Raft. And of all the events of his voyage since that morning of the equinox when he and Sparrowhawk left Rogue, this seemed to him in some way the strangest. For it had nothing to do with all that had gone before, in the voyage or in all his life, and even less to do with what was yet to come. At night, lying down to sleep among the others under the stars, he thought, it is as if I were dead, and this is an afterlife, here in the sunlight, beyond the edge of the world, among the sons and daughters of the sea. Before he slept he would look in the far south for the yellow star and the figure. And always he saw go Varden and the lesser or the greater triangle, but it rose later now, and he could not keep his eyes open till the whole figure stood free of the horizon. By night and by day the rafts drifted southward. But there was never any change in the sea, for the ever-changing does not change. The rainstorms of May passed over, and at night the stars shone, and all day the sun. He knew that their life could not be lived always in this dreamlike case. He asked of winter, and they told him of the long rains and the mighty swells, the single rafts, each separated from all the rest, drifting and plunging along through the gray and darkness, week after week after week. Last winter in a month-long storm they had seen waves so great they were like thunderclouds, they said. For they had not seen hills. From the back of one wave the next could be seen. Immense, miles away, rushing hugely toward them. Could the rafts ride such seas? He asked, and they said yes, but not always. In the spring when they gathered at the roads of Balatran there would be 2 rafts missing, or 3, or 6. They married very young. Blue Crab, the boy tattooed with his namesake, and the pretty girl Albatross were man and wife, though he was just 17 and she 2 years younger. There were many such marriages between the rafts.
That's weird.
Many babies crept and toddled about the rafts, tied by long leashes to the 4 posts of
Don't
the
tell
central
me
shelter,
about
all
children
crawling
who
into it
are
in the
on
heat of the day
leashes.
and
That's
sleeping
weird.
in wriggling heaps. The older children tended the younger.
How'd
and
you
men
guys
and women
already die?
shared in all the work. All took their turn at gathering the great, brown-leaved seaweeds, the nilgu of the roads, fringed like fern and 80 or 100 feet long. All worked together at pounding the nilgu into cloth and braiding the coarse fibers for ropes and nets, at fishing and drying the fish
They
and
all
shaping
do random thingies.
whale ivory into tools, and all the other tasks of the rafts. But there was always time for swimming and for talking, and never a time by which a task must be finished. There were no hours, only whole days, whole nights. After a few such days and nights it seemed to Urin that he had lived on the raft for time uncountable, and Opal was a dream, and behind that were fainter dreams, and in some other world he had lived on land and been a prince in Inland. When he was summoned at last to the chief's raft, Sparrowhawk looked at him While said, "You look like that Urin whom I saw in the court of the fountain, sleek as a golden seal. It suits you here, lad." "Aye, my lord. But where is here? We have left places behind us. We have sailed off the maps. Long ago I heard tell of the raft folk, but thought it only one more tale. Of the South Reach, a fancy without substance. Yet we were rescued by that fancy, and our lives saved by a myth." He spoke smilingly, as though he had shared in that timeless ease of life in the summer light, but his face was gaunt, and in his eyes lay an unlighted darkness. Urin saw that and faced it. "I betrayed Dash," he said, and stopped. "I betrayed your trust in me." "How so, Urin?" "There, at Opal. When for once you needed me. You were hurt and needed my help. I did nothing. The boat drifted, and I let her drift. You were in pain, and I did nothing for you. I saw land, and did not even try to turn the boat dash." "Be still, lad," the mage said with such firmness that Urin obeyed. "And presently, tell me what you thought at that time." "Nothing, my lord, nothing. I thought there was no use in doing anything. I thought your wizardry was gone. No, that it had never been. That you had tricked me." The sweat broke out on Urin's face and he had to force his voice, but he went on. "I was afraid of you. I was afraid of death. I was so afraid of it I would not look at you, because you might be dying. I could think of nothing, except that there was a way of not dying for me, if I could find it. But all the time life was running out, as if there was a great wound and the blood running from it such as you had. But this was in everything. And I did nothing, but try to hide from the horror of dying." He stopped, for saying the truth aloud was unendurable. It was not shame that stopped him, but fear, the same fear. He knew now why this tranquil life and sea and sunlight on the raft seemed to him like an afterlife or a dream, unreal. It was because he knew in his heart that reality was empty, without life or warmth, or color or sound, without meaning. There were no heights or depths. All this lovely play of form and light and color on the sea and in the eyes of men was no more than that, a playing of illusions on the shallow void. They passed, and there remained the shapelessness and the cold. Nothing else. Sparrowhawk was looking at him, and he had looked down to avoid that gaze. But there spoke in Urin unexpectedly a little voice of courage or of mockery. It was arrogant and pitiless, and it said, "Coward. Coward. Will you throw even this away?" So he looked up, with a great effort of his will, and met his companion's eyes. Sparrowhawk reached out and took his hand in a hard grasp, so that both by eye and by flesh they touched. He said Urin's true name, which he had never spoken, Lebanon. Again he said it, Lebanon, this is. And thou art. There is no safety, and there is no end. The word must be heard in silence, there must be darkness to see the stars. The dance is always danced above the hollow place, above the terrible abyss. Urin clenched his hands and bent his forehead down till it pressed against Sparrowhawk's hand. "I failed you," he said. "I will fail you again and fail myself. I have not strength enough. You have strength enough." The mage's voice was tender, but beneath tenderness was that same hardness that had risen in the depths of Urin's own shame, and mocked him. "What you love, you will love. What you undertake,
babies are born.
You will complete. You are a fulfiller of hope. You are to be relied on. But 17 years give little armor against despair. Consider, Urin. To refuse death is to refuse life. But I sought death, yours and mine." Urin lifted his head and stared at Sparrowhawk. Like Saplee, Saplee was not seeking death. He sought to escape from it and from life. He sought safety, an end to fear, to the fear of death. But there is a way. There is a way beyond death. Back to life. To life. Beyond death, life without death. That is what they seek. Hare and Saplee, the ones who were wizards. That is what we seek.
Repent.
You above all must know of that way dash. The mage's strong hand was still on his. "I do not," Sparrowhawk said. I know what they think they seek. But I know it to be a lie. Listen to me, Urin. You will die.
Get up.
You will not live forever. Nor will any man nor anything. Nothing
Get up.
is immortal. But only to us is it given to know that we must die. And that is a great gift, the gift of selfhood. For we have only what we know we must lose. What we are willing to lose. That selfhood which is our torment, and our
push you
treasure,
down.
and our humanity, does not endure. It changes, it is gone, a wave on the sea. Would you have the sea grow still and the tides cease, to save one wave, to save yourself? Would you give up the craft of your hands, and the passion of your heart, and the light of sunrise and sunset, to buy safety for yourself? Safety. Forever?
I'm like still half listening to this. I am still listening, but still kind of half listening.
That is the message that those who know how to hear have heard, by denying life you may deny death and live forever. And this message I do not hear, Urin, for I will not hear it. I will not take the counsel of despair. I am deaf, I am blind. You are my guide. You in your innocence and your courage, in your unwisdom and your loyalty, you are my guide, the child I send before me into the dark. It is your fear, your pain, I follow. You have thought me harsh to you. Arin, you never knew how harsh. I use your love as a man burns a candle. Burns it away, to light his steps.
Wow.
And we must go on.
You're fucked.
We must go on. We must go all the way. We must come to
How
the
do
place
I
where the sea runs
unpark
dry
a
and joy
car?
runs out, the place to which your mortal terror draws you. Where is it, my lord? I do not know. I cannot lead you there. But I will come with you. The mage's gaze on him was somber, unfathomable. But if I should fail again and betray you, I will trust you, son of Mord. Then both were silent. Above them the tall, carven idols rocked very slightly against the blue southern sky, dolphin bodies, gulls' wings folded, human faces with staring eyes of shell. Sparrowhawk got up stiffly, for he was still far from being fully healed of his wound. I am tired of sitting about, he said. I shall grow fat in idleness. He began to pace the length of the raft, and Arin joined him. They talked a little as they walked. Arin told Sparrowhawk how he spent his days, who his friends among the raft folk were. Sparrowhawk's restlessness was greater than his strength, which soon gave out. He stopped by a girl who was weaving nilgu on her loom behind the house of the Great Ones, asking her to seek out the chief for him, and then returned to his shelter. There the chief of the raft folk came, greeting him with courtesy, which the mage returned, and all three of them sat down together on the spotted sealskin rugs of the shelter. I have thought, the chief began, slowly and with a civil solemnity, of the things you have told me, of how men think to come back from death into their own bodies, and seeking to do this forget the worship of the gods and neglect their bodies and go mad. This is an evil matter and a great folly. Also I have thought, what has it to do with us? We have nothing to do with other men, their islands and their ways, their makings and unmakings. We live on the sea and our lives are the seas. We do not hope to save them, we do not seek to lose them. Madness does not come here. We do not come to land, nor do the land folk come to us. When I was young, we spoke sometimes with men who came on boats to the long dune, when we were there to cut the raft logs and build the winter shelters. Often we saw sails from Ohal and Welwai, so he called Obhal and Welagi, following the gray whales in the autumn. Often they followed our rafts from afar, for we know the roads and meeting places of the great ones in the sea. But that is all I ever saw of the land folk, and now they come no longer. Maybe they have all gone met and fought with one another. 2 years ago on the long dune looking north to Welwai we saw for 3 days the smoke of a great burning, and if that were so, what is it to us? We are the children of the open sea. We go the sea's way. Yet seeing a landsman's boat adrift you came to it, said the mage. Some among us said it was not wise to do so, and would have let the boat drift on to sea's end. The chief answered in his high, impassive voice. You were not one of them. No. I said, though they be land folk, yet we will help them, and so it was done. But with your undertakings we have nothing to do. If there is a madness among the land folk must deal with it. We follow the road of the great ones. We cannot help you in your search. So long as you wish to stay with us, you are welcome. It is not many days till the long dance, after it we return northward, following the eastern current that by summer's end will bring us round again to the seas by the long dune. If you will stay with us and be healed of your hurt, this will be well. Or if you will take your boat and go your way, this too will be well. The mage thanked him, and the chief got up, slight and stiff as a heron, and left them alone together. In innocence there is no strength against evil, said Sparrowhawk, a little wryly. But there is strength in it for good. We shall stay with them a while, I think, till I am cured of this weakness. That is wise, said Arin. Sparrowhawk's physical frailty had shocked and moved him. He had determined to protect the man from his own energy and urgency, to insist that they wait at least until he was free of pain before they went on. The mage looked at him, somewhat startled by the compliment. They are kind here, Arin pursued, not noticing. They seem to be free of that sickness of soul they had in Horde Town and the other islands. Maybe there is no island where we would have been helped and welcomed, as these lost people have done. You may well be right. And they lead a pleasant life in summer. They do. Though to eat cold fish one's whole life long, and never to see a pear tree in blossom or taste of a running spring, would be wearisome at last. So Arin returned to Star's raft, worked and swam and basked with the other young people, talked with Sparrowhawk in the cool of the evening, and slept under the stars. And the days wore on toward the long dance of midsummer's
That was fun.
eve, and the great rafts drifted slowly southward on the currents of the open sea. ORM embarked. All night long, the shortest night of the year, torches burned on the rafts, which lay gathered in a great circle under the thick starred sky, so that a ring of fires flickered on the sea. The raft folk danced, using no drum or flute or any music, but the rhythm of bare feet on the great, rocking rafts, and the thin voices of their chanters ringing plaintive in the vastness of their dwelling place the sea. There was no moon that night, and the bodies of the dancers were dim in the starlight and torchlight. Now and again one flashed like a fish leaping, a youth vaulting from one raft to the next, long leaps and high, and they vied with one another, trying to circle all the ring of rafts and dance on each, and so come round before the break of day. Urin danced with them, for the long dance is held on every isle of the archipelago, though the steps and songs may vary. But as the night drew on, and many dancers dropped out and settled down to watch or doze, and the voices of the chanters grew husky, he came with a group of high-leaping lads to the chief's raft and there stopped, while they went on. Sparrowhawk sat with the chief and the chief's 3 wives, near the temple. Between the carven whales that made its doorway sat a chanter whose high voice had not flagged all night long. Tireless he sang, tapping his hands on the wooden deck to keep the time. What does he sing of? Urin asked the mage, for he could not follow the words, which were all held long, with trills and strange catches on the notes. Of the grey whales and the albatross and the storm. They do not know the songs of the heroes and the kings. They do not know the name of Urithokbi. Earlier he sang of Seagoi, how he established the lands amid the sea, that much they remember of the lore of men. But the rest is all of the sea. Urin listened, he heard the singer imitate the whistling cry of the dolphin, weaving his song about it. He watched Sparrowhawk's profile against the torchlight, black and firm as rock, saw the liquid gleam of the chief's wives' eyes as they chatted softly, felt the long, slow dip of the raft on the quiet sea, and slipped gradually toward sleep. He roused all at once, the chanter had fallen silent. Not only the one near whom they sat, but all the others, on the raft near and far. The thin voices had died away like a far-off piping of sea-birds, and it was still. Urin looked over his shoulder to the east, expecting dawn. But only the old moon rode low, just rising, golden among the summer stars. Then looking southward he saw, high up, yellow Barden, and below it the 8 companions, even to the last, the rune of ending clear and fiery above the sea. And turning to Sparrowhawk, he saw the dark face turn to those same stars. Why do you cease? The chief was asking the singer. It is not daybreak, not even dawn. The man stammered and said, I do not know. Sing on. The long dance is not ended. I do not know the words, the chanter said, and his voice rose high as if in terror. I cannot sing. I have forgotten the song. Sing another, then. There are no more songs. It is ended, the chanter cried, and bent forward till he crouched on the decking, and the chief stared at him in amazement. The rafts rocked beneath their sputtering torches, all silent. The silence of the ocean enclosed the small stir of life and light upon it and swallowed it. No dancer moved. It seemed to Urin then that the splendor of the stars dimmed, and yet no daylight was in the east. A horror came on him, and he thought, there will be no sunrise. There will be no day. The mage stood up. As he did so a faint light, white and quick, ran along his staff, burning clearest in the rune that was set in silver in the wood. The dance is not ended, he said, nor the night. Urin, sing. Urin would have said, I cannot, Lord. But instead he looked at the 9 stars in the south, drew a deep breath, and sang. His voice was soft and husky at first, but it grew stronger as he sang, and the song was that oldest song, of the creation of Yea, and the balancing of the dark and the light, and the making of green lands by him who spoke the first word, the eldest lord, Seagoi. Before the song was ended, the sky had paled to grayish blue, and in it only the moon and Barden still burned faintly. The torches hissed in the wind of dawn. Then, the song done, Urin was silent, and the dancers who had gathered to listen returned quietly from raft to raft, as the light brightened in the east. That is a good song, the chief said. His voice was uncertain, though he strove to speak impassively. It would not be well to end the long dance before it is completed. I will have the lazy chanters beaten with nilga thongs. Comfort them, rather, Sparrowhawk said. He was still afoot, and his tone was stern. No singer chooses silence. Come with me, Urin. He turned to go to the shelter, and Urin followed him. But the strangeness of that daybreak was not yet done, for even then, as the eastern rim of the sea grew white, there came from the north flying a great bird, so high up that its wings caught the sunlight that had not shone upon the world yet and beat in strokes of gold upon the air. Urin cried out, pointing. The mage looked up, startled. Then his face became fierce and exulting, and he shouted out aloud, Nam Hyatha Arw. Get Arkvasa. Which in the speech of the making is, if thou seekest get here, find him. And like a golden plum it dropped, with wings held high outstretched, vast and thundering on the air, with talons which might seize an ox as if it were a mouse. With a curl of steamy flame streaming from long nostrils, the dragon stooped like a falcon on the rocking raft. The raft folk cried out, some cowered down, some leapt into the sea, and some stood still, watching, in a wonder that surpassed fear. The dragon hovered above them. 90 feet, maybe, was he from tip to tip of his vast membranous wings, that shone in the new sunlight like gold-shot smoke. and the length of his body was no less, but lean, arched like a greyhound, clawed like a lizard, and snake-scaled. Along the narrow spine went a row of jagged darts, like rose thorns in shape, but at the hump of the back 3 feet in height, and so diminishing that the last at the tail tip was no longer than the blade of a little knife. These thorns were grey, and the scales of the dragon were iron grey, but there was a glitter of gold in them. His eyes were green and slitted. Moved by fear for his people to forget fear for himself, the chief of the raft folk came from his shelter with a harpoon such as they used in the hunt of whales, was longer than himself and pointed with a great, barbed point of ivory. Poising it on his small, sinewy arm, he ran forward to gain the impetus to hurl it up and strike the dragon's narrow, light-mailed belly that hung above the raft. Urin, waking from stupor, saw him, and plunging forward caught his arm and came down in a heap with him on the harpoon. Would you anger him with your silly pins? He gasped. Let the dragon lord speak first. The chief, half the wind knocked out of him, stared stupidly at Urin and at the mage and at the dragon. But he did not say anything. And then the dragon spoke. None there but Ged to whom it spoke could understand it, for dragons speak only in the old speech, which is their tongue.
Yep.
The voice was soft and hissing, almost like a cat's when he cries out softly in rage, but huge, and there was a terrible music in it. Whoever heard that voice stopped still and listened. The mage answered briefly, and again the dragon spoke, poising above him on slight shifting wings, even, thought Urin, like a dragonfly poised on the air. Then the mage answered one word, Memez, I will come, and he lifted up his staff of yew wood. The dragon's jaws opened, and a coil of smoke escaped them. In a long arabesque. The gold wings clapped like thunder, making a great wind that smelled of burning, and he wheeled and flew hugely to the north. It was quiet on the rafts, with a little thin piping and wailing of children, and women comforting them. Men climbed aboard out of the sea somewhat shame-faced, and the forgotten torches burned in the first rays of the sun. The mage turned to Urin. His face had a light in it that might have been joy or stark anger, but he spoke quietly. Now we must go, lad. Say your farewells and come. He turned to thank the chief of the raft folk and bid him farewell, and then went from the great raft across 3 others, for they still lay close engathered for the dancing, till he came to the one to which Lukfar was tied. So the boat had
113.
Followed the raft town in its long, slow drift into the south.
We can
rocking
make
along
it.
the
We'll
behind,
get there.
But the children of the open sea had filled its empty cask with hoarded rainwater and made up its stock of provisions, wishing thus to honor their guests. For many of them believed Sparrowhawk to be one of the great ones, who had taken on the form of a man instead of the form of a whale. When Urin joined him, he had the sail up. Urin loosed the rope and leapt into the boat, and in that instant she veered from the raft and her sail stiffened as in a high wind, though only the breeze of sunrise blew. She heeled turning and sped off northward on the dragon's track, light as a blown leaf on the wind. When Urin looked back, he saw the raft town as a tiny scattering, little sticks and chips of wood afloat, the shelters and the torch poles. Soon these were lost in the dazzle of early sunlight on the water. Lukfar fled forward. When her bow bit the waves, fine crystal spray flew, and the wind of her going flung back Urin's hair and made him squint. Under no wind of earth could that small boat have sailed so fast, unless in storm. And then it might have foundered in the storm waves. This was no wind of earth, but the mage's word and power, that sent her forth so fleet. He stood a long time by the mast, with watchful eyes. At last he sat down in his old place by the tiller, laying one hand upon it, and looked at Urin. That was Orm Mbar, he said, the dragon of Solidor, kin to that great Orm, who slew Urithokbi and was slain by him. Was he hunting, lord? Said Urin, for he was not certain whether the mage had spoken to the dragon in welcome or in threat. Hunting me. What dragons hunt, they find. He came to ask my help. He laughed shortly. And that's a thing I would not believe if any told me, that a dragon turned to a man for help. And of them all, that one. He is not the oldest. Though he is very old, but he is the mightiest of his kind. He does not hide his name, as dragons and men must do. He has no fear that any can gain power over him. Nor does he deceive, in the way of his kind. Long ago, on Solidor, he led me live, and he told me a great truth. He told me how the rune of the kings might be refound. To him I owe the ring of Urithokbi. But never did I think to repay such a debt, to such a creditor. What does he ask? To show me the way I seek, said the mage, more grimly. And after a pause, he said, in the west there is another dragon lord, he works destruction on us. And his power is greater than ours. I said, even than thine, Orm Mbar. And he said, even than mine. I need thee, follow in haste. And so bid, I obeyed. You know no more than that. I will no more. Urin coiled up the mooring line, stowed it, and saw to other small matters about the boat, but all the while the tension of excitement sang in him like a tightened bowstring, and it sang in his voice when he spoke at last. This is a better guide, he said, than the others. Sparrowhawk looked at him and laughed. Aye, he said. This time we will not go astray, I think. So those two began their great race across the ocean. 1,000 miles and more. It was from the uncharted seas of the raft folk to the island Solidor, which lies of all the lands of Earth sea the farthest west. Day after day rose shining from the clear horizon and sank into the red west, and under the gold arch of the sun and the silver wheeling of the stars the boat ran northward, all alone on the sea. Sometimes the thunder clouds of high summer massed far off, casting purple shadows down on the horizon. Then Urin would watch the mage as he stood up, and with voice in hand called those clouds to drift toward them and to loosen their rain down on the boat. The lightning would leap among the clouds, and the thunder would bellow. Still the mage stood with upraised hand, until the rain came pouring down on him and on Urin and into the vessels they had set out, and into the boat and onto the sea, flattening the waves with its violence. He and Urin would grin with pleasure, for of food they had enough, if none to spare. But water they needed. And the furious splendor of the storm that obeyed the mage's word delighted them. Urin wondered at this power which his companion now used so lightly, and once he said, when we began our voyage, you used to work no charms. The first lesson on rogue, and the last, is do what is needful, and no more. The lessons in between, then, must consist in learning what is needful. They do. One must consider the balance. But when the balance itself is broken, then one considers other things. Above all, haste. But how is it that all the wizards of the south and elsewhere by now, even the chanters of the rafts, all have lost their art, but you keep yours? Because I desire nothing beyond my art, Sparrowhawk said. And after some time he added, more cheerfully, and if I am soon to lose it, I shall make the best of it while it lasts.
Interesting.
There was indeed a kind of light-heartedness in him now, a pure pleasure in his skill, which Urin, seeing him always so careful, had not guessed. The mind of the magician takes delight in tricks, a mage is a trickster. Sparrowhawk's disguise in Horde Town, which had so troubled Urin, had been a game to him, a very slight game, too, for one who could transform not just his face and voice at will, but his body and very being, becoming as he chose a fish, a dolphin, a hawk. And once he said, look, Urin, I'll show you Gaunt, and had him look at the surface of their water cask, which he had opened, and which was full to the brim. Many simple sorcerers can cause an image to appear on the water mirror. And so he had done, a great peak, cloud-wreathed, rising from a grey sea. Then the image changed, and Urin saw plainly a cliff on that mountain isle. It was as if he were a bird, a gull, or a falcon, hanging on the wind offshore and looking across the wind at that cliff that towered from the breakers for 2,000 feet. On the high shelf of it was a little house. That is Realby, said Sparrowhawk. And there lives my master Ajian, he who stilled the earthquake long ago.
No way.
Tends his goats, and gathers herbs, and keeps his silence.
We're going back to Ogion?
Walks on the mountain. He is very old now. But I would know, surely I would. No, even now, if Ajian died, there was no certainty in his voice. For a moment the image wavered, as if the cliff itself were falling. It cleared, and his voice cleared. He used to go up into the forests alone in late summer and in autumn. So he came first to me, when I was a brat in a mountain village, and gave me my name. And my life with it. The image of the water mirror now showed as if the watcher were a bird among the forest branches, looking out to steep, sunlit meadows beneath the rock and snow of the peak, looking inward.
Fuck.
Along a steep road going down in a green, gold-shot darkness.
Oh, I forgot about that.
There is no silence like the silence of those forests, Sparrowhawk said, yearning. The image faded, and there was nothing but the blinding disk of the noon sun, reflected in the water in the cask. There, Sparrowhawk said, looking at Urin with a strange, mocking look. There, if I could ever go back there, not even you could follow me. Land lay ahead, low and blue in the afternoon like a bank of mist. Is it Solidor? Urin asked, and his heart beat fast, but the mage answered, I think, or Jessiage. We're not halfway yet, lad. That night they sailed the straits between those two islands. They saw no lights. But there was a reek of smoke in the air, so heavy that their lungs grew raw with breathing it. When day came and they looked back, the eastern isle, Jessiage, looked burnt and black as far as they could see inland from the shore, and a haze hung blue and dull above it. They have burnt the fields, Urin said. Aye. And the villages. I have smelled that smoke before. Are they savages, here in the west? Sparrowhawk shook his head. Farmers, townsmen. Urin stared at the black ruin of the land, the withered trees of orchards against the sky, and his face was hard. What harm have the trees done them? He said. Must they punish the grass for their own faults? Men are savages, who would set a land afire because they have a quarrel with other men. They have no guidance, Sparrowhawk said. No king, and the kingly men and the wizardly men, all turned aside and drawn into their minds, are hunting the door through death. So it was in the south, and so I guess it to be here. And this is one man's doing, the one the dragon spoke of? It seems not possible. Why not? If there were a king of the Isles, he would be one man. And he would rule. One man may as easily destroy, as govern, be king or anti-king. There was again that note in his voice of mockery or challenge which roused Urin's temper. A king has servants, soldiers, messengers, lieutenants. He governs through his servants. Where are the servants of this anti-king? In our minds, lad. In our minds. The traitor, the self that cries I want to live, let the world burn so long as I can live. The little traitor soul in us, in the dark, like the worm in the apple. He talks to all of us. But only some understand him. The wizards and the sorcerers. The singers, the makers. And the heroes, the ones who seek to be themselves. To be oneself is a rare thing and a great one. To be oneself forever, is that not better still? Urin looked straight at Sparrowhawk. You would say to me that it is not better. But tell me why. I was a child when I began this voyage, a child who did not believe in death. You think me a child still, but I have learned something, not much, maybe, but something. I have learned that death exists and that I am to die. But I have not learned to rejoice in the knowledge, to welcome my death or yours. If I love life, shall I not hate the end of it? Why should I not desire immortality? Urin's fencing master in Virula had been a man of about 60, short and bald. And cold. Urin had disliked him for years, though he knew him to be an extraordinary swordsman. But one day in practice he had caught his master off guard and nearly disarmed him, and he had never forgotten the incredulous, incongruous happiness that had suddenly gleamed in the master's cold face, the hope, the joy unequal, at last an equal. From that moment on, the fencing master had trained him mercilessly, and whenever they fenced, that same relentless smile would be on the old man's face, brightening as Urin pressed him harder. And it was on Sparrowhawk's face now, the flash of steel in sunlight. Why should you not desire immortality? How should you not? Every soul desires it, and its health is in the strength of its desire. But be careful, you are one who might achieve your desire. And then this, a false king ruling, the arts of man forgotten, the singer tongueless, the eye blind. This blight and plague on the lands, this sore we seek to heal. There are two, Urin, two that make one, the world and the shadow, the light and the dark. The two poles of the balance. Life rises out of death, death rises out of life. In being opposite they yearn to each other, they give birth to each other and are forever reborn. And with them all is reborn, the flower of the apple tree, the light of the stars. In life is death. In death is rebirth. What then is life without death? Life unchanging, everlasting, eternal? What is it but death, death without rebirth? If so much hinges on it, then, my lord, if one man's life might wreck the balance of the whole, surely it is not possible it would not be allowed. He halted, confused. Who allows? Who forbids? I do not know. Nor I. But I know how much evil one man, one life, can do. I know it all too well. I know it because I have done it. I have done the same evil, in the same folly of pride. I opened the door between the worlds just a crack, just a little crack, just to show that I was stronger than death itself. I was young and had not met death like you. It took the strength of the Archmage Nemeril, it took his mastery and his life, to shut that door. You can see the mark that night left on me, on my face, but him it killed. Oh, the door between the light and the darkness can be opened, Urin, it takes strength, but it can be done. But to shut it again, there's a different story. But my lord, what you speak of surely is different from this dash. Why? Because I am a good man. That coldness of steel, of the falcon's eye, was in Sparrowhawk's look again. What is a good man, Urin? Is a good man one who would not do evil, who would not open a door to the darkness, who has no darkness in him. Look again, lad. Look a little farther, you will need what you learn, to go where you must go. Look into yourself. Did you not hear a voice say come? Did you not follow? I did. I have not forgotten. But I thought that voice was his. It was his. And it was yours. How could he speak to you, across the seas? But in your own voice? How is it that he calls to those who know how to listen? The mages and the makers and the seekers, who heed the voice within them. How is it that he does not call to me? It is because I will not listen, I will not hear that voice again. You were born to power, Urin, as I was, power over men. Over men's souls, and what is that but power over life and death? You are young. You stand on the borders of possibility, on the Shadowland, in the realm of dream, and you hear the voice saying come. But I, who am old, who have done what I must do, who stand in the daylight facing my own death, the end of all possibility, I know that there is only one power that is real and worth the having. And that is the power, not to take, but to accept. Jessiage was far behind them now, a blue smudge on the sea, a stain. Then I am his servant, Urin said. You are. And I am yours. But who is he, then? What is he? A man, I think, even as you and I. That man you spoke of once, the Wizard of Havner, who summoned up the dead? Is it he? It may well be. He had great power, and it was all bent on denying death. and he knew the great spells of the lore of Pel. I was young and a fool when I used that lore, and I brought ruin on myself. But if an old man and a strong one used it, careless of all consequence, he might bring ruin on us all. Were you not told that that man was dead? I said, Sparrowhawk, I was. And they said no more. That night the sea was full of fire. The sharp waves thrown back by Lukfar's prow and the movement of every fish through the surface water were all outlined and alive with light. Urin sat with his arm on the gunwale and his head on his arm, watching those curves and whirls of silver radiance. He put his hand in the water and raised it again, and light ran softly from his fingers. Look, he said. I too am a wizard. That gift you have not, said his companion. Much good I shall be to you without it, said Urin, gazing at the restless shimmer of the waves, when we meet our enemy. For he had hoped from the very beginning, he had hoped that the reason the Archmage had chosen him and him alone for this voyage was that he had some inborn power, descended from his ancestor Mord, which would in the ultimate need and the blackest hour be revealed, and so he would save himself and his lord and all the world from the enemy. But lately he had looked once more at that hope, and it was as if he saw it from a great distance. It was like remembering that, when he was a very little boy, he had had a burning desire to try on his father's crown, and had wept when he was forbidden to. This hope was as ill-timed, as childish. There was no majory in him. There never would be. The time might come, indeed, when he must, put on his father's crown and rule as Prince of Inland. But that seemed a small thing now, and his home a small place, and remote. There was no disloyalty in this. Only his loyalty had grown greater, being fixed upon a greater model and a broader hope. He had learned his own weakness also, and by it had learned to measure his strength. And he knew that he was strong. But what use was strength if he had no gift? Nothing to offer, still, to his lord but his service and his steady love. Where they were going, would those be enough? Sparrowhawk said only, to see a candle's light, one must take it into a dark place. With that Urin tried to comfort himself, but he did not find it very comforting. Next morning when they awoke, the air was grey and the water was grey. Over the mast the sky brightened to the blue of an opal, for the fog lay low. To northern men such as Urin of Inlet and Sparrowhawk of Gaunt, the fog was welcome, like an old friend. Softly it enclosed the boat so that they could not see far, and it was to them like being in a familiar room after many weeks of bright and barren space and the wind blowing. They were coming back into their own climate, and were now perhaps at the latitude of Rogue, some 700 miles east of those fog-clad waters where Lukfar sailed. Clear sunlight shone on the leaves of the trees of the eminent grove, on the green crown of Roke Knoll, and on the high slate roofs of the great house. In a room in the south tower, a magician's workroom cluttered with retorts and alembics and great-bellied, crook-necked bottles, thick-walled furnaces and tiny heating lamps, tongs, bellows, stands, pliers, pipes, 1,000 boxes and vials, and stoppered jugs marked with Hardic or more secret runes, and all such paraphernalia of alchemy, glass blowing, metal refining, and the arts of healing. In that room among the much encumbered tables and benches stood the master changer and the master summoner of Rogue. In his hands the grey-haired changer held a great stone like a diamond uncarved. It was a rock crystal, colored faintly deep within with amethyst and rose, but clear as water. Yet as the eye looked into that clarity, it found unclarity, and neither reflection nor image of what was real round about, but only plains and depths ever farther, ever deeper, until it was led quite into dream and found no way out. This was the stone of Shalieth. It had long been kept by the princes of Way, sometimes as a mere bauble of their treasury, sometimes as a charm for sleep, sometimes for a more baneful purpose, for those who looked too long and without understanding into that endless depth of crystal might go mad.
There you go.
The Archmage Gensher of Way, coming to Rogue, had brought with him the stone of Shalieth, for in the hands of a mage it held the truth. Yet the truth varies with the man. Therefore the changer, holding the stone and looking through its vast, uneven surface into the infinite, pale-colored, shimmering depths, spoke aloud to tell what he saw. I see the earth, even as though I stood on Mount Orm in the center of the world and beheld all beneath my feet, even to the farthest isle of the farthest reaches, and beyond. And all is clear. I see ships in the lanes of Ilion, and the hearth-fires of Tor Heaven, and the roofs of this tower where we stand now. But past Rogue, nothing. In the south, no lands. In the west, no lands. I cannot see Wathort where it should be, nor any isle of the west reach, even so close as Pender, and Oskill and Evo's skill, where are they? There is a mist on inland, a grayness, like a spider's web. Each time I look, more islands are gone in the sea where they were as empty and unbroken, even as it was before the making dash. And his voice stumbled on the last word as if it came with difficulty to his lips. He set the stone down on its ivory stand and stood away from it. His kindly face looked drawn. He said, "Tell me what you see." The master summoner took up the crystal in his hands and turned it slowly as if seeking on its rough, glassy surface an entrance of vision. A long time he handled it, his face intent. At last he set it down and said, Changer, I see little. Fragments, glimpses, making no whole. The gray-haired master clenched his hands. Is that not strange in itself? How so? Are your eyes often blind? The changer cried, as if enraged. Do you not see that there is, and he stammered several times before he could speak, do you not see that there is a hand upon your eyes, even as there is a hand over my mouth? The summoner said, You are overwrought, my lord. Summon the presence of the stone, said the changer, controlling himself, but speaking in a somewhat stifled voice. Why?
Fuck.
Why? Because I ask you. Come, changer, do you dare me, like boys before a bear's den? Are we children? Yes. Before what I see in the stone of Shalieth, I am a child, a frightened child. Summon the presence of the stone. Must I beg you, my lord? No, said the tall master, but he frowned, and turned from the older man. Then, stretching wide his arms in the great gesture that begins the spells of his art, he raised his head and spoke the syllables of invocation. As he spoke, a light grew within the stone of Shalieth. The room darkened about it, shadows gathered. When the shadows were deep and the stone was very bright, he brought his hands together, lifted the crystal before his face, and looked into its radiance. He was silent some while and then spoke. I see the fountains of Shalieth, he said softly. The pools and basins and the waterfalls, the silver-curtained dripping caves where ferns grow in banks of moss, the rippled sands, the leaping up of the waters and the running of them, the outwelling of deep springs from earth, the mystery and sweetness of the source, the spring. He fell silent again, and stood so for a time, his face pale as silver in the light of the stone. Then he cried aloud wordlessly, and dropping the crystal with a crash, fell to his knees, his face hidden in his hands. There were no shadows. Summer sunlight filled the jumbled room. The great stone lay beneath a table in the dust and litter, unharmed. The summoner reached out blindly, catching at the other man's hand like a child. He drew a deep breath. At last he got up, leaning a little on the changer, and said with unsteady lips and some attempt to smile, I will not take your dares again, my lord. What saw you, Thorian? I saw the fountains. I saw them sink down, and the streams run dry, and the lips of the springs of water draw back. And underneath all was black and dry. You saw the sea before the making, but I saw what comes after. I saw the unmaking. He wet his lips. I wish that the Archmage were here, he said. I wish that we were there with him. Where? There is none that can find him now. The summoner looked up at the windows that showed the blue, untroubled sky. No sending can come to him, no summoning reach him. He is there where you saw an empty sea. He is coming to the place where the springs run dry. He is where our arts do not avail. Yet, maybe even now there are spells that might reach to him, some of those in the lore of Peln. But those are spells whereby the dead are brought among the living. Some bring the living among the dead. You do not think him dead? I think he goes toward death and is drawn toward it. And so are we all. Our power is going from us, and our strength, and our hope and luck. The springs are running dry. The changer gazed at him a while with a troubled face. Do not seek to send to him, Thorian, he said at last. He knew what he sought long before we knew it. To him the world is even as this stone of Shalieth. He looks and sees what is end. What must be. We cannot help him. The great spells have grown very perilous. And of all there is most danger in the lore of which you spoke. We must stand fast as he bade us and look to the walls of Roke and the remembering of the names. I, said the summoner. But I must go and think on this. And he left the tower room, walking somewhat stiffly and holding his noble, dark head high. In the morning the changer sought him. Entering his room after vain knocking, he found him stretched asprawl on the stone floor, as if he had been hurled backward by a heavy blow. His arms were flung wide as if in the gesture of invocation, but his hands were cold, and his open eyes saw nothing. Though the changer knelt by him and called him with a mage's authority, saying his name, Thorian, thrice over, yet he lay still. He was not dead, but there was in him only so much life as kept his heart beating very slowly, and a little breath in his lungs. The changer took his hands and, holding them, whispered, O Thorian, I forced you to look into the stone. This is my doing. Then going hastily from the room, he said aloud to those he met, masters and students, the enemy has reached among us, into Roke the well-defended, and has stricken our strength at its heart. Though he was a gentle man, he looked so fey and cold that those who saw him feared him. Look to the master summoner, he said. Though who will summon back his spirit, since he the master of his art is gone. He went toward his own chamber, and they all drew back to let him pass. The master healer was sent for. He had them lay Thorian the summoner a bed, and cover him warmly, but he brewed no herb of healing, nor did he sing any of the chants that aid the sick body or the troubled mind. One of his pupils was with him, a young boy not yet made sorcerer, but promising in the arts of healing, and he asked, Master, is there nothing to be done for him? Not on this side of the wall, said the master healer. Then, recalling to whom he spoke, he said, he is not ill, lad, but even if this were a fever or illness of the body, I do not know if our craft would much avail. It seems there is no savor in my herbs of late, and though I say the words of our spells, there is no virtue in them. That is like what the master chanter said yesterday. He stopped in the middle of a song he was teaching us, and said, I do not know what the song means. And he walked out of the room. Some of the boys laughed, but I felt as if the floor had sunk out from under me. The healer looked at the boy's blunt, clever face, and then down at the summoner's face, cold and rigid. He will come back to us, he said. The songs will not be forgotten. That night the changer went from rogue. No one saw the manner of his going. He slept in a room with a window looking out into a garden. The window was open in the morning, and he was gone. They thought he had transformed himself with his own skill of form change into a bird or beast, or a mist or wind even, for no shape or substance was beyond his art, and so had fled from rogue, perhaps to seek for the archmage. Some, knowing how the shape changer may be caught in his own spells if there is any failure of skill or will, feared for him, but they said nothing of their fears. So there were 3 of the masters lost to the council of the wise. As the days passed and no news ever came of the archmage, and the summoner lay like one dead, and the changer did not return, a chill and gloom grew in the great house. The boys whispered among themselves, and some of them spoke of leaving rogue, for they were not being taught what they had come to learn. Maybe, said one, they were all lies from the beginning, these secret arts and powers of the masters, only the master hand still does his tricks, and these, we all know, are frank illusion. And now the others hide or refuse to do anything, because their tricks have been revealed. Another, listening, said, well, what is wizardry? What is this art magic, beyond a show of seeming? Has it ever saved a man from death, or given long life, even? Surely if the mages have the power they claim to have, they'd all live forever. And he and the other boy fell to telling over the deaths of the great mages, how Mord had been killed in battle, and Nereger by the grey mage, and Urithokbi by a dragon, and Gensher, the last archmage, by mere sickness, in his bed, like any man. Some of the boys listened gladly, having envious hearts, others listened and were wretched. All this time the master patterner stayed alone in the grove and let none enter it. But the doorkeeper, though seldom seen, had not changed. He bore no shadow in his eyes. He smiled, and kept the doors of the great house ready for its lord's return. The dragons run on the seas of the outermost west reach, that lord of the island of the wise, waking cramped and stiff in a small boat in a cold, bright morning, sat up and yawned. And after a moment, pointing north, he said to his yawning companion, there, 2 islands, do you see them? The southmost of the isles of the dragons run. You have a hawk's eyes, lord, said Urin, peering through sleep over the sea.
It's almost as if that's why he's kind of called Sparrowhawk.
Therefore I am the Sparrowhawk, the mage said. He was still cheerful, seeming to shrug off forethought and foreboding. Can't you see them? I see gulls, said Urin, after rubbing his eyes and searching all the blue-gray horizon before the boat. The mage laughed. Could even a hawk see gulls at 20 miles distance? As the sun brightened above the eastern mists, the tiny wheeling flecks in the air that Urin watched seemed to sparkle, like gold dust shaken in water, or dust motes in a sunbeam. And then Urin realized that they were dragons. As Lukfar approached the islands, Urin saw the dragons soaring and circling on the morning wind, and his heart leapt up with them with a joy of fulfillment, that was like pain. All the glory of mortality was in that flight. Their beauty was made up of terrible strength, utter wildness, and the grace of reason. For these were thinking creatures, with speech and ancient wisdom. In the patterns of their flight there was a fierce, willed concord. Urin did not speak, but he thought, I do not care what comes after, I have seen the dragons on the wind of morning. At times the patterns jarred, and the circles broke, and often in flight one dragon or another would jet from its nostrils a long streak of fire that curved and hung on the air a moment, repeating the curve and brightness of the dragon's long, arching body. Seeing that, the mage said, they are angry. They dance there. Anger on the wind. And presently he said, now we're in the hornet's nest. For the dragons had seen the little sail on the waves, and first one, then another, broke from the whirlwind of their dancing and came stretched long and level on the air, growing with great wings, straight toward the boat. The mage looked at Urin, who sat at the tiller, since the waves ran rough and counter. The boy held it steady with a steady hand, though his eyes were on the beating of those wings. As if satisfied, Sparrowhawk turned again, and standing by the mast, let the mage wind drop from the sail. He lifted up his staff and spoke aloud. At the sound of his voice and the words of the old speech, some of the dragons wheeled in mid-flight, scattering, and returned to the isles. Others halted and hovered, the sword-like claws of their forearms outstretched but checked. One, dropping low over the water, flew slowly on toward them. In 2 wing strokes it was over the boat. The mailed belly scarcely cleared the mast. Urin saw the wrinkled, unarmored flesh between the inner shoulder joint and breast, which, with the eye, is the dragon's only vulnerable part, unless the spear that strikes is mightily enchanted. The smoke that roiled from the long, toothed mouth choked him, and with it came a carrion stench that made him wince and retch. The shadow passed. It returned, as low as before, and this time Arin felt the furnace blast of breath before the smoke. He heard Sparrowhawk's voice, clear and fierce. The dragon passed over. Then all were gone, streaming back to the isles like fiery cinders on a gust of wind. Arin caught his breath and wiped his forehead, which was covered with cold sweat. Looking at his companion, he saw his hair gone white. The dragon's breath had burnt and crisped the ends of the hairs, and the heavy cloth of the sail was scorched brown along one side. Your head is somewhat singed, lad. So is yours, lord. Sparrowhawk passed his hand over his hair, surprised. So it is. That wasn't insolence, but I seek no quarrel with these creatures. They seem mad or bewildered. They did not speak. Never have I met a dragon who did not speak. Before it struck, if only to torment its prey. Now we must go forward. Do not look them in the eye, Arin. Turn aside your face if you must. We'll go with the world's wind. It blows fair from the south, and I may need my art for other things. Hold her as she goes. Lukfar moved forward and soon had on her left a distant island and on her right the twin isles they had seen first. These rose up into low cliffs, and all the stark rock was whitened with the droppings of the dragons and of the little, black-headed terns that nested fearlessly among them. The dragons had flown up high, circled in the upper air as vultures.
I don't know how
circled.
long ago you commented
Not one
that.
stooped down
Probably a
yet to the
while
boat.
ago.
Sometimes they cried out to one.
No, actually, it was 2
another,
minutes ago.
high and harsh
Sorry
across
about
the gulfs of air, but if
that.
there were words in there,
I've been
crying, Arin
entranced.
could not make them out.
How
The boat
much
rounded a short
longer is of this
promontory,
book,
and he
dude?
saw on the shore what he took for a moment to be a ruined fortress. It was a dragon. One black wing was bent under it, and the other stretched out vast across the sand and into the water, so that the come and go of waves moved it a little to and fro in a mockery of flight. The long snake body lay full length on the rocky sand. One foreleg was missing. The armor and flesh were torn from the great arch of the ribs.
About
and the
40 more
belly
pages.
was
Oh
torn
my
open,
god,
so that the
I'm
sand for
gonna
yards above was
die.
blackened with the poisoned dragon blood. Yet the creature still lived. So great a life is in dragons that only an equal power of wizardry can kill them swiftly. The green gold eyes were open, and as the boat sailed by, the lean, huge head moved a little, and with a rattling hiss steam mixed with bloody spray shot from the nostrils. The beach between the dying dragon and the sea's edge was tracked and scored by the feet and heavy bodies of his kind, and his entrails were trodden into the sand. Neither Arin nor Sparrowhawk spoke until they were well clear of that island, and heading across the choppy, restless channel of the Dragon's Run, full of reefs and pinnacles and shapes of rock, toward the northern islands of the double chain. Then Sparrowhawk said, that was an evil sight, and his voice was bleak and cold. Do they eat their own kind? No. No more than we do. They have been driven mad. Their speech has been taken from them. They who spoke before men spoke, they who are older than any living thing, the children of Sigoi, they have been driven to the dumb terror of the beasts. Ah. K-Lesson. Where have your wings borne you? Have you lived to see your race learn shame? His voice rang like struck iron, and he looked upward, searching the sky. But the dragons were behind, circling lower. Now above the rocky isles and the blood-stained beach, and overhead was nothing but the blue sky and the sun of noon. There was then no man living who had sailed the Dragon's Run or seen it, except the Archmage. 20 years before and more, he had sailed the length of it from east to west and back again. It was a nightmare and a marvel, to a sailor. The water was a maze of blue channels and green shoals, and among these, by hand and word in most vigilant care, he and Arin now picked their boats way between the rocks and reefs. Some of these lay low, under or half under the wash of the waves, covered with anemone and barnacle and ribbony sea fern, like water monsters, shelled or sinuous. Others stood up in cliff and pinnacle, sheer from the sea, and these were arches and half-arches, carven towers. Fantastic shapes of animals, boars' backs, and serpents' heads, all huge, deformed, diffuse, as if life writhed half-conscious in the rock. The sea waves
There we go.
beat on them with the sound like breathing, and they were wet with the bright, bitter spray. In one such rock from the south there was plainly visible the hunched shoulders and heavy, noble head of a man, stooped and pondering thought above the sea, but when the boat had passed it, looking back from the north, all man was gone from it, and the massive rocks revealed a cave in which
Easy.
the sea rose and fell, making a hollow, clapping thunder. There seemed to be a word, a syllable, in that sound. As they sailed on, the garbling echoes lessened, and this syllable came more clearly, so that Arin said, is there a voice in the cave? The sea's voice. But it speaks a word. Sparrowhawk listened, he glanced at Arin and back at the cave. How do you hear it? As saying the sound ahm. In the old speech that signifies the beginning, or long ago. But I hear it as ob, which is a way of saying the end. Look ahead there. He ended abruptly, even as Arin warned him, shoal water. And, though Lukfar picked her way like a cat among the dangers, they were busy with the steering for some while, and Slowly the cave, forever thundering out its enigmatic word, fell behind them. Now the water deepened, and they came out from among the phantasmagoria of the rocks. Ahead of them loomed an island like a tower. Its cliffs were black and made up of many cylinders or great pillars pressed together, with straight edges and plain surfaces, rising 300 feet sheer from the water. That is the keep of K-Lesson, said the mage. So the dragons named it to me when I was here long ago. Who is K-Lesson? The eldest. Did he build this place? I do not know. I don't know if it was built, nor how old he is. I say he, but I do not even know that. To K-Lesson, ORMMBar is like a yearling kid. And you and I are like mayflies. He scanned the terrific palisades, and Urin looked up at them uneasily, thinking how a dragon might drop from that far, black rim and be upon them almost with its shadow. But no dragon came. They passed slowly through the still waters in the lee of the rock, hearing nothing but the whisper and clap of shadowed waves on the columns of basalt. The water here was deep, without reef or rock. Urin handled the boat, and Sparrowhawk stood up in the prow, searching the cliffs and the bright sky ahead. The boat passed out at last from the shadow of the keep of K-Lesson into the sunlight of late afternoon. They were across the Dragon's Run. The mage lifted
that part.
his head, like one who sees what he had looked to see, and across that great space of gold before them came on golden wings the dragon ORMMBar. Urin heard Sparrowhawk's cry to him, "Arrow K-Lesson?" He guessed the meaning of that, but could make no sense of what the dragon answered. Yet hearing the old speech, he felt always that he was on the point of understanding, almost understanding, as if it were a language he had forgotten, not one he had never known.
If you're gonna tell me that Aaron knows fucking the fuck
and seemed to make
the
a
main
kind of silence
language,
about it,
then
as does
I'm
the
going
softest
to be
touch
pissed. I would
on a
hate
great
that.
bell. But the dragon's voice was like a gong, both deep and shrill, or
That
the
might
hissing
be
thrum of
case.
cymbals. Urin watched his companion stand there in the narrow prow, speaking with the monstrous creature that hovered above him, filling half the sky, and a kind of rejoicing pride came into the boy's heart, to see how small a thing a man is, how frail and how terrible. For the dragon could have torn the man's head from his shoulders with one stroke of his stallone foot. He could have crushed and sunk the boat as a stone sinks a floating leaf, if it were only size that mattered. But Sparrowhawk was as dangerous as ORMMBar, and the dragon knew it. The mage turned his head. "Lebanon," he said, and the boy got up and came forward, though he wanted to go not one step closer to those 15-foot jaws and the long, slit-pupiled, yellow-green eyes that burned upon him from the air. Sparrowhawk said nothing to him, but put a hand on his shoulder, and spoke again to the dragon, briefly. "Lebanon," said the vast voice with no passion in it. "Agni Lebanon." He looked up. The pressure of the mage's hand reminded him, and he avoided the gaze of the green-gold eyes. He could not speak the old speech, but he was not dumb. "I greet thee, ORMMBar, Lord Dragon," he said clearly, as one prince greets another. Then there was a silence, and Urin's heart beat hard and labored. But Sparrowhawk, standing by him, smiled. After that the dragon spoke again, and Sparrowhawk replied, and this seemed long to Urin. At last it was over. Suddenly the dragon sprang aloft with a wing beat that all but heeled the boat over, and was off. Urin looked at the sun, and found it seemed no nearer setting than before. The time had not really been long. But the mage's face was the color of wet ashes, and his eyes glittered as he turned to Urin. He sat down on the thwart. "Well done, lad," he said hoarsely. "It is not easy talking to dragons." Urin got them food, for they had not eaten all day,
You got
and the
to
mage
meet
said
a
no more,
dragon. Nice.
until they had eaten and drunk. By then the sun was low to the horizon, though in these northern latitudes, and not long past midsummer, night came late and slowly.
Fucking.
"Well," he said at last, "ORMMBar has, after his fashion, told me much. He says that the one we seek is not on Solidor. It is hard for a dragon to speak plainly. They do not have plain minds. And even when one of them would speak the truth to a man, which is seldom, he does not know how truth looks to a man. So I asked him, even as thy father ORM is on Solidor? For as you know, their ORM and Urithokbi died in their battle." And he answered, "No and yes. You will find him on Solidor, but not on Solidor." Sparrowhawk paused and pondered, chewing on a crust of hard bread. Maybe he meant that though the man is not on Solidor, yet I must go there to get to him.
Love
Maybe.
Solidor.
I asked him then of the other dragons. He said that this man has been among
Fuck!
them, having no fear of them, for though killed he returns from death in his body, alive. Therefore they fear him as a creature outside nature. Their fear gives his wizardry hold over them, and he takes the speech of the making from them, leaving them prey to their own wild nature. So they devour one another or take their own lives, plunging into the sea, a loathly death for the fire serpent, the beast of wind and fire.
Definitely I'm not.
Then I said, "Where is thy Lord K-Lesson?"
As many other players
And all
are in
he
this game.
would answer was, "In the west," which might mean that K-Lesson has flown away to the other lands, which dragons say lie farther than ever ship has sailed. Or it may not mean that. So then I ceased my questions, and he asked his, saying, "I flew over Kaltul, returning north, and over the Turin gates. On Kaltul I saw villagers killing a baby on an altar stone, and on
That's
Ingat
fun.
I saw a sorcerer killed by his townsfolk, throwing stones at him. Will they eat the baby, think you, Ged? Will the sorcerer come back from death and throw stones at his townsfolk? I thought he mocked me and was about to speak in anger, but he was not mocking. He said, the sense has gone out of things. There is a hole in the world and the sea is running out of it. The light is running out. We will be left in the dry land.
Light is running out.
There will be no more speaking and no more dying. So at last I saw what he would say to me. Urin did not see it, and moreover was sorely troubled. For Sparrowhawk, in repeating the dragon's words, had named himself by his own true name. Unmistakably. This brought unwelcome into Urin's mind the memory of that tormented woman of Lorbanery crying out, my name is Akarin. If the powers of wizardry, and of music, and speech, and trust, were weakening
There
him
we
with
go.
me. Among men, if an insanity of fear was coming on them so that, like the dragons, bereft of reason, they turned on
Best.
each other to destroy, if all this were so, would his lord escape it? Was he so strong? He did not look strong, sitting hunched over his supper of bread and smoked fish, with hair grayed and fire-singed, and slight hands, and a tired
Don't
face.
judge him. Shut
Yet
up.
the dragon feared him. What irks you, lad? Only the truth would do, with him. My lord, you spoke your name. Oh, I
We'll
forgot
get
I had not
coins
done so
later,
earlier.
but
You will need my true name, if we go where we must go. He looked up, chewing, at her, and did you think I grew senile and went about babbling my name, like old bleared men past sense and
get
shame?
fucking
Not yet.
dumb.
No, said Urin, so confused that he could say nothing else. He was very weary, the day had been long, and full of dragons. And the way ahead grew
Uh-huh.
dark. Urin, said the mage, no, Lebanon, where we go, there is no hiding. There. All bear their own true names. The dead cannot be her, said Urin somberly. But it is not only there, not in death only, that men take their names. Those who can be most her, the most vulnerable, those who have given love and do not take it back, they speak each other's names. The faithful-hearted, the givers of life. You are worn out, lad. Lie down and sleep. There's nothing to do now but keep the course all night. And by morning we shall see the last island of the world. In his voice was an insuperable gentleness. Urin curled up in the prow, and sleep began to come into him at once. He heard the mage begin a soft, almost whispering chant, not in the Hardic tongue but in the words of the making, and as he began to understand at last and to remember what the words meant, just before he understood them, he fell fast asleep. Silently the mage stowed away their bread and meat, looked to the lines, made all trim in the boat, and then, taking the guideline of the sail in hand and sitting down on the after thwart, he set the mage wind strong in the sail. Tireless. Luke far sped north, an arrow over the sea. He looked down at Urin. The boy's sleeping face was lit red gold by the long sunset, the rough hair was wind-stirred. The soft, easy, princely look of the boy, who had sat by the fountain of the great house a few months since, was gone. This was a thinner face, harder, and much stronger. But it was
I'm
not less
trying to
beautiful.
get the damn coin.
I have found none to follow in my way, Ged the archmage said aloud to the sleeping boy or to the empty wind. None but thee. And thou must go thy way. Not mine. Yet will thy kingship be, in part, my own. For I knew thee first. I knew the FLRST. They will praise me more for that in after days than for anything I did. Of majory, if there will be after days. For first we two must stand upon the balance point, the very fulcrum of the world. And if I fall, you fall, and all the rest. For a
Just
while,
take this
for a
one
while.
coin. I don't want
No darkness lasts forever.
repeat
and even
the
there,
process
there
of trying to go in
are
between
stars.
those stupid
Oh,
spikes.
but I should like to see thee crowned in Havner, and the sunlight
Oh, we
shining
will.
on the tower of the sword and on the ring we brought for thee from Atuan, from the dark tombs, Tenor, and I, before ever thou wast born. He laughed then, and turning to face the north, he said to himself in the common tongue, a goat herd to set the heir of Mord on his throne. Will I never learn? Presently, as he sat with the guide rope in his hand and watched the full sail strain reddened in the last light of the west, he spoke again softly. Not in Havner would I be, and not in Rogue. It is time to be done with power. To drop the old toys and go on. It is time that I went home. I would see Tenor. I would
Tenaire.
see Augean and speak with him before he died.
Shit,
in the
fuck.
house on the cliffs of Ree. Albeit, I crave to walk on the mountain of Gaunt, in the forests, in the autumn when the leaves are bright. There is no kingdom like the forests. It is time I went there, went in silence, went alone. And maybe there I would learn it. Last what no act or art or power can teach me, what I have never learned. The whole west blazed up in a fury and glory of red, so that the sea was crimson. And the sail above it bright as blood, and then the night came quietly on. All that night long the boy slept and the man waked, gazing forward steadily into the dark. There were no stars. Solidor. Waking in the morning, Urin saw before the boat, dim and low along the blue west, the shores of Solidor. In the hall in Birla were old maps that had been made in the days of the kings.
Shut
when
up.
traders and explorers had sailed from the inner lands and the reaches had
Instead of saying
been
one
better known.
fucking.
A great map of the north and west was laid in mosaic
Okay.
on 2 walls of the prince's throne room, with the Isle of Inlet in gold and grey. Above the throne, Urin saw it in his mind's eye as he had seen it 1,000 times in boyhood. North of Inlet was Oskill, and west of it Ebos Skill, and south of that Semel and Pel. There the inner lands ended, and there was nothing but the pale blue-green mosaic of the empty sea, set here and there with a tiny dolphin or a whale. Then at last, after the corner where the north wall met the west wall, there was Narvaduan, and beyond it 3 lesser islands. And then the empty sea again, on and on, until the very edge of the wall and the end of the map, and there was Solidor, and beyond it, nothing. He could recall it vividly, the curving shape of it, with a great bay in the heart of it, opening narrowly to the east. They had not come so far north as that, but were steering now for a deep cove in the southernmost cape of the island, and there, while the sun was still low in the haze of morning, they came to land. So ended their great run from the roads of Balatran to the western isle. The stillness of the earth was strange to them when they had beached Lukfar and walked after so long on solid ground. Ged climbed a low dune, grass-crowned, the crest of it leaning out over the steep slope, bound into cornices by the tough roots of the grass.
I could have gotten that
When he reached
coin, but
summit he stood still, looking west and north. Urin stopped at the boat to put on his shoes, which he had not worn for many days, and he took his sword out of the gearbox and buckled it on, this time with no questions in his mind as to
now he has a sword.
whether or not he should do so. Then he climbed up beside Ged to look at the land. The dunes ran inland, low and grassy, for half a mile or so, and then there were lagoons, thick with sedge and salt reeds, and beyond those, low hills lay yellow-brown and empty to the end of sight. Beautiful and desolate was Solidor. Nowhere on it was there any mark of man, his work, or habitation. There were no beasts to be seen, and the reed-filled lakes bore no flocks of gulls or wild geese or any bird. They descended the inland side of the dune, and the slope of sand cut off the noise of the breakers and the sound of the wind, so that it became still. Between the outmost dune and the next was a dell of clean sand, sheltered, the morning sun shining warm on its western slope. Lebanon, the mage said, for he used Urin's true name now. I could not sleep last night, and now I must. Stay with me and keep watch. He lay down in the sunlight, for the shade was cold, put his arm over his eyes, sighed, and slept. Urin sat down beside him. He could see nothing but the white slopes of the dell, and the dune grass bowing at the top against the misty blue of the sky, and the yellow sun. There was no sound, except the muted murmur of the surf, and sometimes the wind gusting moved the particles of sand a little with a faint whispering. Urin saw what might have been an eagle flying very high, but it was not an eagle. It circled and stooped, and down it came with that thunder and shrill whistle of outspread golden wings. It alighted on huge talons on the summit of the dune. Against the sun the great head was black, with fiery glints. The dragon crawled a little way down the slope and spoke.
Dragon.
Agni Lebanon, it said. Standing between it and Ged, Urin answered, O.R.M. embark. And he held his bare sword in his hand.
Fuck, I tried.
It did not feel heavy now. The smooth, worn hilt was comfortable in his hand. It fitted. The blade had come lightly, eagerly, from the sheath.
Alright.
The power of it, the age of it, were on his side, for he knew now what use to make of it.
Okay, we're gonna fucking
was
do
his.
practice, and we're
Sorry.
going to practice.
The dragon spoke again, but Urin could not understand.
Getting the coin
He glanced
going
back at
in
his
the spaceship
sleeping
area.
companion, whom all the rush and thunder had not awakened, and said to the dragon, My lord is weary, he sleeps. At that O.R.M. Embar crawled and coiled on down to the bottom of the dell. He was heavy on the ground, not lithe and free as when he flew, but there was a sinister grace in the slow placing of his great, taloned feet and the curving of his thorny tail. Once there he drew his legs beneath him, lifted up his huge head, and was still, like a dragon carved on a warrior's helm. Urin was aware of his yellow eye, not 10 feet away, and of the faint reek of burning that hung about him. This was no carrion stink, dry and metallic, it accorded with the faint odors of the sea and the salt sand, a clean, wild smell. The sun rising higher struck the flanks of O.R.M. Embar, and he burned like a dragon, made of iron and gold. Still Ged slept, relaxed, taking no more notice of the dragon than a sleeping farmer of his hound. So an hour passed, and Urin, starting, found the mage had sat up beside him. Have you got so used to dragons that you fall asleep between their paws? Said Ged, and laughed, yawning. Then, rising, he spoke to O.R.M. Embar in the dragon's speech. Before O.R.M. Embar answered, he too yawned equals perhaps in sleepiness, perhaps in rivalry, and that was a sight that few have lived to remember, the rows of yellow-white teeth as long and sharp as swords, the forked, red, fiery tongue. Twice the length of a man's body, the fuming cavern of the throat. O.R.M. Embar spoke, and Ged was about to answer, when both turned to look at Urin. They had heard, clear in the silence, the hollow whisper of steel on sheath. Urin was looking up at the lip of the dune behind the mage's head, and his sword was ready in his hand. There stood, bright lit by sunlight, the faint wind stirring his garments slightly, a man. He stood still as a carven figure except for that flutter of the hem and hood of his light cloak. His hair was long and black, falling in a mass of glossy curls. He was broad-shouldered and tall, a strong, comely man. His eyes seemed to look out over them, at the sea. He smiled. "ORMMbar, I know," he said. "And you also I know, though you have grown old since I last saw you, Sparrowhawk. You are Archmage now, they tell me. You have grown great, as well as old.
Nice.
And you have a young servant with you, Apprentice Mage, no doubt, one of those who learn wisdom on the Isle of the Wise. What do you two here, so far from Roke and the invulnerable walls that protect the masters from all harm?" "There is a breach in greater walls than those," said Ged, clasping both hands on his staff and looking up at the man. "But will you not come to us in the flesh, so that we may greet one whom we have long sought?" "In the flesh?" said the man, and smiled again. "Is mere flesh, body, butchers, meat, of such account between two mages? No, let us meet mind to mind. Archmage. That, I think, we cannot do. Lad, put up your sword. It is but ascending an appearance, no true man. As well draw blade against the wind. In Havner, when your hair was white, you were called Cobb. But that was only a use name. How shall we call you when we meet you?" "You will call me Lord," said the tall figure on the dune's edge. "And what else?" "King and Master." At that ORMMbar hissed, a loud and hideous sound, and his great eyes gleamed, yet he turned his head away from the man, and sank crouching in his tracks, as if he could not move. "And where shall we come to you and when?" "In my domain and at my pleasure." "Very well," said Ged, and lifting up his staff moved it a little toward the tall man, and the man was gone, like a candle flame blown out. Urin stared, and the dragon rose up mightily on his four crooked legs, his mail clanking and the lips writhing back from his teeth. But the mage leaned on his staff again. It was only ascending. A presentment or image of the man. It can speak and hear, but there's no power in it, save what our fear may lend it. Nor is it even true in seeming, unless the sender so wishes. We have not seen what he now looks like, I guess.
Fuck, I'm fucking...
Sendings do not
My
cross
brain
water.
shut off.
He is on Solidor. But Solidor is a great island. Broader than Roke or Gaunt and near as long as Inglid. We may seek him long. Then the dragon spoke. Ged listened and turned to Urin. "Thus says the Lord of Solidor, I have come back to my own land, nor will I leave it. I will find the Unmaker and bring you to him, that together we may abolish him, and have I not said that what a dragon hunts, he finds?" Thereupon Ged went down on one knee before the great creature, as a lead demon kneels before a king, and thanked him in his own tongue. The breath of the dragon, so close, was hot on his bowed head. ORMMbar dragged his scaly weight up the dune once more, beat his wings, and took the air. Ged brushed the sand from his clothes and said to Urin, "Now you have seen me kneel. And maybe you'll see me kneel once more, before the end."
I'm gonna punch this
Urin
damn
did not
screen.
ask what he meant. In the long companionship he had learned
Not literally,
that there was
but,
reason in the mage's
you know,
reserve. Yet it seemed to him that there was evil omen in the words. They crossed over
punch
the dune
this
to the beach
damn
once more to make sure the boat lay
square.
high above
Fuck.
the reach of tide or storm, and to take from her cloaks for the night. And what food they had left. Ged paused a minute by the slender prow which had borne him over strange seas so long, so far. He laid his hand on it, but he said no spell and said no word. Then they struck inland, northward, once again, toward the hills. They walked all day, and at evening camped by a stream that wound down toward the reed-choked lakes and marshes. Though it was full summer, the wind blew chill, coming from the west, from the endless, landless reaches of the open sea. A mist veiled the sky, and no stars shone above the hills on which no hearthfire or window light had ever gleamed. In the darkness Urin woke. Their small fire was dead, but a westering moon lit the land with a gray, misty light. In the stream valley and on the hillside about it stood a great multitude of people, all still,
Watch
all
this.
silent, their faces turned toward
Damn it.
Ged and Urin. Their eyes caught no light of the moon. Urin
There
dared
it
not
is.
speak, but he put his hand on Ged's arm. The mage stirred and sat up,
Damn
saying,
it.
"What's the matter?"
I want to do a cool
He
thing.
followed Urin's gaze and saw the silent
No.
people. They were all clothed darkly, men and women alike.
No.
Their faces could not be clearly seen in the faint light, but it seemed to Urin that among those who stood
Nah.
nearest them
Can't
in the
do it.
valley, across the little stream, there were some whom he knew, though he could not say their names. Ged stood up, the cloak falling from him. His face and hair and shirt shone
No, I
silvery
could
pale,
do it
as
I
if the
really
moonlight
wanted
gathered itself
if
to
I
him.
kept doing it over and over
He held
again,
out his
but-
arm in a wide gesture and said aloud, "O you who have lived, go free. I break the bond that holds you, and Vasamain Harupeno Dath." For a moment they stood still, the multitude of silent people. They turned away, slowly, seeming to walk into the grey darkness, and were gone. Ged sat down. He drew a deep breath. He looked at Urin and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, and his touch was warm and firm.
Fuck!
"There's nothing to fear, Lebanon," he said gently, mockingly.
They
were only the dead. Urin nodded, though his teeth were chattering and he felt cold to his very bones. "How did," he began, but his jaw and lips would not obey him yet. Ged understood him. "They came at his summoning. This is what he promises. Eternal life. At his word they may return. At his bidding they must walk upon the hills of life, though they cannot stir a blade of grass. Is he then dead too? Ged shook his head, brooding. The dead cannot summon the dead back into the world. No, he has the powers of a living man, and more. But if any thought to follow him, he tricked them. He keeps his power for himself. He plays king of the dead, and not only of the dead. But they were only shadows. I don't know why I fear them, Urin said with shame. You fear them because you fear death, and rightly, for death is terrible and must be feared, the mage said. He laid new wood on the fire and blew on the small coals under the ashes. A little flare of brightness bloomed on the twigs of brushwood, a grateful light to Urin. And life also is a terrible thing, Ged said, and must be feared and praised. They both sat back, wrapping their cloaks close about them. They were silent a while. Then Ged spoke very gravely. Lebanon, how long he may tease us here. With sendings and with shadows, I do not know. But you know where he will go. At last. Into the dark land. I. Among them. I have seen them now. I will go with you. Is it faith in me that moves you? You may trust my love, but do not trust my strength. For I think I have met my match. I will go with you. But if I am defeated, if my power or my life is spent, I cannot guide you back. You cannot return alone. I will return with you. At that Ged said, you enter your manhood at the gate of death. And then he said that word or name by which the dragon had twice called her in, speaking it very low, Agni, Agni Lebanon. After that they spoke no more, and presently sleep came back into them, and they lay down by their small and briefly burning fire. The next morning they walked on, going north and west. This was Urin's decision, not Ged's, who said, choose us our way, lad, the ways are all alike to me.
Damn,
They made no haste, for they had no goal, waiting for some sign from ORM.
If I went up,
Embark.
I forgot that this is what
They followed the
happens.
lowest, outmost range of hills, mostly within sight of
I
the
use
ocean.
the
The grass was dry and short, blowing
Audio
and
to
blowing forever
remember.
in the wind. The hills rose up golden and forlorn upon their right, and on their left lay the salt marshes and the western sea. Once they saw swans flying, far away in
It's the second time
the south.
that it happens.
no other breathing creature did they see all that day. A kind of weariness of dread, of waiting for the worst, grew in Urin all day long. Impatience and a dull anger rose in him. He said, after hours of silence, this land is as dead as the land of death itself. Do not say that, the mage said sharply. He strode on a while and then went on. In a changed voice, look at this land, look about you. This is your kingdom, the kingdom of life. This is your immortality. Look at the hills, the mortal hills. They do not endure forever. The hills with the living grass on them, and the streams of water running. In all the world, in all the worlds, in all the immensity of time, there is no other like each of those streams, rising cold out of the earth where no eye sees it, running through the sunlight and the darkness to the sea. Deep are the springs of being, deeper than life, than death. He stopped, but in his eyes as he looked at Urin and at the sunlit hills there was a great, wordless, grieving love. And Urin saw that, and seeing it saw him for the first time whole, as he was. I cannot say what I mean, Ged said unhappily. But Urin thought of that first hour in the fountain court, of the man who had knelt by the running water of the fountain, and joy, as clear as that remembered water, welled up in him. He looked at his companion and said, I have given my love to what is worthy of love. Is that not the kingdom and the unperishing spring? Aye, lad, said Ged, gently and with pain. They went on together in silence. But Urin saw the world now with his companion's eyes and saw the living splendor that was revealed about them in the silent, desolate land, as if by a power of enchantment surpassing any other, in every blade of the wind-bowed grass, every shadow, every stone. So when one stands in a cherished place for the last time before a voyage without return, he sees it all whole, and real, and dear, as he has never seen it before and never will see it again. As evening came on, serried lines of clouds rose from the west, borne on great winds from the sea, and burned fiery before the sun, reddening it as it sank. As he gathered brushwood for their fire in a creek valley, in that red light, Urin glanced up and saw a man standing not 10 feet from him. The man's face looked vague and strange, but Urin knew him, the dyer of Lorbanery, simply, who was dead. Behind him stood others, all with sad, staring faces. They seemed to speak, but Urin could not hear their words, only a kind of whispering blown away by the west wind. Some of them came toward him slowly. He stood and looked at them, and again at Sapli, and then he turned his back on them, stooped, and picked up one more stick of brushwood, though his hands shook. He added it to his load, and picked up another, and one more. Then he straightened and looked back. There was no one in the valley, only the red light burning on the grass. He returned to Ged and set down his load of firewood, but he said nothing of what he had seen. All that night, in the misty darkness of that land empty of living souls, when he woke from fitful sleep he heard about him the whispering of the souls of the dead. He steadied his will, and did not listen, and slept again. Both he and Ged woke late, when the sun, already a hand's breadth above the hills, broke free at last from fog and brightened the cold land. As they ate their small morning meal, the dragon came, wheeling above them in the air. Fire shot from his jaws, and smoke, and sparks from his red nostrils. His teeth gleamed like blades of ivory in that lurid glare. But he said nothing, though Ged hailed him, crying in his language, "Hast found him, O-R-M-M-Bar." The dragon threw back his head and arched his body strangely, raking the wind with his razor talons. Then he set off flying fast to the west, looking back at them. As he went, Ged gripped his staff and struck it on the ground. "He cannot speak," he said. "He cannot speak. The words of the making are taken from him, and he is left like an adder, like a tongueless worm, his wisdom dumb. Yet he can lead, and we can follow." Swinging up their light packs on their backs, they strode westward across the hills, as O-R-M-M-Bar had flown. 8 miles or more they went, not slackening that first, swift, steady pace. Now,
I was right there.
The sea lay on either hand, and they walked on a long, falling ridge back that ran
not what I thought it was.
down at last through dry reeds and winding creek beds to an outcurving beach of sand, colored like ivory. This was the westernmost cape of all the lands, the end of Earth. O-R-M-M-Bar crouched on that ivory sand, his head low like an angry cat's and his breath coming in gasps of fire. Some way before him, between him and the long, low breakers of the sea, stood a thing like a hut or shelter, white, as if built of long beached driftwood. But there was no driftwood on this shore which faced no other land. As they came closer, Aaron saw that the ramshackle walls were built up of great bones, whales' bones, he thought at first, and then saw the white triangles edged like knives, and knew they were the bones of a dragon. They came to the place. Sunlight on the sea glittered through crevices between the bones. The lintel of the doorway was a thigh bone longer than a man. On it stood a human skull, staring with hollow eyes at the hills of Solidor. They stopped there, and as they looked up at the skull, a man came out of the doorway under it. He wore an armor of gilt bronze of ancient fashion. It was rent as if by hatchet blows, and the jeweled scabbard of his sword was empty. His face was stern, with arched, black brows and narrow nose. His eyes were dark, keen, and sorrowful. There were wounds on his arms and in his throat and side. They bled no longer, but they were mortal wounds. He stood erect and still, and looked at them. Ged took one step toward him. They were somewhat alike, thus face to face. "Thou art Urithokbi," Ged said. The other gazed at him steadily and nodded once, but did not speak. Even thou must do his bidding." Rage was in Ged's voice. "Oh my Lord, and best and bravest of us all, rest in thy honor and in death."
Look at new
And
ball.
raising his hands, Ged brought them down in a great gesture, saying again those words. He had spoken to the multitudes of the dead. His hands left behind on the array. Moment abroad, bright track. When it was gone, the armored man was gone. And only the sun dazzled on the sand where he had stood. Ged struck at the house of bones with his staff, and it fell and vanished away. Nothing of it was left but one great rib bone that stuck up out of the sand. He turned to O-R-M-M-Bar. "Is it here, O-R-M-M-Bar? Is this the place?" The dragon opened his mouth and made a huge, gasping hiss. "Here on the last shore of the world." "That is well." Then holding his black staff in his left hand, Ged opened his arms in the gesture of invocation, and spoke. Though he spoke in the language of the making, yet Aaron understood, at last, as all who hear that invocation must understand, for it has power over all. "Now do I summon you and here, my enemy, before my eyes and in the flesh, and bind you by the word that will not be spoken till time's end, to come." But where the name of him summoned should have been spoken, Ged said only, "My enemy." A silence followed, as if the sound of the sea had faded. It seemed to Aaron that the sun failed and dimmed, though it stood high in a clear sky. A darkness came over the beach, as though one looked through smoked glass, directly before Ged. It grew very dark, and it was hard to see what was there. It was as if nothing was there, nothing the light could fall on, a formlessness. Out of it came a man, suddenly. It was the same man they had seen upon the dune, black-haired and long-armed, lithe, and tall. He held now a long rod or blade of steel, graven all down its length with runes, and he tilted this toward Ged as he faced him. But there was something strange in the look of his eyes, as if they were sun-dazzled and could not see. "I come," he said, "at my own choosing, in my own way. You cannot summon me, Archmage. I am no shadow. I am alive. I only am alive. You think you are. But you are dying, dying. Do you know what this is I hold? It is the staff of the Grey Mage, he who silenced Nereger, the master of my art. But I am the master. Now. And I have had enough of playing games with you." With that he suddenly reached out the steel blade to touch Ged, who stood as if he could not move and could not speak. Aaron stood a pace behind him, and all his will was to move. But he could not stir, he could not even put his hand on his sword hilt, and his voice was stopped in his throat.
Whoa.
But over Ged and Aaron, over their heads, vast and fiery, the great body of the dragon came in one writhing leap and plunged down full force upon the other, so that the charmed steel blade entered into the dragon's mailed breast to its full length, but the man was borne down under his weight and crushed and burnt. Rising up again from the sand, arching his back and beating his veined wings, Ormbar vomited out gouts of fire and screamed. He tried to fly, but he could not fly. Malign and cold, the metal lay in his heart. He crouched, and the blood ran black and poisonous, steaming, from his mouth, and the fire died in his nostrils till they became like pits of ash. He laid down his great head on the sand. So died Ormbar where his forefather Orm died, on the bones of Orm buried in the sand. But where Orm had struck his enemy to earth, there lay something ugly and shriveled, like the body of a big spider dried up in its web. It had been burned by the dragon's breath and crushed by his talon feet. Yet, as Urin watched, it moved. It crawled away a little from the dragon. The face lifted up toward them. There was no comeliness left in it, only ruin, old age that had outlived old age. The mouth was withered. The sockets of the eyes were empty and had long been empty. So Ged and Urin saw at last the living face of their enemy. It turned away. The burnt, blackened arms reached out, and a darkness gathered into them, that same shapeless darkness that swelled and dimmed the sunlight. Between the arms of the Unmaker it was like an archway or a gate, though dim and without outline, and through it was neither pale sand nor ocean, but a long slope of darkness going down into the dark. There the crushed, crawling figure went, and when it came into the darkness it seemed suddenly to rise up and move swiftly, and it was gone. Come, Lebanon, said Ged, laying his right hand on the boy's arm, and they went forward into the dry land. The dry land. The yew-wood staff in the mage's hand shone in the dull, lowering darkness with a silver gleam. Another slight glimmering movement caught Urin's eye.
Too early.
Flicker of light along the blade of the sword he held naked in his band.
All the time.
As the dragon's act and death had broken the binding spell, he had drawn his sword. There on the beach of Solidor. And here, though he was no more than a shadow, he was a living shadow, and bore the shadow of his sword. There was no other brightness anywhere. It was like a late twilight under clouds. At the end of November, a dour, chill, dull air in which one could see, but not clearly and not far. Urin knew the place, the moors, and barrens of his hopeless dreams, but it seemed to him that he was farther, immensely farther, than he had ever been in dream. He could make out nothing distinctly, except that he and his companion stood on the slope of a hill, and before them was a low wall of stones, no higher than a man's knee. Ged still kept his right hand on Urin's arm. He moved forward now, and Urin went with him. They stepped over the wall of stones. Formless, the long slope fell away before them, descending into the dark. But overhead, where Urin had thought to see a heavy overcast of clouds, the sky was black, and there were stars. He looked at them, and it seemed as if his heart shrank small and cold within him. They were no stars that he had ever seen. Unmoving they shone, Onwin King. They were those stars that do not rise or set, nor are they ever hidden by any cloud, nor does any sunrise dim them. Still and small they shine on the dry land. Ged set off walking down the far side of the hill of being, and pace by pace Urin went with him. There was terror in him, and yet so resolved was his heart, and so intent his will that the fear did not rule him, nor was he even very clearly aware of it. It was only as if something deep within him grieved, like an animal shut up in a room and chained. It seemed that they walked down that hill slope for a long way, but perhaps it was a short way, for there was no passing of time there, where no wind blew and the stars did not move. They came then into the streets of one of the cities that are there, and Urin saw the houses with windows that are never lit, and in certain doorways standing, with quiet faces and empty hands, the dead. The marketplaces were all empty. There was no buying and selling there, no gaining and spending. Nothing was used, nothing was made. Ged and Urin went through the narrow streets alone, though a few times they saw a figure at the turning of another way, distant and hardly to be seen in the gloom. At sight.
Some definitely back
but
there,
the first
I
of
can tell
these,
you that.
Urin started and raised his sword to point, but Ged shook his head and went on. Urin saw then that the figure was a woman who moved slowly, not fleeing from them. All those whom they saw not many, for the dead are many, but that land is large, stood still, or moved slowly and with no purpose. None of them bore wounds, as had the semblance of Urithok be summoned into daylight at the place of his death. No marks of illness were on them. They were whole and healed. They were healed of pain and of life. They were not loathsome as Urin had feared they would be, not frightening in the way he had thought they would be. Quiet were their faces, freed from anger and desire, and there was in their shadowed eyes no hope.
First one.
Instead of fear, then, great pity rose up in Urin, and if fear underlay it, it was not for himself, but for all people. For he saw the mother and child who had died together, and they were in the dark land together, but the child did not run, nor did it cry, and the mother did not hold it or ever look at it. And those who had died for love passed each other in the streets. The potter's wheel was still, the loom empty, the stove cold. No voice ever saying. The dark streets between dark houses led on and on, and they passed through them. The sound of their feet was the only sound. It was cold. Urin had not noticed that cold at first, but it crept into his spirit, which was, here, also his flesh. He felt very weary. We must have come a long way. Why go on? He thought, and his steps lagged a little. Ged stopped suddenly, turning to face a man who stood at the crossing of two streets. He was slender and tall, with a face that Urin thought he had seen, though he could not remember where. Ged spoke to him, and no other voice had broken the silence since they stepped across the wall of stones. "O Thorian, my friend, how come you here?" And he put out his hands to the summoner of Rogue. Thorian made no answering gesture. He stood still, and his face was still, but the silvery light on Ged's staff struck deep in his enshadowed eyes, making a little light there or meeting it. Ged took the hand he did not offer and said again, "What do you here, Thorian? You are not of this kingdom yet. Go back."
Fuck.
I followed the undying
Did I
one.
even get the I didn't
I
even
lost
get
my
the
way.
thing last
The
time,
summoner's
did I?
voice was soft and
No.
dull, like that of a man
I
who speaks in
completely
sleep.
blanked out.
"Upward, toward the wall," said Ged, pointing the way he and Urin had come. The long, dark, descending street. At that there was a tremor in Thorian's face, as if some hope had entered into him like a sword, intolerable. "I cannot find the way," he said. "My lord, I cannot find the way." "Maybe thou shalt," Ged said, and embraced him, and then went forward. Thorian stood still at the crossroads, behind him. As they went on, it seemed to Urin that in this timeless dusk there was, in truth, neither forward nor backward, neither east nor west, no way to go. Was there a way out? He thought how they had come down the hill, always descending, no matter how they turned, and still in the dark city the streets went downward, so that to return to the wall of stones they need only climb, and at the hill's top they would find it. But they did not turn. Side by side, they went on. Did he follow Ged? Or did he lead him? They came out of the city. The country of the innumerable dead was empty. No tree or thorn or blade of grass grew in the stony earth under the unsetting stars. There was no horizon, for the eye could not see so far into the gloom, but ahead of them the small, still stars were absent from the sky over a long space above the ground, and this starless space was jagged and sloped like a chain of mountains. As they went on, the shapes were more distinct, high peaks.
I don't know.
Weathered by no wind or rain. There was no snow on them to gleam in starlight.
So much.
They were black. The sight of them struck desolation into Urin's heart. He looked away from them.
I don't jump,
but he knew
and
them.
I die.
He recognized them.
I do
His eyes
jump, and I
drawn
die.
back to them. Each time he looked at those
Fuck
peaks he
off.
felt a cold weight in his breast, and his nerve came near to failing. Still he walked on, always downward, for the land fell away, descending toward the mountains. At last, he said, "My lord, what are?" He pointed at the mountains, for he could not go on speaking. His throat was dry. "They border on the world of light," Ged answered, "even as does the wall of stones. They have no name but pain.
There we go.
There is a road across them. It is forbidden to the dead. It is not long, but it is a bitter road." "I am thirsty," Urin said, and his companion answered, "Here they drink dust."
I could have gotten that.
They went on. It seemed to Urin that his companion's gait had slowed somewhat, and sometimes he hesitated. He himself felt no more hesitation, though the weariness had not ceased to grow in him. They must go down, they must go on. They went
I could have gotten that.
on.
Damn it.
Sometimes they passed through other towns of the dead, where the dark roofs made angles against the stars, which stood forever in the same place above them. After the towns was the empty land again, where nothing grew. As soon as they had come out of a town, it was lost in the darkness. Nothing could be seen before the time, except the mountains that grew ever nearer, towering before.
What is happening?
To their right the formless slope fell away as it had done.
My
How long
God,
ago?
my butt.
When they crossed the wall of stones. What lies that way?
How much is left?
Urin murmured to Ged, for he craved the sound of speech,
There's so
but the mage shook
much.
his head. "I do not.
So much.
No. It may be a way without an end."
Maybe
In the direction they went, the slope seemed to be growing less and always less. The ground under their feet gritted harshly, like lava dust. Still they went on, and now Urin never thought of returning or of how they might return.
Come on, bro.
Nor did he think of stopping, though he was very weary.
We're so fucking
Once he tried
close.
to lighten the numb darkness and weariness and horror within him by thinking of his home, but he could not remember what sunlight looked like or his mother's face.
Wow.
There was
That's really sad.
nothing to do but to go on. And he went on. He felt the ground level under his feet, and beside him Ged hesitated. Then he, too, stopped. The long descent was over. This was the end. There was no way further, no need to go on. They were in the valley directly under the mountains of pain.
Well, there's no point in
There were
getting
rocks,
it, but
underfoot and
It's
boulders
what
about
I'm
them,
used to
rough to
now.
the touch like scoria. It was as if this narrow valley might be the dry bed of a river of water that had once run here, or the course of a river of fire, long since cold, from the volcanoes that reared their black, unmerciful peaks above. He stood still, there in the narrow valley in the dark, and Ged stood still beside him. They stood like the aimless dead, gazing at nothing, silent. Urin thought, with a little dread but not much, "We have come too far." It did not
shit,
seem
I
to
jumped
matter
over
much.
it.
Speaking his thought, Ged said, "We have come too far to turn back." His voice was soft, but the ring of it was not wholly muted by the great, gloomy hollowness around them, and at the sound of it Urin roused a little. Had they not come here to meet the one they saw? A voice in the darkness said, "You have come too far."
Voice crack.
Urin answered it, saying, "Only too far is far enough."
They
"You
saw
have come to the dry river," said the voice. "You cannot go back to the wall of stones. You cannot go back to life."
Oh.
"Not that way," said Ged, speaking into the darkness. Urin could hardly see him, though they stood side by side, for the mountains under which they stood cut out half the starlight, and it seemed as if the current of the dry river were darkness itself. "But we would learn your way." There was no answer. "We meet as equals here. If you are blind, Cobb, yet we are in the dark." There was no answer. "We cannot hurt you here, we cannot kill you. What is there to fear?" "I have no fear," said the voice in the darkness. Then slowly, glimmering a little, as with that light that sometimes clung to Ged's staff, the man appeared, standing some way upstream from Ged and Urin, among the great, dim masses of the boulders. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and long-armed, like that figure which had appeared to them on the dune and on the beach of Solidor, but older. The hair was white and thickly matted over the high forehead.
Maybe.
So he appeared in the spirit, in the kingdom of death, not burnt by the dragon's fire, not maimed, but not whole. The sockets of his eyes were empty. "I have no fear," he said. "What should a dead man fear?" He laughed. The sound of laughter rang so false and uncanny, there in that narrow, stony valley, under the mountains, that Urin's breath failed him for a moment. But he gripped his sword and listened. "I do not know what a dead man should fear," Ged answered. "Surely not death? Yet it seems you fear it, even though you have found a way to escape from it." "I have. I live, my body lives." "Not well," the mage said dryly. "Illusion might hide age, but Ormbar was not gentle with that body. I can mend it. I know secrets of healing and of youth, no mere illusions." "What do you take me for? Because you are called Archmage, do you take me for a village sorcerer? I who alone among all mages found the way of immortality, which no other ever found." "Maybe we did not seek it," said Ged. "You sought it. All of you. You sought it and could not find it, and so made wise
it's in that section.
words about acceptance and balance and the equilibrium of life and death."
Yeah.
"But they were words lies to cover your failure, to cover your fear of death." "What? Man would not live forever, if he could. And I can. I am immortal. I did what you could not do, and therefore I am your master, and you know it. Would you know how I did it, Archmage?" "I would." Cobb came a step closer. Urin noticed that, though the man had no eyes, his manner was not quite that of the stone blind. He seemed to know exactly where Ged and Urin stood, and to be aware of both of them, though he never turned his head to Urin. Some wizardless second sight he might have, such as that. Hearing and seeing that sendings and presentments had something that gave him an awareness, though it might not be true sight. "I was in Peln," he said to Ged, "after you, in your pride, thought you had humbled me and taught me a lesson." "Oh, a lesson you taught me, indeed, but not the one you meant to teach. There I said to myself, I have seen death now, and I will not accept it. Let all stupid nature go its stupid course, but I am a man, better than nature, above nature. I will not go that way, I will not cease to be myself." And so determined, I took the Polnish lore again, but found only hints and smatterings of what I needed. So I rewove it and remade it, and made a spell, the greatest spell that has ever been made. The greatest and the last. In working that spell, you died. Yes. I died. I had the courage to die, to find what you cowards could never find. The way back from death. I opened the door that had been shut since the beginning of time. And now I come freely to this place and freely return to the world of the living. Alone of all men in all time I am lord of the two lands. And the door I opened is open not only here, but in the minds of the living, in the depths and unknown places of their being, where we are all one in the darkness. They know it, and they come to me. And the dead too must come to me, all of them, for I have not lost the magery of the living. They must climb over the wall of stones when I bid them, all the souls, the lords, the mages, the proud women, back and forth from life to death, at my command. All must come to me, the living and the dead, I who died and live. Where do they come to you, Cobb? Where is it that you are? Between the worlds. But that is neither life nor death. What is life, Cobb? Power. What is love? Power, the blind man repeated heavily, hunching up his shoulders.
Okay.
What is light? Darkness.
That's fine.
What is your name? I have none. All in this land bear their true name. Tell me yours, then. I am named Ged. And you? The blind man hesitated, and said, Cobb. That was your use name, not your name. Where is your name? Where is the truth of you? Did you leave it in Palm where you died? You have forgotten much. O Lord of the two lands. You have forgotten light, and love, and your own name. I have your name now, and power over you, Ged the Archmage, Ged who was Archmage when he was alive. My name is no use to you, Ged said. You have no power over me at all. I am a living man. My body lies on the beach of Solidor, under the sun, on the turning earth. And when that body dies, I will be here, but only in name alone. In shadow. Do you not understand? Did you never understand, you who called up so many shadows from the dead, who summoned all the hosts of the perished? Even my lord Urabakbi, wisest of us all.
Did
you not understand that he is but a shadow and a name? His death did not diminish life. Nor did it diminish him. He is there, not here. Here is nothing, dust, and shadows. There, he is the earth and sunlight, the leaves of trees, the eagle's flight. He is alive. And all who ever died, live, they are reborn and have no end, nor will there ever be an end. All, save you. For you would not have death. You lost death, you lost life, in order to save yourself. Yourself. Your immortal self. What is it? Who are you? I am myself. My body will not decay and die dash. A living body suffers pain, Cobb, a living body grows old, it dies. Death is the price we pay for our life and for all life. I do not pay it. I can die and in that moment live again. I cannot be killed, I am immortal. I alone am myself forever. Who are you, then? The immortal one. Say your name. The king. Say my name. I told it to you but a minute since. Say my name. You are not real. You have no name. Only I exist. You exist, without name, without form. You cannot see the light of day, you cannot see the dark. You sold the green earth and the sun and stars to save yourself. But you have no self. All that which you sold, that is yourself. You have given everything for nothing. And so now you seek to draw the world to you, all that light and life you lost, to fill up your nothingness. But it cannot be filled. Not all the songs of earth, not all the stars of heaven, could fill your emptiness. Ged's voice rang like iron, there in the cold valley under the mountains, and the blind man cringed away from him. He lifted up his face, and the dim starlight shone on it. He looked as if he wept, but he had no tears, having no eyes. His mouth opened and shut, full of darkness, but no words came out of it, only a groaning. At last he said one word, barely shaping it with his contorted lips, and the word was life. I would give you life if I could, Cobb. But I cannot. You are dead. But I can give you death.
Companion cube.
The blind man screamed aloud, and then he said, no, and crouched down sobbing, though his cheeks were as dry as the stony river course where only night and no water ran.
Like it.
You cannot. No one can ever set me free. I opened the door between the worlds and I cannot shut it. No one can shut it. It will never be shut again. It draws me. I must come back to it. I must go through it and come back here, into the dust and cold and silence. It sucks at me. And sucks at me. I cannot leave it. I cannot close it. It will suck all the light out of the world in the end. All the rivers will be like the dry river. There is no power anywhere that can close the door I opened. Very strange was the mixture of despair and vindictiveness, terror and vanity, in his words and voice. Ged said only, where is it? That way. Not far. You can go there. But you cannot do anything there.
Something.
You cannot shut it. If you spent all your power in that one act, it would not be enough. Nothing is enough. Maybe, Ged answered. Though you chose despair, remember we have not yet done so. Take us there. The blind man raised his face, in which fear and hatred struggled visibly. Hatred triumphed. I will not, he said. At that Urin stepped forward, and he said, you will.
What the fuck?
The blind man held still. The cold silence and the darkness of the realm of the dead surrounded them, surrounded their words. Who are you? My name is Lebanon. Ged spoke. You who call yourself king, do you not know who this is? Again Cobb held utterly still. Then he said, gasping a little as he spoke, but he is dead, you are dead. You cannot go back. There is no way out. You are caught. Here. As he spoke, the glimmer of light died away from him, and they heard him turn in the darkness and go away from them into it, hastily. Give me light. My lord. Urin cried, and Ged held up his staff above his head, letting the white light break open that old darkness, full of rocks and shadows, among which the tall, stooped figure of the blind man hurried and dodged, going upstream from them with a strange, unseeing, unhesitating gait.
Shit.
After him Urin came, sword in hand, and after him, Ged. Soon Urin had outdistanced his companion, and the light was very faint, much interrupted by the boulders and the turnings of the riverbed, but the sound of Cobb's going, the sense of his presence ahead, was guide enough. Urin drew closer slowly, as the way became steeper. They were climbing in a steep gorge, choked with stones, the dry river, narrowing to its head, wound between sheer banks. Rocks clattered under their feet and under their hands, for they had to clamber Urin sensed the final narrowing in of the banks, and with a lunge forward came up to Cobb and caught his arm, halting him there, at a kind of basin of rocks 5 or 6 feet wide, what might have been a pool if ever water ran. There, and above it a tumbled cliff of rock and slag. In that cliff there was a black hole, the source of the dry river. Cobb did not try to pull away from him. He stood quite still, while the light of Ged's approach brightened on his eyeless face. He had turned that face to Urin. "This is the place," he said at last, a kind of smile forming on his lips. "This is the place you seek. See it? There you can be reborn. All you need do is follow me. You will live immortally.
Fuck, okay,
we shall be kings together."
I know
Urin
how
looked
to
at
get
that
this
dry,
one.
dark spring head, the mouth of dust, the place where a
I know how
dead
to
soul,
obtain
crawling
the
into earth
second
and darkness, was born again dead, abominable it was to him, and he said in a harsh voice, struggling with deadly sickness, "Let it be shut." "It will be shut," Ged said, coming beside them, and the light blazed up now from his hands and face as if he were a star fallen on earth in that endless night. Before him the dry spring, the door, yawned open. It was wide and hollow, but whether deep or shallow there was no telling. There was nothing in it for the light to fall on, for the eye to see. It was void. Through it was neither light nor dark, neither life nor death. It was nothing. It was a way that led nowhere. Ged raised up his hands and spoke. Urin still held Cobb's arm. The blind man had laid his free hand against the rocks of the cliff wall. Both stood still, caught in the power of the spell. With all the skill of his life's training and with all the strength of his fierce heart, Ged strove to shut that door, to make the world whole once more. And under his voice and the command of his shaping hands the rocks drew together, painfully, trying to be whole, to meet. But at the same time the light weakened and weakened, dying out from his hands and from his face, dying out from his staff, until only a little glimmer of it clung there. By that faint light Urin saw that the door was nearly closed. Under his hand the blind man felt the rocks move, felt them come together, and felt also the art and power giving itself up, spending itself, spent, and all at once. He shouted, "No!" and broke from Urin's grasp, lunged forward, and caught Ged in his blind, powerful grasp. Bearing Ged down under his weight, he closed his hands on his throat to strangle him. Urin raised up the sword of Sariat and brought the blade down straight and hard on the bowed neck beneath the matted hair. The living spirit has weight in the world of the dead, and the shadow of his sword has an edge. The blade made a great wound, severing Cobb's spine. Black blood leapt out, lit by the sword's own light. But there is no good in killing a dead man, and Cobb was dead, years dead. The wound closed, swallowing its blood. The blind man stood up very tall, groping out with his long arms at Urin, his face writhing with rage and hatred, as if he had just now perceived who his true enemy and rival was. So horrible to see was this recovery from a death blow, this inability to die, more horrible than any dying, that a rage of loathing swelled up in Urin, a berserk fury, and swinging up the sword he struck again with it, a full, terrible, downward blow. Cobb fell with skull split open and face masked with blood, yet Urin was upon him at once, to strike again, before the wound could close, to strike until he killed. Beside him Ged, struggling to his knees, spoke one word. At the sound of his voice Urin was stopped, as if a hand had grasped his sword arm. The blind man, who had begun to rise, also held utterly still. Ged got to his feet, he swayed a little. When he could hold himself erect, he faced the cliff.
Erect.
"Be thou made whole,"
Fuck!
he said in a clear voice, and with his staff he drew in lines of fire across the gate of rocks, a figure, the rune Agnan, the rune of ending, which closes roads and is drawn on coffin lids. And there was then no gap or void place among the boulders. The door was shut. The earth of the dry land trembled under their feet, and across the unchanging barren sky a long roll of thunder ran and died away. By the word that will not be spoken until time's end I summon thee. By the word that was spoken at the making of things I now release thee. Go free. And bending over the blind man, who was crouched on his knees, Ged whispered in his ear, under the white, tangled hair. Cobb stood up. He looked about him slowly, with seeing eyes. He looked at Urin, and then at Ged. He spoke no word, but gazed at them with dark eyes. There was no anger in his face, no hate, no grief. Slowly he turned, went off down the course of the dry river, and soon was gone to sight. There was no more light on Ged's staff or in his face. He stood there in the darkness. When Urin came to him he caught at the young man's arm to hold himself upright. For a moment a spasm of dry sobbing shook him. "It is done," he said. "It is all gone. It is done, dear Lord. We must go. We must go home." Ged was like one bewildered or exhausted. He followed Urin back down the river course, stumbling along slowly and with difficulty among the rocks and boulders. Urin stayed with him. When the banks of the dry river were low,
I don't get doing upside down
the
with
ground
that
was
part,
less steep.
dude. It's
He
so
turned toward the way
fucking
they had
hard.
come, the long,
My
formless
brain
slope that led up
fucks
into the dark.
so badly.
Then he turned away.
Eat shit.
Ged said nothing. As soon as they halted, he bad sunk down, sitting on a lava boulder, first pent, his head hanging Urin knew that the way they had come was closed to them. They could only go on. They must go all the way. Even too far is not far enough, he thought. He looked up at the black peaks, cold and silent against the unmoving stars, terrible. And once more that ironic, mocking voice of his will spoke in him, unrelenting. Will you stop halfway, Lebanon? He went to Ged and said very gently, we must go on, my lord. Ged said nothing, but he stood up. We must go by the mountains, I think. Thy way, lad, Ged said in a hoarse whisper. Help me. So they set out up the slopes of dust and scoria into the mountains, Urin helping his companion along as well as he could. It was black dark in the comb's end. Gorgeous, so that he had to feel the way ahead, and it was hard for him to give Ged support at the same time. Walking was hard, a stumbling matter, but when they had to climb and clamber as the slopes grew steeper, that was harder still. The rocks were rough, burning their hands like molten iron. Yet it was cold and got colder as they went higher.
I'm losing
there was
my
a torment in the touch of this earth.
Not my insanity, I'm losing
Seared
my
like live
sanity.
coals, a fire burned within the
Dust
mountains.
going insane.
But the air was always cold and always dark.
How close?
There was no sound. No wind blew. The sharp rocks broke under their hands, and gave way under their feet. Black and sheer, the spurs and chasms went up in front of them and fell away beside them into
Oh, we're
blackness.
literally almost done. 8 more
Behind,
pages.
below, the kingdom of the dead was lost.
Oh, what time
Ahead,
is it?
above, the
It's
peaks and
on
rocks
fucking
stood out against the
4
stars.
in the morning.
And nothing moved in all the length and breadth of
Dude.
those black mountains, except the two mortal souls. He had often stumbled or missed his footing, in weariness. His breath came harder and harder, and when his hands came hard against the rocks, he gasped in pain. To hear him cry out wrung Urin's heart. He tried to keep him from falling. But often the way was too narrow for them to go abreast, or Urin had to go in front to seek out footing. And at last, on a high slope that ran up to the stars, Ged slipped and fell forward, and did not get up. My lord, Urin said, kneeling by him, and then spoke his name, Ged. He did not move or answer.
Oh
Urin
no.
lifted him in his arms and carried him up that high slope. At the end of it,
Is Ged finally
there was
dead?
level ground for some way ahead. Urin laid his burden down and dropped down beside him, exhausted and in pain, past Ho. This was the summit of the pass between the two black peaks, for which he had been
Ged's definitely dead.
struggling. This was the pass and the end. There was no way farther. The end of the level ground was the edge of a cliff. Beyond it the darkness went on forever. And the small stars hung unmoving in the black gulf of the sky. Endurance may outlast hope. He crawled forward, when he was able to do so. Doggedly. He looked over the edge of darkness. And below him, only a little way below, he saw the beach of ivory sand. The white and amber waves were curling and breaking in foam on it, and across the sea the sun was setting in a haze of gold. Urin turned back to the dark. He went back. He lifted Ged up as best he could, and struggled forward with him until he could not go any farther. There all things ceased to be, thirst, and pain, and the dark, and the sun's light, and the sound of the breaking sea. The stone of pain. When Urin woke, a grey fog hid the sea and the dunes and hills of Solidor. The breakers came murmuring in a low thunder out of the fog and withdrew, murmuring into it again. The tide was in, and the beach much narrower than when they had first come there. The last, small foam lines of the waves came and licked at Ged's outflung left hand as he lay face down on the sand. His clothes and hair were wet, and Urin's clothes clung icily to his body, as if once at least the sea had broken over them. Of Cobb's dead body there was no trace. Maybe the waves had drawn it out to sea. But behind Urin, when he turned his head, huge and dim in the mist, the grey body of Orm bulked like a ruined tower. Urin got up, shuddering with chill. He could barely stand, for cold and stiffness, and a dizzy weakness like that which comes of lying a long time unmoving. He staggered like a drunken man. As soon as he could control his limbs he went to Ged and managed to pull him a little way up the sand above the waves' reach. But that was all he could do. Very cold, very heavy, Ged seemed to him. He had borne him over the boundary from death into life, but maybe in vain. He put his ear to Ged's breast, but could not still the shaking in his own limbs and the chattering of his teeth to listen for the heartbeat. He stood up again and tried to stamp to bring some warmth back into his legs, and finally, trembling and dragging his legs like an old man, set off to find their packs. They had dropped them beside a little stream running down from the ridge of the hills, a long time ago, when they came down to the House of Bones. It was that stream he saw.
House of Boners,
He could not think of anything but water, fresh water. Before he expected it, he came to the stream, as it descended onto the beach and wandered mazy and branching like a tree of silver to the sea's edge. There he dropped down and drank, with his face in the water and his hands in the water, sucking up the water into his mouth and into his spirit. At last he sat up, and as he did so he saw on the far side of the stream, immense, a dragon. Its head, the color of iron, stained as with red rust at nostril and eye socket and jowl, hung facing him, almost over him. The talons sank deep into the soft, wet sand on the edge of the stream. The folded wings were partly visible, like sails. But the length of the dark body was lost in the fog. It did not move. It might have been crouching there for hours, or for years, or for centuries. It was carven of iron, shaped from rock, but the eyes he dared not look into, the eyes like oil coiling on water, like yellow smoke behind glass, the opaque, profound, yellow eyes watched Urin. There was nothing he could do, so he stood up. If the dragon would kill him, it would, and if it did not, he would try to help Ged, if there was any help for him. He stood up and started to walk up the rivulet to find their packs. The dragon did nothing. It crouched unmoving and watched. Urin found the packs, filled both the skin bottles at the stream, and went back across the sand to Ged. After he had taken only a few steps away from the stream, the dragon was lost in the thick fog. He gave Ged water, but could not rouse him. He lay lax and cold, his head heavy on Urin's arm. His dark face was grayish, the nose and cheekbones and the old scar standing out harshly. Even his body looked thin and burnt, as if half consumed. Urin sat there on the damp sand, his companion's head on his knees. The fog made a vague, soft sphere about them, lighter overhead. Somewhere in the fog was the dead dragon ORM embark, and the live dragon waiting by the stream. And somewhere across Solidor the boat Lukvar, with no provisions in her, lay on another beach. And then the sea, eastward. 300 miles to any other land of the West Reach, maybe 1,000 to the inmost sea. A long way. As far as Solidor, they used to say on Inland. The old stories told to children, the myths, began, as long ago as forever and as far away as Solidor, there lived a prince. He was the prince. But in the old stories, that was the beginning, and this seemed to be the end. He was not downcast. Though very tired, and grieving for his companion, he felt not the least bitterness or regret. Only there was no longer anything he could do. It had all been done. When his strength came back into him, he thought he would try surf fishing. With the line from his pack, for once his thirst was quenched, he had begun to feel the gnawing of hunger, and their food was gone, all but one packet of hard bread. He would save that, for if he soaked and softened it in water he might be able to feed some of it to Ged. And that was all there was left to do. Beyond that he could not see, the mist was all about him. He felt about in his pockets as he sat there, huddled with Ged in the fog, to see if he had anything useful. In his tunic pocket was a hard, sharp-edged thing. He drew it forth and looked at it, puzzled. It was a small stone, black, porous, hard. He almost tossed it away. Then he felt the edges of it in his hand, rough and searing, and felt the weight of it, and knew it for what it was, a bit of rock from the mountains of pain. It had caught in his pocket as he climbed or when he crawled to the edge of the pass with Ged. He held it in his hand, the unchanging thing, the stone of pain. He closed his hand on it and held it. And he smiled then. A smile both somber and joyous, knowing, for the first time in his life, alone, unpraised, and at the end of the world, victory. The mist thinned and moved. Far out through them he saw sunlight on the open sea. The dunes and hills came and went, colorless and enlarged by the veils of fog. Sunlight struck bright on the body of ORM Embark, magnificent in death. The iron-black dragon crouched, never moving, on the far side of the stream. Past noon the sun grew clear and warm, burning the last blur of mist out of the air. Urin threw off his wet clothes and let them dry, and went naked save for his sword belt and sword. He let the sun dry Ged's clothing likewise, but though the great, healing, comfortable flood of heat and light poured down on Ged, yet he lay still. There was a noise as of metal rubbing against metal, the grating whisper of crossed swords.
Ged is dead.
The iron-colored dragon had risen on its crooked legs.
Dead.
It moved.
Dead.
And crossed the rivulet, with a soft hissing sound as it dragged its long body through the sand.
Dead.
Urin saw the wrinkles at the shoulder joints, the mail of the flanks scored and scarred like the armor of Urithokbi, and the long teeth, yellowed and blunt. In all this, and in its sure, ponderous movements, and in a deep and frightening calmness that it had, he saw the sign of age, of great age, of years beyond remembering. So when the dragon stopped some few feet from where Ged lay, and Urin stood up between the two, he said, in Hardic, for he did not know the old speech, "Art thou lesson?" The dragon said no word, but it seemed to smile. Then, lowering its huge head, and sticking out its neck, it looked down at Ged, and spoke his name. Its voice was huge, and soft, and smelled like a blacksmith's forge. Again it spoke, and once more, and at the third time, Ged opened his eyes. After a while he tried to sit up, but could not. Urin knelt by him and supported him. Then Ged spoke. "Lesson," he said, "sen venis cyane our rogue." He had no more strength after speaking. He leaned his head on Urin's shoulder and shut his eyes. The dragon made no reply. It crouched as before, not moving. The fog was coming in again, dimming the sun as it went down to the sea. Urin dressed and wrapped Ged in his cloak. The tide, which had drawn far out, was coming in again, and he thought to carry his companion up to drier ground on the dunes, for he felt his strength coming back. But as he bent to lift Ged up, the dragon put out a great, mailed foot, almost touching him. The talons of that foot were four, with a spur behind such as a cock's foot has, but these were spurs of steel, and as long as scythe blades. "Sobriest," said the dragon, like a January wind through frozen reeds. "Let my lord be. He has saved us all, and doing so has spent his strength and maybe his life with it. Let him be." So Urin spoke, fiercely and with command. He had been overawed and frightened too much. He had been filled up with fear, and had got sick of it and would not have it any more. He was angry with the dragon for its brute strength and size, its unjust advantage. He had seen death, he had tasted death, and no threat had power over him. The old dragon K-Lesson looked at him from one long, awful, golden eye. There were ages beyond ages in the depths of that eye. The morning of the world was deep in it. Though Aaron did not look into it, he knew that it looked upon him with profound and mild hilarity. "ARW sobriest," said the dragon, and its rusty nostrils widened so that the banked and stifled fire deep within them glittered. Aaron had his arm under Ged's shoulders, having been in the act of lifting him, when K-Lesson's movement stopped him, and now he felt Ged's head turn a little, and heard his voice. "It means, mount here." For a while Aaron did not move. This was all folly. But there was the great talon foot, set like a step in front of him, and above it, the crook of the elbow, joined, and above that, the jutting shoulder and the musculature of the wing where it sprang from the shoulder blade, 4 steps, a stairway. And there in front of the wings and the first great iron thorn of the spine armor, in the hollow of the neck there was place for a man to sit astride, or 2 men, if they were met and past hope and given up to folly. "Mount," said K-Lesson in the speech of the making. So Aaron stood up and helped his companion to stand. Ged held his head erect, and with Aaron's arms to guide him, climbed up those strange steps. Both sat down astride in the rough mailed hollow of the dragon's neck, Aaron behind, ready to support Ged if he needed it. Both felt a warmth come into them, a welcome heat like the sun's heat, where they touched the dragon's hide. Life burnt in fire beneath that iron armor.
Interesting.
Aaron saw that they had left the
Change
mage's
of
staff
how we
lying
see
half buried in
dragons.
the sand. The sea was creeping in to take it. He made to get down for it, but Ged stopped him. "Leave it. I spent all wizardry at that dry spring, Lebanon. I am no mage now." K-Lesson turned and looked at them sidelong. The ancient laughter was in its eye. Whether K-Lesson was male or female, there was no telling. What K-Lesson thought, there was no knowing. Slowly the wings lifted and
Who
unfurled.
cares?
They were not gold like ORM and Bar's wings, but red, dark as rust or blood or the crimson silk of Lorbanery. The dragon raised its wings carefully, lest it unseat its puny riders. Carefully it gathered in the spring of its great haunches, and leapt like a cat up into the air, and the wings beat down and bore them above the fog that drifted over Solidor. Rowing with those crimson wings in the evening air, K-Lesson wheeled out over the open sea, turned to the east, and flew. In the days of high summer on the island of Oli a great dragon was seen flying low, and later in Usidero and in the north of Onko. Though dragons are dreaded in the west reach, where people know them all too well, yet after this one had passed over and the villagers had come out of their hiding places, those who had seen it said, "The dragons are not all dead, as we thought. Maybe the wizards are not all dead, either." Surely there was a great splendor in that flight. Maybe it was the eldest. Where K-Lesson touched to land none saw. In those far islands there are forests and wild hills to which few men ever come, and where even the descent of a dragon may go unseen. But in the 90 isles there was screaming and disarray. Men rode westward among the little islands crying, "Hide, hide. The dragon of Pender has broken his word. The archmage has perished, and the dragon is come devouring." Without landing, without looking down, the great iron-colored worm flew over the little islands and the little towns and farms, and deigned not even a belch of fire for such small fry. So it passed over Geth and over Surd, and crossed the straits of the inmost sea, and came within sight of Rogue.
Yay.
Never in the memory of man, scarcely in the memory of legend, had any dragon braved the walls visible and invisible of the well-defended isle. Yet this one did not hesitate, but flew on ponderous wings and heavily over the western shore of Rogue, above the villages and fields, to the green hill that rises over Thwill town. There at last it stooped softly to the earth, raised its red wings and folded them, and crouched on the summit of Rogue Knoll. The boys came running out of the great house. Nothing could have stopped them. But for all their youth they were slower than their masters and came second to the knoll. When they came, the patterner was there, come from his grove, his fair hair bright in the sun. With him was the changer, who had returned 2 nights before in the shape of a great sea esprit, lame-winged and weary. Long he had been caught by his own spells in that form and could not come into his own shape again until he came into the grove, on that night when the balance was restored and the broken was made whole. The summoner, gaunt and frail, only one day risen from his bed, had come, and beside him stood the doorkeeper. And the other masters of the Isle of the Wise were there. They saw the riders dismount, one aiding the other. They saw them look about, with a look of strange contentment, grimness, and wonder. The dragon crouched like stone while they clambered down from its back and stood beside it. It turned its head a little while the archmage spoke to it, and briefly answered him. Those who watched saw the sidelong look of the yellow eye, cold and full of laughter. Those who understood heard the dragon say, "I have brought the young king to his kingdom, and the old man to his home." "A little farther yet, K-Lesson," Ged replied. "I have not gone where I must go." He looked down at the roofs and towers of the great house in the sunlight, and he seemed to smile a little. Then he turned to Aaron, who stood tall and slight, in worn clothes, and not wholly steady on his legs from the weariness of the long ride and the bewilderment of all that had passed. In the sight of them all, Ged knelt to him, down on both knees, and bowed his grey head. Then he stood up and kissed the young man on the cheek, saying, "When you come to your throne in Havner, my lord, and dear companion, rule long and well." He looked again at the masters and the young wizards and the boys and the townsfolk gathered on the slopes and at the foot of the knoll. His face was quiet, and in his eyes there was something like that laughter in the eyes of K-Lesson. Turning from them all, he mounted up again by the dragon's foot and shoulder, and took his seat reinless between the great peaks of the wings, on the neck of the dragon. The red wings lifted with a drumming rattle, and K-Lesson, the eldest, sprang into the air. Fire came from the dragon's jaws, and smoke, and The sound of thunder and the storm wind was in the beating of its wings. It circled the hill once and flew off, north and eastward, toward that quarter of Earthsea, where stands the mountain Isle of Gaunt. The doorkeeper, smiling, said, "He has done with doing. He goes home." And they watched the dragon fly between the sunlight and the sea till it was out of sight. The deed of Ged tells that he who had been Archmage came to the crowning of the king of all the isles in the Tower of the Sword in Havner at the world's heart. The song tells that when the ceremony of the crowning was over and the festival began, he left the company and went down alone to the port of Havner. There lay out on the water a boat, worn and beaten by storm and the weather of years. She had no sail up and was empty. Ged called the boat by name, Lukfar. And she came to him. Entering the boat from the pier, Ged turned his back on land, and without wind or sail or the boat moved, it took him from harbor and from haven, westward among the isles, westward over sea, and no more is known of him. But in the island of Gaunt they tell the story otherwise, saying that it was the young king, Lebanon, who came seeking Ged to bring him to the coronation. But he did not find him at Gauntport or at Rialby. No one could say where he was, only that he had gone afoot up into the forests of the mountain. Often he went so, they said, and did not return for many months, and no man knew the roads of his solitude. Some offered to seek for him, but the king forbade them, saying, "He rules a greater kingdom than I do." And so he left the mountain, and took ship, and returned to Havner to be crowned.
And that is the fucking end. After 4 hours, or 4.5 hours of such. I'm tired. I've done a lot. Sure, I'll do that in a second. But I am done streaming. Thank you all for who have tuned in, especially to Green Machine and Funcat, as well as some new people, such as News Wayne, I don't know if it's a Dorito, and a name I cannot say, for Marcel coming in for a little bit, and all else who are watching in the future. Thank you for tuning in, taking time out of your day. I will see all of you later on. I am tired. I'm going to go to bed. So, bye-bye. I love you. But also